1776, a nation is born, and in 1793, America mints its first coin. As much change as our country has undergone, some things persevere. As the Founding Fathers were the original faces of our country, today they endure as the faces on our coinage.
December 7, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
Of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
You have witnessed my solemn oath of service to you.
We'll preserve for our children this, the last best hope of man on earth.
From the Lincoln Cent to the Washington Quarter, we honor those who have made this nation what it is today. From Morgan dollars to silver eagles, learn America's history through our coinage, right here on Collectible Coins.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome to Tuesday night here on America's Value Channel. It is the first broadcast of June 2026. Hard to say because I'm trying to figure out where January, February, March went, myself personally, and that means we're only 1 month away from our USA 250 celebration, the 4th of July. So lots of fun stuff to talk about. Thank you to the US Mint for a lot of the great products they're putting out for us. Kudos when it's deserved, right? But tonight is loaded. We got 72 different products on the show. We're going to be talking coins for 6 hours, and we're going to be all over the place. But we start every show with something special. It's different every night, but it's the same concept, which is one crazy deal. And it's called the Daily Deal. Here we go. So I'm going to start with, after 62 years, the Kennedy half dollar comes to an end. And that was last year, and it was a big fever, and it was a lot of shock, because most of us grew up with that big half dollar being there. All right? So how do you make that go away and have a smile? Well, what you do is you bring out the Liberty half dollar, dual dated, Statue of Liberty themed, and make it a splash for a 1 year only. And that's what they did. And tonight, the good news. I finally have inventory to where I can break it down into individual rolls, roll pairs, and even combo pairs. And again, as I referenced, it's time. Let's get into it. The Bonanza on 2026. I wanted to say Kennedy half dollars. It was kind of like there for me, but I'm going to pause and go to what it really is, which is the Enduring Liberty. I mean, the dime and the half dollar this year are themes of liberty. Emerging liberty and enduring liberty. And the designs nailed it. The Statue of Liberty on a circulating coin, right, as the theme, obverse and reverse. Remember, the presidential dollar program had the Statue of Liberty on the back, but as the theme of liberty, walking in the New York Harbor, the Statue of Liberty. But the reverse to me is real poignant. What is it? Is it the torch being handed to the American public, or is it the American public grabbing or extending for liberty the torch itself? Either way of looking at it, it is outright special, and they did a great job. The challenge is finding the coins. And over the last 2 or 3 months, we bumped into a couple small deals where we were able to offer 10 Ps and 10 Ds in a roll, and I know many of you joined us, and you got a great deal. Tonight, because my inventories are finally in a better place, we are able to bring out solid rolls of Ps. So if it's an east-west, East Coast, West Coast scenario for you, and you found the Ps because you're on the East Coast, but you need the Ds, we got you covered here tonight. If you need a pair of both, or you want to get a few more because you're with me on the design is outstanding, and it's the largest coin in the mix of circulating coins this year for USA 250 dual dated. So it's kind of special that way. So we have a pair there, and you're saving $10 on the pair. But even more so if you buy 3 roll pairs. Because remember the dimes? We had the dimes, a special deal. You buy multiple dime rolls, and a lot of people wanted just to get multiples. We're going to shave it even more. We're at $199.95, and that's 3 roll pairs, which means 3 rolls of Philadelphia and 3 rolls of Denver. 20 coins a roll times 3 is 60. 60 times 2 is 120. That is the number in that bottom picture. So it's 20 coins, 20 coins, 40 coins, P and D, 20 and 20, and then the bottom is 120. Just taking it times 3. What a great opportunity. An outright opportunity. Now I've seen these advertised nationally. A lot of our competitors have them, and finally we're able to see these coins closer to the middle of the year. But it comes down to value as well, right? And I'm seeing people in Brinks rolls, which is one option. It's the coins go to the Brinks and or Wells Fargo type security companies that roll coins for the banks. And I look at those and I like them, but I'm a big fan of, I want my coins protected. I'm a coin person, so I want my big protective locking tube. And ours are included in the locking tube just because that way the coins are stored. There's no distortion on the oxidation with the air and the paper and the printing, which sometimes can be a wonderful thing, sometimes can be a horrible thing. It's just outright clean and simple. So as you saw on the screen a second ago, those locking tubes is how our coins come. It's just kind of how we do business. So let's talk about the program though. I mean, think about what they've done this year. And to do that, we have to go back 50 years. Now, I was a younger individual. I had hair back in the 1970s, and we had a quarter, a half dollar, and a dollar. And the U.S. Mint at that time in history chose to make it dual dated for the first time. Our bicentennial was something special. But the main theme on each coin, Washington, Kennedy, and Eisenhower, stayed the same. The reverse changed. We had the Minutemen, basically, the drummer boy. We had Independence Hall, and then we had the Liberty Bell and the moon on the Eisenhower. This time around, the U.S. Mint went in our favor. Total obverse, reverse, redo. The only thing that looks similar is the Jefferson nickel. That has a dual date on it for the first time ever. But the dimes, all 5 quarters, what a great program. And then this beautiful Liberty half dollar have obverse and reverse designs unique to USA 250, unique to our semi-quincentennial. That's the only time I'm going to say it because it's a mouthful. It just means 250 years, half of 500, right? But tonight, look at the value. I was getting to that before I went off on my own tangent. My competition, the closest we saw was $59.95 for a roll. All right, we're $20 less, and you get to pick the roll you'd like. If you want to get them both, you're under, well, $34.95 a roll. And then you get into the big deal, which is 3 roll pairs, and we're looking at the low 30s. It's just a very special opportunity to just put together value. And it's all about value. We want to have a keepsake of our memories. I remember bicentennial coins, and I still do this to this day, and I think it's just me, but maybe a few of you are like it, and that is what? When you see a bicentennial coin, do you spend it or do you save it? I don't care if it's circulated or uncirculated. You got it from a bank and it looks great, right? We still just hang on to the keepsakes, parts of our history, significant parts of our history. And as a young country, 250 years, look at what's been accomplished and look at how we're celebrating. And we're doing that with the U.S. Mint. The Treasury Department, paper money, nothing's changed for this year. What a bummer there. Right? They had the $2 bills back in 1976, and they brought that back, and it was really a cool thing with the independence signing the Declaration on the reverse. But this year, it's just our coins, and thank you, they did it right. Dime unique, 5 different quarters, a half dollar that's unique. And next year, it's back to something different. Rumor has it, next year we're going back to the Kennedy half dollar. He'll be facing the other way. And the reverse is going to be different, tied to the Special Olympics program. Basketball is the theme for 2027. So we have a 1-year only special keepsake. So if you have a grandson, a son, a daughter, a friend, let's get him into collecting. I know I got hooked big time. And this was the time frame when it was like all of a sudden, from being a paper boy to now I can do this on my own. It was a big difference maker. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. The phones have been jammed. I apologize for not referencing. You can always use avccoins.com. 24/7, 365. You've helped make us the #1 coin destination on the web. We thank you, and we're going to do our best to keep it. And part of that is giving you prices like this tonight. Full rolls of 20Ps, full rolls of 20Ds, pairs at a discount, 3 rolls at a bigger discount, destroying the competition on price points. And quality plus presentation all tied together in one. It is a special opportunity. Get yours. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
The first Indian head cent was issued in 1859, and it actually became known as an Indian head cent only because of the Indian headdress. It's actually Lady Liberty, but just because she's wearing an American Indian headdress, it became known as the Indian cent. This is a unique one-year-only design with a laurel wreath on the reverse. It was changed in year 2 to the oak wreath with a small shield. $29.95 for a beautiful collector, quality circulated piece. Competition, over $75. First year of issue is always coveted by collectors, and this one here is that first year of issue for the Indian Head Cent series. Each one will be encapsulated as well, so join us, folks, while they last, just $29.95 each.
We've had some great certified Morgan dollar deals this week. Some great looks. Philadelphia, San Francisco. But up next, this one's a stunner. When's the last time you've seen a New Orleans minted early issue that are this brilliant? And tonight, all of ours certified 63s. The good stuff. Oh, and by the way, look at the price. We're at $129.95 tonight. And it's a your choice opportunity, which means, based upon how your life is going right now, if you can only afford one, thank you and join us. You don't have to buy both to get the low price. That's the unique and the special way of doing business here on America's Value Channel, and why so many of you do watch, and we thank you for that. But tonight we're talking about early issue coin number 1. And we're celebrating this year USA 250. I think I say it 100 times a show. It's kind of like the Bob Newhart show, when you keep tally of how many times they say Bob. Well, how many times I say USA 250 this year is going to rival that game. Inside of it, we have one coin. The vintage, largest silver ever Morgan dollar. Silver from the Comstock Lode, the largest silver find ever. It just has a perfect part of our history. It is the biggest. And what's our mantra? Go big or go home, right? And that's the way it's viewed, and this is that coin when it comes to our monetary system. So we have this big, beautiful Morgan dollar. Philadelphia, East Coast, San Francisco, West Coast, and then New Orleans, well, the middle of the country. As we're expanding the 1880s, 1890s, you got to somehow, you couldn't get on a plane and fly across, right? You took a boat, but the Panama Canal didn't exist. So you got to go all the way around the Cape, which takes months. Or you go to New Orleans, you get in a wagon train and give it a shot. That's what the migration in this country was all about. The Santa Fe Trail, the Oregon Trail, just ways of getting to the West Coast any way possible. Well, the big silver dollar was from the Comstock Lode, found as part of this journey. So how do we feed the middle of this country with coinage? Because they need it to go west. They need it for commerce. So the U.S. Mint opens up New Orleans as the third major hub of production. They made 26 Morgan dollars between 1879 and 1904. There are a couple that are gorgeous, but are there any two that are more eye appeal than these we have on our screen tonight? Again, New Orleans, the O Mint, is known as the hand-me-down mint, which means this quality of strike, just the look and the feel, just isn't up there with San Francisco or some even of the Philadelphias. But tonight, you can tell the difference. They are gorgeous, outright gorgeous. These are the best of a deal that we just got done purchasing in Denver. It was sent in. We kicked out about 40% of the deal because the coins didn't look this nice. Now, other people will sell them for more money, not us. We're selling you the best stuff at these crazy prices. The competition has regular uncirculated mint state 60s for between $179 and $199. That is $50 to $70 more and 4 grades lower. Apples to apples, 63 grade PCGS to 63 grade PCGS, the coins you're seeing on your screen. They're north of $250 today. Part of that's due to the crazy silver market, right? Over the last year and a half, it's been crazy. But it's holding in that 75 to 80 level. It's gone a little higher recently, but it hasn't gone lower. It's hanging in there, which means people are very comfortable at these levels, which just adds a little extra to that. The Wild West Morgan, the 83O, the 84O, the best of the best. Yeah, yes, all of them are going to look like the coins you're seeing on your screen. If you've seen others, you know that the colorization, the oxidation with the air turns them brown a little bit yellow, how they were stored. These coins are the best. They were stored the right way, and they survived. Think about it, 140 years ago, these coins were struck. Do you see silver eagles, the silver dollar of today, looking this nice? No, you don't. But these vintage Morgans, the #1 historical coin in the history of the United States, the largest silver coin ever made in this country for circulation. And tonight, yeah. So now you might also remember in 2021, the U.S. Mint celebrated a 100th anniversary of the last Morgan. Those were the ones that were made in 1921. And New Orleans closed their doors in 1909, so they didn't strike a coin in 1921, but the U.S. Mint and the 100th anniversary celebration made one for Carson City and New Orleans alike. They made 175,000 and they sold out instantly on May 24th of that year. And today, can you find that modern coin with 175,000 known for under $200? Good luck, right? This is 140 years, a better quality, significantly rarer because of the better quality, and you're saving significantly. Well, that's the AVC way. The outright best of the best only got better. Yes. Do I have other certified 63s? I opened up saying we're saving the best for last, etc. And the answer is yes. Check us out, avccoins.com. There's a tab across the top for silver dollars, for Morgans. Just click it, and you can just go from oldest to newest and just see some of the great deals we have available. A lot of them are one of this, two of this. And right now we're about down to that here. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. 84 is almost gone. If you get to the operator and they say sold out, it is, but grab onto the 83. Get one of them. These are both outright special. And actually, the 83 is a little rarer than the 84. Finding 84s that look like this, many of you know that, they don't exist. They usually have a different look. These are wow, and they're certified, the best of all worlds. Save big, join us. Vintage, 140-year-old Morgans for only $129.95.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had 3 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those 3 coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
When the silver market's in a frenzy, and it is in a frenzy, we all have seen that. Last January at $35 an ounce, we thought it was like, wow, moved up significantly from the prior year. And then it went to 50 for the 3rd time in world history. Then it went to 60, then it went to 70, then it went to 80. I'm not done yet. Then it goes to 85. Are we done yet? Then it goes to 90. I wish I had The Johnny Carson trick. Remember the old, what was that called again? He was Karnak the Magician. That's what it was. And he would always answer to Ed McMahon, the answer before the question. The answer here is, where's it going to go, right? Wish I knew. But the big silver is the game. We love our big silver dollars. So we see the Silver Eagles, the Maple Leafs, the Britannias, the 1 ouncers moving quickly with that silver price. Just logical, right? And right behind that, very quickly of late, has been the big silver dollars, worldwide silver dollars, like our Morgan and Peace series. The one series everybody forgets is the Eisenhowers. And it's because most of us remember the Eisenhower series as being that, turn it sideways, that sandwich coin, right? The copper clad. But that was what they put in circulation. They made silver Eisenhowers for collectors. A total of 5 of them, uncirculated San Franciscos and proof San Franciscos. The rarest of them all, those proof San Franciscos. Well, tonight, the good news is, for a couple of minutes anyways, in today's crazy market, we have the bonanza back. It's time to talk silver proof Ikes. And of course, a price. The AVC way, of course, which is only $39.95 each. Now, I was talking to somebody the other day, and they were saying, wow, what do you have for Silver Eagles? Do you have 26s for delivery yet? And we just got ours in, so we're going through our fulfillment process. And it's like, okay. And had no problem in his mind going now 109, 120 where our competitors were versus the $100 a coin where we were, saving 10 to 20 bucks a coin. And then the Morgan dollar market has really been on fire, but the melt is in the mid 70s, right? Which just, when you see 100, you see 90, you all of a sudden start realizing, wow. But the last mathematical equation is the silver in these beautiful silver proof Ikes. And the best relationship is this group of 5. Now, how our bonanza works, let me go there first. They made 5 coins. 71 to 74 came in what they call the brown packs. They were a beautiful lens, very similar to the GSA holders, which were also being released by the government at that time, those Carson cities, etc. And then for the bicentennial, our 200th anniversary, 50 years ago, they made a special 3-coin silver set. The little drummer boy, Independence Hall on the Kennedy, and then this beautiful Liberty Bell imposed over the moon, the Ike. So they did make silver Eisenhowers, 5 years in all. And they made 2 versions. They made Unks, which are special, and they made Proofs, which are the best of them all. Proof is a method of manufacture, not a condition. It is how they make something. A regular coin is slapped once and it's done. It's clean, it's gorgeous. But a proof, they polish the dies. They also polish the planchette, the piece of metal, in this case the piece of silver, before they strike the coin. And they don't strike it once, they strike it twice. And with techniques over the years, you can see it kind of coming forward with the Eisenhowers and these bigger, beautiful proofs, the contrasting, the frosting, which just makes it look like, well, in this case, the bust of Eisenhower is floating on water, even though it's not. Gorgeous, great stuff. Here's how it works. You buy 1 coin tonight. You will get 1 of these coins, 1 of the 5. You buy 5 with us tonight, we guarantee you the 5-coin collection. Now, all of these are what they call the Defender holder. Years ago, many of you might remember, the industry pushed to certified packaging. Everybody's buying NGCs, PCGSs, ICG, ANACs, CAC, so all of our packaging is made that way. Well, I'm sorry, over half the industry is still coins, albums, and capsules. So this Defender holder was created, and we are working with them, and it's a way for us to protect, preserve, and then also package and store. So our graphic artist team put together the labels that are in these, the ones you can buy in the marketplace for $3 to $4 each. You can write your own information on it if you want, but they are a way to preserve the coin. Ours is in the cost of the coin, but it's called the Defender holder. So if you bought an Ike with us before, it looks just like these do here tonight. However, these are the rarest of the Eisenhowers. 71 to 78, P's and D's, there were 16. The proof wasn't made until 73, the clad. So 73 to 78, that was 6 coins, right? And then you have the silver uncirculateds. They came in what they call the blue packs, 5 of those. And then there were 5 of these proofs. So a total of 32 Eisenhowers made over that short period of time. The last, what they call jumbo dollar, ever made by the U.S. Mint. But tonight it's all about, not only do we have them, it's affordable by relationship to the Morgans, which are all over 100, to the Silver Eagles, which now are all over 100. And yet these big, giant silver dollars are still affordable. When you look at their melt value to the relationship of the price we have tonight, wow. Yeah, it's a great, great opportunity. Rarity, a must. Every single year you're seeing here, 71, 2, 3, 4, and 75, 76, the bicentennial coin. Every one of them, P's and D's, clad, silver unk, and the rarest of them all is the silver proof, the coin you're seeing right here. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. I didn't have that many of them, but somebody was asking for, do you have any affordable silver in the show tonight? And that's just because 1 ounce means you're over $100. The answer is yes. A couple of small pockets. We got a couple of Kennedy deals, had a couple of Franklin deals, but of the big, big silver, this is it. The silver proofs, San Francisco proofs, 5 made. Buy 1, you'll get 1 at random. Buy 2, 2 different. But there are 5 of them, which means you buy 5, you get all 5 as part of this bonanza tonight. It is one special silver dollar deal. You got to give us a call.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
2025 has been a good year. No, not a good year, a great year. Maybe the best year for coin collectors. It's been all over the place. The stories, the last Lincoln, the last Kennedy. They introduced DC Comics on U.S. coins. Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, right? And then, in the Proof Silver Eagle series, we have a salute to service. The Army, the Navy, the Marine Corps, and they even added a laser privy. What a great year for coin collecting. And the highlights are those beautiful privy Proof Silver Eagles. We're not going there tonight, though. We're going to where it all began. The first ever privy on a Silver Eagle happened in 2020, 5 years ago. Much rarer, a lot of fun. Technically a salute to all the services. It's that V75, and it's finally back in stock. They surprised us all in 2020. Victory 75 years later, right? And they made a gold coin, and that's priceless. Tens of thousands of dollars today. 1,975 of them. And then they made the most limited Proof Silver Eagle. It's number 3 on the depth chart. The rarest Proof Silver Eagle is the 19S Enhanced Reverse Proof, 30,000. Right behind that is the 95W, which used to be number 1, and that's at 32,500. And then we jump to 100,000, which is the 19W Enhanced Reverse, right? And then the next year, 2020, they come out with this. 75th anniversary, so let's make it special. 75,000 coins only. And it boasts the one thing that all the other coins wish it could have. I'm the first. We've been blessed the last 2 years with the privy marks on Silver Eagles. The uncirculated coin, right? The star privy in late 2024. early in the year, the uncirculated Eagle Privy, 2025. Both only 500,000 coins and wonderful examples, great coins, great pieces. Then we have the chapter of Army, Navy, Marine Corps, 100,000 each. Every one of them sold out faster than the previous one. Army was quick, Navy was, well, wow, and the Marine Corps was, well, they're shock troops. It was a shock. It was gone that fast. We're talking minutes. 100,000 each. Now, my competition, I think we're sold out of 2 of the 3 right now. I wish we had them. We sold out at $299. My competition was $399 to $499 on the brand new ones. And it's because they found some, I guess, and that's okay. Well, we're going back to the origin, the first ever, this one. 75,000 made. So we're talking 25,000 fewer coins on this one than the ones of 2025. My competition on these are anywhere between $875 and $999, or $995, I should say. We are hundreds of dollars less. Now, the OGP in the graphic, yes, thanks for bringing that up. I will mention it. OGP stands for Original Government Packaging, the way they sold it. So if you bought it directly from the mint, this is how it came. Coin in capsule, capsule in jewelry box in outer box. Then it had a beautiful certificate of authenticity. That is everything here. But what a great shot by the graphics department. That's it. That's it. The first time in U.S. history, the Silver Eagle in 2025 is 40 years old. The first reverse proof was 2006, right? Then we had 11, 12, and 13. We introduced the burnished or satin finished coins in 06. And now we make them every year. We loved it so much. In 19, we had the enhanced reverse proof, but we duplicated it. We had a W and an S, right? But for the first time ever, we put a privy on a Silver Eagle, and it's with a great tribute to the veterans of World War II, victory 75 years later. But they limit it to only 75,000 coins. That's the changer. That's the game changer in all of this. How many versus how few? And when you look at 100,000, it's still a crazy low number. I know that. But we're talking 25,000 less than that. Not even in the same side of the hemisphere. It's just that far apart. And all original. And all beautiful. Not $875, not $995, or $499.95. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Do I have the others? As I referenced, the Army, Navy, Marine Corps. I believe I have Army and Marine Corps. I think I'm sold out of Navy, or it could be different. Just ask our operators or visit us online, avccoins.com. If I do have them, they're at $299. That's what they were at. I haven't seen a price change go through the system, even though I know they're getting really tough to find. But think about that again. They're getting really tough to find. They made 100,000. This one, 75,000. Really, really, really tough to find, I guess is the right answer there, huh? Just joking, but it's the point. 25,000 fewer, the first one ever, and, well, saving hundreds off of that of our competitors. When it's affordable, it's affordable. When it's not, it's not. We know what that's like. And at $7.95, $8.95, these are not horrible prices that my competitors have on these coins. Tonight, well, we're just way better. So give us a call, won't you?
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint stone bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
We have special items in our show every night, every hour. And that's just part of what we have. It's part of wanting to keep you around as long as we possibly can for all the various items in a normal show, 60 plus items. But every once in a while, there's this product that you look at, the price is like, are you kidding me? Really? Is there a one missing? Is there a digit missing? It doesn't look right, especially in today's market. Well, that's what's coming up next. It is an opportunity for the last silver dollar, the last Morgan, at a price we haven't seen in a long time. A couple of rolls while they last. Here we go. Yes, that price is the real price tonight. Yes, I am fully aware of where the silver market is. Yes, I am fully aware that accounting approved this, so we're letting it go. And that's okay. We have a loss leader every single hour. They just chose to have it be one of our most popular items ever, which is the Vintage Morgan Dollar Series. It is the largest silver dollar ever struck for circulation in this country. It was struck from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then they stopped production. They only brought it back in 1921 because they had silver left over from the Pittman Act, where we melted a bunch of old Morgans, and then we were making a new silver dollar known as the peace dollar. But they couldn't decide on the design. They had to get moving. They had to start striking coins, so they brought back the Morgan dollar one more year. The end of the era. The last Morgan. That's what this is. We recently came across a deal that included a lot of silver dollars. Most of them circulated coins. And they were priced accordingly. Beautiful coins. We have all of them pretty much on our website. Many of you already know that. So when you go there and you buy an 83.0 and you buy an 86S in Circ, they're going to be there. Well, we got to buy lots of coins to make that happen. In this large deal we bought, there was actually 9 rolls of 21Ps in uncirculated condition. We went through it, found them in the deal, called the person we were dealing with, and he said, no, that was for this large deal, which is about 2,500 coins. Said, hey, that was the price for the 2,500. I knew there was some unks in there. I'm okay with that. Well, that just means that we bought a bunch of coins that were meant to be circulated where we can actually bring out circulated prices. It's just how it works. And we're happy to do so because if you're with us and have been with us before in a coin show, congratulations and join us again. This is a crazy price. If you're a brand new customer, we want to bring you in. Look at that crazy price. Now, yes, I know a year ago silver was 35. I know silver went over 100 recently, and I know it's going as high as 120. It's settled out lately in that $70 to $80 range, and it can't make up its mind, but it's staying strong. Well, a year ago, my competition was at $89 to $99 when silver was $35 an ounce. The collector value is about 2.5 times that of silver on the 21 Morgan historically. But tonight, we are blowing that away with the price. Now, if you call one of my operators in the concierge service tomorrow, this will not be available. It's selling out, and it's just going to be what it's going to be. If you're calling tonight, if you're visiting us via the web tonight, avccoins.com, these are meant to be the in-show crazy special. It's meant to be show up and you be at the right place at the right time, you get the crazy value. That's exactly what this is. I know we're $20, $30 under prices recently on the same coin. And it's because right now, this coin has the value for all of us. We want you as a customer, and you can get a crazy value for a 90% silver dollar. Now, the other unique part is I'm not sure if you caught earlier what I referenced. So we have this coin in 1921, right? The Morgan dollar. And we're doing it because we can't decide on the peace dollar design. But the silver is from the Pittman Act, the melting of all the Morgans. They melted about 60% of the original 27 years because we needed to use silver as a metal, not Morgan dollars as a coin, which has silver. Because if we used our silver dollars, the world would know we're the ones helping out the Allies. And we were neutral at the time. So we melt all these vintage Morgans. So you've seen over time where something is melted by a government and then they make a new one. This was done way before its time. We melted Morgans to make a new Morgan is what it really comes down to. Kind of a cool little side story. Now, you might have also seen a flash sale on one of my rival networks this past weekend. They had this beautiful coin available at $149, which was then $70, $80 less than our other competitor with the same coin. And they sold out instantly. Tonight, we're $80 less than that. You can buy two of our coins for less than they had theirs available, and you have $10 to go buy a coffee and breakfast tomorrow. That's just one of those deals. Is there a limited quantity? No. The number is $69.95, so if you want three, you can have three. You want one, you can have one. We have a limited number of rolls, and as they just dwindle down, that's the coins, they're going to dwindle down. It's just a great opportunity. The best of the best just got better. The number one collector coin, U.S. coin, is the Morgan dollar. Right? Again, the last one ever was 1921, this coin. Now, you might remember 5 years ago or so when we had the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan. The U.S. Mint surprised us. They brought out the 2021s. So the brand new Morgan dollar from the U.S. Mint in 2021, whether it was a Philadelphia, a Denver, a San Francisco, a New Orleans, or a Carson City, because they made 5, one for each of the mints that struck the original Morgan. They made 175,000 of each of them. Can you find any of those for under $200 today? And they were made in the last 5 years. We are 100 plus years ago when this coin was made. And look at our crazy price. That's just what it is. It's meant to be a crazy price. It's meant to be a shock and awe. But more so a shock and call. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. We're down to our last 4, 5 rolls from what I can see. Uncirculated, 1921 piece. Vintage original. You can't buy a medallion today. A 1-ounce medallion for $69.95. Can you? No. But you can go back in history 100 years ago and get the 21 Morgan that was struck that year with us tonight for less. That's the crazy deal. And it's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
I don't know about you, but I cut my teeth in collecting with wheat cents, Lincoln cents, right? And that was just because it was the big coin and the affordable coin. And with those albums, the beautiful Whitman push albums, it was just a great journey. You find a handful, hopefully you find one more down, how many are left, right? But the series as of last year, the concept of a cent as of last year ended. And inside of that cent, the oldest and most contiguous coin in our history, right? It started in 1793 and ended in 2025. The design was the Lincoln. And those first 50 years were something special. Well, We want to collect them all. Sometimes we can't, and I understand. So I look for bookends on a regular basis, whether it's the VDBs, first year of issue, or in this case tonight, at least for a couple of minutes, the finest known last year of issue wheat cent. It's special and it's priced perfectly. Here we go. Yes, 1958, it is a proof. Now, proofs are only issued in proof sets. Proof sets were introduced to the American public in the year 1950, and it's been a staple of collecting ever since. Proof is a method of manufacture, not a condition. A regular coin is struck once, but a proof coin is struck twice. They are struck with polished dies, and that gives us this mirrored background, this razor-sharp image, what we want, meant as a presentation piece. But today, the market's a perfect 70, right? We want a perfect coin. Well, back in 1958, they weren't available as a perfect coin because of how we packaged them. We had polypack proof sets, and we're going to show you that here in a second. Polypack proof sets meant that was floating in an air bubble inside of an envelope. Right here you go. Notice the cent as one of the pockets of air, and it just floats around inside. This is how they issued proof sets up until 1964. You start seeing perfect 70 proofs, late 70s, early 80s, etc., because they were put in the hard plastic. So the numbers are what the numbers are, and they're staggering. The end of an era, the last Wheatie, the finest known. No 70s exist. They made 875,000 proof sets. That polypack I showed you a second ago. Regular coins in circulation, the last Wheaties, the P's and D's, 1.1 billion as a reference point. So the proof is significantly rarer. But today, after 40 years of NGC doing what they do, 40 years, they have only certified in perfect 69, because it's the highest grade, 1,763. And that number hasn't changed but one or two in the last 5 years. It's because finding original proof sets where the coin's perfect, basically, is unheard of today. Now, the other thing is a brand new proof silver eagle is $500 or $600, and there's 70,000 of those. We love that big proof silver eagle. But if you look back at our history, look back at the significance of our history, the coins that are inside of our stories, there are some very rare coins that are still affordable to this day. So being a cent collector, and I am one, it is wonderful to see coins that are this special, this rare, this affordable. My competition, we found two of them, both of them over 400. Over 400. We're at $249.95 for the handful of coins we have tonight. A special, special deal. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Only had a couple of these. I wanted to bring it out. Whenever we find great pockets like this, I mean, to spend 8-10 minutes, the network needs me to have dollars per minute. That's kind of how TV works, right? You can't find that with coins like this. They don't. I can't say, find me 50 of these when there's only 1,763 in the world that are known. But think of the breakdown on that. If you want a coin that your friend in collecting doesn't have, odds are it's this one. You want the finest known of the last Wheatie? This is it. And saving hundreds tonight off of that of our competition. It is a great opportunity, a special time. And we spend a lot of time with the Lincoln series just because, again, as I referenced walking into this conversation, I cut my teeth in this when I was a kid. Still love the series today. Now I'm able to buy the good stuff. And the best part about it is the good stuff, the best stuff, this stuff doesn't necessarily break the bank. That's why I love a lot of these older Wheaties. Affordable and excessively rare. I'll take that. Give me a call.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue, was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
2026 is here and rolling. Lots of great coins. How many of you have seen the nickel with the dual date, the new Liberty dime? How about quarter number 1, the Mayflower, or quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War? The other special coin this year is the Liberty $50. All out there. And myself personally, I haven't seen one yet in circulation. I'm just using coin, just not getting them back. And I think that's what a lot of us are seeing. It is what it is. Last year, we had a situation pop up with the last cent and the last $50, right? And it was just a lot of fun. This year, even more. One of the important topics of last year inside of those two coins was the opportunity to own the finest known. Now, in proof coins, that's normally a 70, right? But in uncirculated coins, that's on the strike and what the grading companies are seeing. We're looking at numbers so far on the Liberty dimes, the beautiful Liberty dimes, where over 50,000 coins have been seen between the various grading services, and only a handful, have actually hit 68. Well, tonight, for a few minutes anyways, we have them. A P and a D pair, first time out, and look at the price. I remember last year with the Lincoln cents and the Kennedy $50, we were at $2.79, $2.99, and we were hundreds under that of all of our competitors. Well, this is the number. Now, if you look at auction sites in other areas, you might have found a 68. We have found no individual 68s under $100. Not one. Tonight, it's not just one. We have the set, and that is the key. So as I referenced, we're looking at way over 50,000 coins seen between NGC, PCGS, ANAX, and ICG, the big four. NGC has seen over 27,000 coins. They only have 6 sets in 68, and they are over $500 or $600 a set. PCGS has graded 0 sets. ANAX only a few sets. ICG has seen more coins than anybody else, and a lot of people are becoming very accustomed to their style of grading and support of their grades in the industry. They've seen a little over 30,000 coins, so right now they've seen more than anybody else. And as a result, well, the numbers are in our favor. They've seen a few 68s. We only have a handful available. I wish we had them all. We don't. We're talking about a coin where, as I referenced, over 50, closer to 60,000 coins seen, and you're seeing less than 100 sets known in 68. That is outright special. And there are no 69s, any of the respective mint, P or D. So let's talk about this coin first. If you recall, when I was a lad back in the bicentennial era, 1976, we had 3 special coins in circulation. We had the quarter, the $50, and the dollar. And the obverse of those coins were the same. The only difference was the dual date, right? And then the reverse was where the change happened. Well, this year, we are celebrating with a different approach. We are taking the 3 coins that are currently in circulation for the most part. The dime, one of the big workhorses. The quarter is our driver, and there's a 5-coin special set this year. 10 weeks each and next. We're currently on number 2, the Revolutionary War. And then the bookend to the dime, which is liberty, is the half dollar, which is also a theme of liberty. So we have 3 redesigned denominations, just like we did with the bicentennial. This year, however, it's 7 coins in all. And the start is the dime. It's a mixture of the Barber dime, 1892 to 1916, and then the Mercury dime, 1916 to 1945. Tying them together, giving us this beautiful look, and then the beautiful American Eagle on the reverse, a first also for dimes. What a great opportunity. But it comes down to what? Well, in real estate, it's called location, location, location. And I don't care what the collectible is. Pokemon cards, sports cards, stamps, comic books, first edition books, collector cars, right? Or coins, the category we're talking about tonight. Quality, quality, quality dominates always. The higher the quality and the higher the condition, we are all in a good place. So tonight, just thrilled. I mean, it's our first time out this evening with this coin. I do not think we're going to have a second airing because we only had a handful, and our price is like crazy. But our mantra here, and many of you that have been with us over the years, the 20 plus years we've been on the air, all talk about one thing with us here. Is we buy a deal, we turn the deal over on to the next. That's why we have 60 to 70 items every night in the show. And if we find them, price them accordingly, we all win. We buy a position, turn it over, buy more for next week. And we just keep on going, and touching all the bases. I mean, we're talking about tonight, the finest known dime of this year, a 68 grade. And it's not just one or the other, which is where my competition has been. And they're over $100 for a single coin. We have the actual pair, the actual finest known set. And again, they're here right now. Yes, I will repeat that for you. So right now, the 4 big grading services, ICG, NGC, ANAX, and then PCGS. And I reference them in the order of how many coins they've seen individually as companies. How many coins they've certified and put on the population report that is published, free information, right? The number 1 is ICG, this coin. They're north of 30,000 coins right now. Second place is NGC at 27,000 coins. And then ANAX and PC, respectively, are under that. The global number of coins seen with all of them added together, how many coins they've seen, all their grades, is actually a little over 60,000. I referenced over 50, but when I add up all these numbers, I mean, between ICG and NGC alone, we're at 57,000. So we're over 60,000 coins. Inside of that, nobody's graded a 69, only a few 68s. And tonight we have. That's the fun. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. If this is in your shopping cart, avccoins.com. Thank you. It's a great way to park coins as we're talking, and then check out when it's time. I'm just telling you right now, this one's probably not going to last if you're going to be with us for a little while. So I recommend strongly a check out, and if we can entice you at something else as the show progresses, call us back, let the operator know I placed an order earlier. They'll find you, and they'll add to the order. That way it's one simple, clean thing, but you don't miss out on, well, the topic coin of the year. Dime, the Liberty dime, the first and only 1 year only design, dual dated, only time in U.S. history, and it's the finest known piece. And the pair is only $149.95. That's a deal.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had 3 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those 3 coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So So join us and save.
We've talked a lot about the 2026 dual-dated coins, and the Liberty designs on the dime and the half dollar, the obverse and the reverse are a lot, and wow, kudos on the project. But to me, the real story of this year is the quarters, right? The quarters. There are 5 different quarters being released, segments of our history. Never been done before like we're doing it this year. There are 4 different presidents on our quarter series this year. It's just going to be a lot of fun. So you might recall a few weeks ago we brought out something known as our signature series of 2026. It is 24 karat layered dimes and half dollars, and then we had that beautiful ruthenium with gold layered highlights. And we can't keep it in stock. It is gorgeous. What a wonderful keepsake of this great year, USA 250. Well, the good news, I finally have inventory for us to have a conversation on what I believe is the exciting program of the year, the quarters. Quarter number 1 is here, the Mayflower Compact. Let's talk about it. So this year, there are 5 unique quarter designs. Obverse and reverse, all different, right? The state quarter program was George on one side and the states picked their reverse. But this year, the U.S. Mint has the obverse and the reverse different for all 5 quarters. And we started with a non-presidential issue. The first coin out was the Mayflower Compact, which was kind of the setup for the concept of self-governance. Many of you might know the story, and I'm going to go right to it. They were going to Jamestown, an English settlement, and they got lost. So they get lost, they're seeing shore, they're tired of the journey. We're going to settle here instead. But it's not an English territory, so how do we govern ourselves? They decided that it would be self-governance, independent rule. Everybody has a voice, and we'll make it work. It was known as the Mayflower Compact, and it was the prelude to the Declaration of Independence, which happened in 1776. So the first quarter out this year, only 10 weeks and it was over, was this coin. So tonight we're introducing the signature of quarter number 1. It is a 3-coin set, gold P&D, and we're showing you the common reverse, and then the ruthenium, which is a platinum family beauty with gold hand-painted highlights, obverse and reverse. So you're seeing 5 coins on the bottom because we're showing you the reverse as well. It is a 3-coin collection, PD gold and ruthenium. This is shipment number 1. Once you get it, if you want to join us and get the rest of the coins throughout the rest of the year, our customer service people will set you up and it will be an automatic thing for you. If you choose not to, that is your prerogative. The box you're seeing on top is free and it's part of the program. That comes with shipment number 2. It is a great, great opportunity. Now, the look and feel, the signature, and as I referenced before over the months, I mean, we all have our coins that are our coins, right? High grade this, our collector series that. You know, I'm a big Franklin guy. I love the large cents. Proof silver eagles are a wonderful coin. But then we dilly-dally sometimes in other areas. We call them keepsakes and or just things that we love the design. We love what it's about. And I kind of go back to the bicentennial. I was a young lad back then. And when you got a quarter, a half dollar, or $1 in circulation, the dual dated, how many of you spent it or how many of you kept it? Right? So if you're going to keep something, that's some remembrance of our Herculean feat in today's world, which is 250 years. 250 years as a united nation. Having our differences at times, but we're united here today, is special. And the U.S. Mint made it even better, right? So we have the compact right here. The 3-coin set is number 1, $24.95. I know I've seen other people with the ruthenium coin. And I've seen them out there at $39.49 just for that coin alone. And it is eye-popping when you have it in your hand. But the rest of the program is available and will come automatically. The Revolutionary War is quarter number 2. That is George Washington on the obverse. Then we have the Declaration of Independence, right? That is Thomas Jefferson on a quarter. Then we have the Constitution, which is Madison on a quarter. And then later this year, we're going to have Lincoln on a quarter with the Gettysburg Address. That is the series. And I can't wait to have that box full at the end of 2026 with the gold quarters just popping, just like they did with the State Quarter series. But now we're adding that extra piece. We're calling it the signature piece. That ruthenium with the gold highlights that just stand out like nothing before. I wish that technology was with us to make those pieces possible 25 years ago when the State Quarters were out there. But you might recall seeing these gorgeous gold popping 24 karat layered quarters. Big, big program. The #1 collectible of the State Quarters series. And then the newbie on the block, which is that ruthenium we've chatted about. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So yes, this is shipment number 1. And as I referenced, you do not have to go to shipment number 2 if you don't want to. You're welcome to. Our customer service staff will reach out to you and organize setting it up if you want to get shipment 2 through number 5 to finish the 5-coin collection of 2026's signature quarters. The finished goods at the end of the year will be 15 coins, 3 each, a P and a D gold and the ruthenium for each of the 5 quarters being released this year. Quarter number 2 is about 30 days out. That is the Revolutionary War. And then number 3 is going to be the Declaration of Independence and Thomas Jefferson. Quarter number 4, James Madison and the Constitution. And quarter number 5, Lincoln and the Gettysburg Address. Think about that. This year, 4 different presidents on our quarter series. And this, the signature look and feel of it all. Box again comes with shipment number 2 for those of you joining the program. PD and the ruthenium, a 3-coin set. And yes, that's the price. Only $24.95. It's special.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
It's nothing wrong with being number 2. Just because if you go to coins and collectibles in general, sometimes the second year of issue or the second rarest coin in a series has, well, the crazier value scenarios. And there's nothing more true than that than the peace dollar, the last 90% silver dollar issued by the U.S. Mint for circulation back in the 1920s, early 1930s. Tonight, finally back in stock, those beautiful, uncirculated 1927 Philadelphias. And the story behind this one is, well, very special. First of all, a couple of things. The Peace Dollar series is the last, as I referenced. It was introduced after World War I, and it was meant to replace the Morgan dollar, which was over in 1904. Now, they brought it back in 1921 because they had lots of silver left over from the Pittman Act melts, which helped finance the flow during World War I. So we have 21 Morgans because of that, but the peace dollar was the end all, what they were shooting for. And the reverse design was the reason why it didn't release until late in the year. If you look at the bottom, on the mountain, you have a olive branch in the talons of the eagle, looking over the pond, looking east. right? All of our eagles throughout the 1800s, all of them have arrows in the talons. It's just one of those designs that have continued forward. And everybody that was looking at this piece coin, this piece dollar, was looking at the design saying, how is that piece with arrows? So they changed it to the olive branch, and then it was the end of the story. So the piece dollar was made from 1921, that 1 month in December, through 1928. And then we had a big pause. They brought it back in 1934, the year they were pulling gold. And then they discontinued silver dollars in 1935, the year after. So the last 90% silver dollar to circulate is this piece dollar, and it ended in 1935. In that series, there are Philadelphia's, there are Denver's, and there are San Francisco Mint issues. The number one or lowest minted coin in the entire series is the 1928 Philadelphia. Right behind that is the 1927 Philadelphia, this coin. And those of you that have been to shows over the years, that great American coin hunt I talk about often, know that it's not always clean. The lowest mintage figure usually means value, but it also means more frequent. People are looking for that coin. Nobody looks for number two. We forget who was in second place. But in collectibles, we know that's where all the value is, as I referenced in the intro here. So if you look at the mintages, they're not that far off, right? We're looking at 848,000 on this coin, so under $1 million, very attractive. But over the last 40 years, we have kind of what I call chapter 2 with the chronological flow of information to collectors. Again, the red book, the guidebooks, the mintage figures be in chapter 1, and that's published. We know what's out there. We know what they made. We know what they destroyed. We know the net number. What we don't know is, where are they? We just don't. Well, over the last 40 years, NGC, PCGS, and then we have ANAX, ICG, and CAC. We have 5 very strong, recognized certification services in this industry supporting us, giving us their opinions. They publish everything they see. So now we have chapter 2 information. If you look at NGC and PCGS, the big two, and you look at the numbers behind these coins, it's staggering sometimes. In this case, it's a clear winner. And the clear winner is coin 2, not coin 1. It's just not everybody knows to look there. And that's what we do. That's what we spend a lot of our time and effort on, finding the needles in the haystack, as I call it. So if you go to the population reports, the coins they've seen in the last 40 years, and you look at NGC as an example, just one of them. 1928 Philadelphia, the most limited of all production, there have been seen a little under 10,000 coins in 40 years. So a special coin. 9,860 to be exact. But this coin, the 1927, with a mintage figure similar but not as low, there only can be one number 1. So this is clear cut number 2. Well, there's 1,000 coins less that have been seen, which explains to all of us that are on the show circuit looking every single week, how come I can't find 27s either? And actually, the numbers tell us we can't find 27s 10 to 15% more than we can't find 28s. Yet the 28s are that $600, $700, $800 coin. The 27s, well, my competition has these same 27s at over $450. I'm not kidding. They have it based on rarity index. And they're correct. But the bottom line is we know this right now, tonight. One of the craziest values in our entire show, from coppers to silver dollars to silver eagles, one of the best values in our show tonight is this unsung hero. Second rarest mintage, the 27P, but the rarest pop, the lowest pop flow, which gives us rarity to beat all rarity. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So my competition, again, as I referenced, over 400. We're under 150. Probably the last time we're going to be at this price at $139.95. Coins are gorgeous. And again, that TRVST, V for Victory in World War I on the obverse, a unique added they put on here. The Statue of Liberty, our current $50 this year, 2026. We're bringing it back, celebrating 250 years of liberty. And this is our Liberty silver dollar, the peace silver dollar. And my point on what is really the rarest one. The numbers say this one. The value says this one. You got to give me a call.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint sewn bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
The Kennedy, no, not the Kennedy, the Liberty $50 out and having a lot of fun. We've talked about it many times over the last few months, but that does not take away from our love of that 62-year design series, the Kennedy $50 from 1964 through 2025. 62 years. Same obverse, same reverse, beautiful coin. Actually, 20 of those years not even made for circulation, made for just us collectors, right? But there's a category inside of silver Kennedys. And again, the key word being silver Kennedys, that everybody looks over, forgetting that in 1971, we went copper nickel on the Kennedys. That means from 65 through 69, since the 70 was only in mint sets, those 5 years, 65 to 69, we had a silver Kennedy in circulation. Just nobody knew about it or paid attention to it. But it's obvious. And tonight, back in stock finally. But the best part about being back in stock is at the right price. We're going to enjoy this one. Here we go. That number you're seeing is not false. These are $14.95 each. And as you can see on the right-hand side, we have a stack of these silver Kennedys and then a stack of the 71 copper clad. They're silver. Turn it to the side, you see the difference. The unique thing is people forget what actually happened. In 1965, the U.S. Mint pulled silver from dimes and quarters. They went copper clad right away. They didn't pull silver until 1971 on the Kennedy $50. So we have one coin per year for 5 years, the latter part of the 60s. We have 65, 66, and 67. And those three were made in Philadelphia only. So only one Kennedy made each year. And then in 68 and 69, we had Denver's. Only Denver issues, no Philadelphia's. Now, they're called the forgotten years by many. I've seen advertisements on that, and they kind of are the forgotten years. Understanding that the 1970D gets a lot of attention because the 70D, theoretically the last silver, was only released in uncirculated sets, right? So kind of out of the realm of circulation. Well, these are the 60s silver that are the forgotten. But tonight the story gets one step better. Over the last couple of months, we brought in 3 good-sized deals to give us the opportunity to spend 7 or 8 minutes tonight. And when we broke down the deals by year, it's real easy, only one coin per year, we actually had all 5 years. Usually you don't find 65s, and 66s are tough. So this time we have, well, the deal. You buy 5, you will get the 5 they actually made. 1 each from 65, 66, 67. Those are the Philadelphias, and the 1 each from 68 and 69, the Denvers. You'll get the 5 they made for circulation. Now these again are all uncirculated, as you can see on your screen. They are gorgeous. They are outright wow coins. And the value, unquestioned value. And with silver in that $75 to $80 range, it just makes it a very attractive offer, a very attractive opportunity. My competition, that's where it gets to be even more fun. With silver going north of 80, we got to 100 earlier this year, actually got to 120, and it pulled back. And now it's hanging in there, 75 to 85, pretty much for the last two and a half months. Seems to have found a home. With prices there, they raised their coin prices from $35 to $39 a coin, which is double our price tonight. They raised their prices to over $50, close to $59 on the 65. Tonight, $14.95 each. You buy 5, you get the 5 different years again. Good question, yes. I'll explain that a little bit further. They made only 1 coin per year from 65 to 69. The forgotten silver Kennedys, literally silver. You can see them on the stacks. In 65, 66, and 67, they made only Philadelphia coins for circulation all across the country. And then it changed to Denver in 68 and 69. So the last 5 years of the 1960s, there were 5 forgotten silver Kennedys. If you buy a quantity of 5 tonight, my people in fulfillment will know to give you 1 of each of the 5 years. The only 5 years. And if you buy in groups of 5, I see a number of 10s coming across. If you buy 10, you're not going to get 1 set of 5 and then 5 duplicates of 1 year. You're going to get 2 sets of 5. Everything will evolve around the complete set of 5. But the key is they're only $14.95 each. So you might remember one of our other specials before silver went crazy. Remember the 5 for 75 deal? Get all 5 for 75? This is actually the same deal. Just on an each basis. $14.95 times 5 is under $75 by a few nickels. It is just a great opportunity for a crazy coin in today's value-driven market. And we're always looking for the needles in the haystack. I say that many a times every night. And it's because value is our middle name. And coins are changing on an ongoing basis. Look at 2026 and all the beautiful dual-dated coins in circulation, the special silver eagles, the special gold coins, the best of series, the 5 top coin designs, all part of what this year is going to be, celebrating USA 250. And we look back at our, last half century, and there are 2 clear-cut winners, maybe 3. The Lincoln cent ended in 2025, the longest tenured coin in U.S. history. And then the other coin many of us cut our teeth collecting is the Kennedy half dollar. It started in most of our lifetimes, and it continued. And it was so popular that in 2002, the U.S. Mint continued to make it, even though they pulled it from circulation. So if you went to your bank in 2002, you couldn't get a Kennedy half dollar from 2002. You had to buy government rolls or government bags to get them out there, and they still made millions of coins every year, the popularity of this series. Now, rumor has it in 2027 they're coming back. You'll be facing the other way, and on the reverse of the coin, the first year will be Special Olympics. There'll be a run to Special Olympics, and I was told it's a basketball theme on year number 1, next year's coin. So the original 62, same obverse, same reverse, the presidential seal, Kennedy facing left. And here is the deal tonight. The forgotten silver years. And you can see the difference. Silver versus, not silver. Copper clad. They made them for 5 years, 65 to 69. And tonight, if you buy 5, we'll get you the whole set. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. It's a lot, but it's actually not. The price is perfect. The coins in uncirculated condition are, classified as perfect, right? Uncirculated. But the winner and still champion is the value and the fact that with my competition north of 40, closer to 50, closer to 59 on the 65s. If you buy 5 tonight, we'll give you a 65, a 66, a 67, a 68D, and a 69D. We'll give you those 5 with 5, the whole set. And you're under $75 to boot. It's a crazy deal, but we're crazy here. So we appreciate you listening, but it is time for me to be moving on. And thanks.
there was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
U.S. Mint is actually at the show, which is a wonderful thing to see, and they launched the brand new dual-dated, one-year-only dime, the Liberty Dime of 2026. And with that, it was a quick sellout, crazy everywhere. But with that also was the formal release to those of us that are working with them on the ability to buy coin, which means now we can talk coin affordably compared to what the auction sites have been doing the last month. So let's dive in, shall we? We have P's and D's and a special price for a 4-pack. Here we go. So the Emerging Liberty series is the one-year-only series this year. And it has a tie-in to the old designs of the Barber and the Mercury dime. If you look at it, you kind of put the two together, you kind of get that look and feel. And then the reverse has that large, majestic eagle. It is the only dual-dated dime in U.S. Mint history. And they are out for circulation. So I guess the general question for all of us is, have you seen one in circulation yet? I have not, and I use coin currency on a regular basis because I'm always curious to see when this new stuff appears. But the good news, as I referenced, is the formal release from the U.S. Mint was on the 17th. It's sold out. And right now, the P&D roll pair, sold by the government in their special wrap, which just means it's the packaging, is over $150 for a 2-roll pair. Outright silliness. On the other hand, very special, and I do get it, right? We love that OGP, original government packaging. Now, these are uncirculated coins. They are 50 coins per roll, and there's 2 rolls. So at $29.95, you are getting the P and D roll. 50 and 50, it's 100 coins in all, as you saw a second ago. That is the $29.95 special. We also have what they call a 4-pack. The 4-pack means you're getting 4 of the 1-pack. But tonight, as part of the Coin Week and just moving forward with the excitement of Coin Week, they've discounted that item to only $100, saving $5 a pair. $20 in your back pocket if multiples is something you're looking for. So that's what you're looking at. The P roll, the D roll, and the 4-pack is 4 of those pairs. Pretty cool stuff overall. Now, my competition, I've seen them out there. I mean, the auction sites are at $35, $40 a roll at this particular point, and that's the reason why we've been holding back. We knew that was not the right place to be, but because the U.S. Mint had a delayed release of their formal rolls and bags, and we work with them on a regular basis, we had to wait for that formal process to come forward, which is why now we're out with these great coins. And as you can see by the phones going crazy right now, at the right price as well. $29.95 for the pair. Not one or the other, it's the pair. Outright the pair. Now, I did see one of our other rival networks out there with this gorgeous set, and they were $10 more a roll, and they had no option for a 4-pack. So at least a reasonable price compared to what we've seen the last 30 days out in the auction waves, if you want to call it that. They're selling for between $2.95 to $3.95 a coin right now. It's not unlike to see $6, $7 for a P and a D pair. Each of these rolls is 50 P and D pairs. It's just an outright special value, special deal. Now, the history of the bicentennial to USA 250 is an interesting one. If you go back to when I remember the bicentennial, a youngin' at that time, we had the quarter, the half dollar, and the dollar, the Eisenhower, in circulation. So those are the three coins chosen for design changes. If you remember, the design change was only on the back. The quarter was the drummer in Fife, right? Independence Hall on the half dollar, and then a special rendition of the Liberty Bell over the moon on the back of the Eisenhower. Well, this year, USA 250, in the last 50 years, how our commerce coinage flows is different. We don't have a dollar in circulation. We've tried it with the golden dollars. For some reason, we don't like it. It's primarily because paper's easier and they won't take the paper away. They're fighting themselves. But the coins we do use are the dime, the quarter, and the half dollar on a regular basis. Those are the special redos, special designs for this year. Both the dime and the half dollar are emerging liberty and enduring liberty, themes of liberty. The half dollar is the Statue of Liberty look, gorgeous. No different than how gorgeous these dimes are. And the quarter program for this year, oh my on that one. 5 quarters, kind of following the state quarter program, which is the Mayflower Compact, the concept of independent rule. That was coin number 1. Coin number 2 just came out, the Revolutionary War. That's George Washington and then a soldier, Continental soldier. Then we're going to have what? The Declaration of Independence. We're going to have the Constitution and then the Gettysburg Address going forward in the year. But with the quarters, we're going to have 4 different presidents on a quarter this year. Washington is the current coin. Then we're going to see Jefferson, Madison, and Lincoln on the quarters as the year goes on. So the uncirculated coin program put together by the U.S. Mint this year is outright special. Dimes, quarters, half dollars. We're about halfway through the program right now. The dimes, the first 2 quarters, and the half dollar are out. And then the last 3 quarters will be the middle of the year, towards the end of the year. And trust me, we'll have those available as they are. But right now, we're working with the workhorse coin, the Emerging Liberty Dime. It is a roll of 50 uncirculated P's and D's, as you can see right here. 100 coins in all. And our price is just $29.95 for the rolled pair. If you were looking for multiples, we put together a special 4-pack. That is 4 roll combinations, 8 rolls in all. That's only $100. Competition, we've all seen them. They're more per roll than we are for the pair. Individually, it's a ridiculous number, and I understand that too. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Phones are very busy right now. So patience with my operators. We're about 10 calls behind. We got a big staff tonight. We anticipated this, and thank you. Also remember, avccoins.com is there 24/7, 365. Smartphone, laptop, home computer, etc. Good time right now to dive in. Lock up your coins. They are in-house and shipping. So again, they sold out on the 17th. The government officially released them in Dalton, Georgia. It was a phenomenal show, a great showing for us coin collectors. And now it's trying to find them affordably. I think we nailed that. Thanks for listening. Time to be moving on.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
There's one coin that gets a double bang this year, and that is, well, the Silver Eagle. We're celebrating USA 250, 2026, but it's also the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle program, dating back to 1986. So combined, quite special. Now, the uncirculated coin this year, the mint state, the bullion coin, does not have a dual date. The only dual dates are the special releases inside of a series. So many of you remember Savannah when the official release date happened for the Proof Silver Eagle, that beautiful dual date with the privy. Well, it sold out instantly, right? 500,000 coins gone. And now time has passed. We have a chance to go back and look at what we've learned, what we've seen. And there is one glaring rarity that should be talked about. And we're lucky to be able to talk about it tonight, because I have like 12 coins left in stock. So let's have a short conversation on what I believe is the coin in that Proof Silver Eagle area. Tonight, while they last, the beautiful premier version, Betsy Ross label, and it's one of the first edition coins where they limited the number of coins in this holder to only 500. Oh, and by the way, it's an advanced release coin, which is the winner and still champion every time. And oh, by the way, one more time, the price? Yeah. My competition on the price for advanced release Proof Silver Eagles is north of $799. That's the closest. We are $300 less, and we have the coin, the label. All the same, just, well, ours are on steroids, and our price always is. Let's walk through this, because it's important. First of all, PCGS's number one holder always is the Premier, and for this year, the 40th anniversary and USA 250, they incorporated the Eagle landing design, which is this year's reverse design, just the normal flow, onto the Premier label, but they've also doctored it up. You might remember seeing this as more of a gray, black, and white label from prior years. I mean, Premier's been out there for a decade. This year, they brought it out as the red, white, and blue just to kind of spice up what is already a fun year with fun labels. Special coins, special times. Right? These are all perfect 70s, as the holders say. But part of this one makes it even more so attractive is it's how many versus how few. And the how few are always the advanced release. Advanced release is a special program established by the U.S. Mint years ago. Part of launching cohesively the theme or the topic of a new coin, the special collector coins. So what the U.S. Mint does is they take the edition limit and they put 10% out to the top dealers across the country, of which we are one of. So that means from 500,000 we go down to 50,000, right? And those 50,000 get dispersed to the American public. If you send those coins in for certification, and we love our 70s, right? We love our 69s and 70s, I should say. If you send them in and they get to the certification service before the actual release by the U.S. Mint to the American public, which is the other 90%, they'll put on the holder advanced release. You might remember years ago, the first couple of years, nobody could find these because nobody would give them up. Because we know how few is how value is added to any given product. When you look at the numbers on this year's coins, it is outright staggering. Understanding one thing, the number of 70s certified will continue to grow as the year goes on. The advanced release, that's shut off and done. It has to happen as of the release date, which was during the Savannah ANA earlier this year. So right now, the numbers are as follows. The global number is 500,000. The number of coins seen by PCGS so far is 21,435. All right. But again, there are going to be more coins released by the government as the year goes on inside of the 500. So that number will grow, the 21,000. The number that won't grow is the advanced release coins. There are only 3,984 of them that are perfect 70s, advanced release. Now that's a special number. Less than 4,000 out of a global universe of 500,000. Even down in the advanced release number, only less than 4,000 out of 50,000. Think of that math. And then you get to the final step here, which is, on top of all that, this is inside of the premier label. It is inside of the first edition, and it's also part of that special 500 they made this year. Only 500 in this holder, all this stuff tied together. So this is inside of the 3984. It's just the best of the 3984. So if you have an advanced release and it's not this label, you got a great thing. You got a great coin. Because again, less than 4,000 are known in 70. Now, unfortunately, most likely you've paid $7.99, $8.99, $9.99, where I've seen my competition with advanced release proof Silver Eagles, because there are so few of them. I mean, regular proof 70s, we are seeing at the $4.99 to $5.99 level across the country. These are the better, rarer, so why not have it by comparison? We very rarely talk about the beautiful 250 Privy with the Liberty Bell, but that's part of this coin only. So we have a dual date proof Silver Eagle, right? We have a Privy mark on that Silver Eagle. So we've done privies before. 2020 was the V75. Last year, Army, Navy, Marines. Beautiful privies, right? However, this year, the privy is now tied to a dual date. And again, the dual date's only on the proof Silver Eagle. The regular Silver Eagle is just 2026, no privy. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. I only had a handful as I referenced walking into this conversation. I sometimes engulf myself in just how much fun some of these coins are, and this one is like, wow. I mean, we talk about 60, 70 items a night, and some of them are just wow. And this is it. If you're looking for a proof Silver Eagle tonight, this is the coin. It's our only dual dated proof Silver Eagle in the 40 years we have. Remember, the 2016 30th anniversary was what? Edge lettering. That was pretty special too. Can you find an edge lettering proof Silver Eagle out there in 70 today? Yeah. So tonight the numbers are just what they are. The price is crazy. The label's the best, the special. The premiere of the red, white, and blue for this year. The first edition, one of only 500 that were actually done and sold out, except for the few we have left available here today. Under 4,000. It's only 3984 that are known advanced 70s. Then this one inside of it with this 500 in this edition, making it the winner and still champion while they last. Thanks for listening.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had three 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those three coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
As the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. And that applies to coins as well. And 2025 saw the end of the longest running half-dollar series in U.S. Mint history, the Kennedy. Thanks to the series coming to an end, collectors have hit an all-time fever pitch and are trying to get their hands on every single date in the series. And when it comes to collecting, firsts and lasts are always important. And it's hard to get better than this. The first ever proof Kennedy half dollar from 1964, and these ones have been certified by NGC to be in near perfect Proof 69 condition. One of the highest grades known today. This special coin is item number 9056783. It's 9056783. And tonight our coins are less than $150 each at just $149.95. At that price, we are at least $350 less than our nearest competitor's price for a certified near perfect Proof 69 condition coin. Now, as you can see, this is the packaging that these coins came in. Directly from the US Mint, the only way to get it. That's the more modern version starting in 1968. Those original ones did not stand up to the test of time well, which meant a lot of the coins just simply would not grade out in near perfect Proof 69 condition. And the population reports show you just how staggering the numbers really are. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't feel like using the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can also take your laptop, tablet, or head over to your computer and go onto our website. The website is avccoins.com. Again, that's AVC, the word coins, with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar off to the right-hand side of the page. Just click on that and get your hands on a near-perfect Proof 69, original year of issue, silver Kennedy half dollar. Just type into that search bar 9056783. That's 9056783. And grab yourself a piece of US Mint history. From now, what we officially know is the 62-year-old longest running half dollar series in US Mint history. Now, what's also unique about these 1964 coins is not only do they have a slightly different design when it comes to the hair on his head, which Jackie O immediately demanded they change because she did not like how it made her late husband's hair look on the coin. This is also the only year that both the proof and uncirculated coins will be struck out of 90% silver. As we all know, the following year in 1965, all silver was pulled from circulation strike coins, and that also included the coins in the proof set. It wouldn't be until 1998 that we would again see a silver proof Kennedy half dollar. This is the first one ever struck, and the only one struck by the Philadelphia Mint in 90% silver. And they would end up striking 3,950,762 coins. But because, like I said right here, they came in that cellophane packaging, that wasn't the US Mint's best idea. That's why they transitioned to this look years later in an effort to make sure the coins stayed cleaner and did not tone over time. So despite having almost 4 million coins in mintage, just a fraction of them exist in Proof 69 condition with NGC or better. 14,850 coins to be exact. When you compare that to the 3,950,762 coins struck in mintage, it's just 1 in every 266 coins struck in proof condition at the Philadelphia Mint 62 years ago. When you break that down to a percentage, it is less than half of a single percent. 0.38% to be exact. That's why this coin in this grade with our competition, the lowest price we found it retailing for was $500, with many coins already in the $800-900 range because their prices have been skyrocketing now due to the fact that the series has officially come to an end. And like I said, when it comes to collecting, the firsts and lasts are always keys to any series, which means the 2025s and these 1964s are now permanently high-level collector's items. We are more than $350 less than our nearest competition at just $149.95 for each of these coins. And not only is this the longest running half-dollar series in U.S. mint history, it's also one of the most beloved coins in U.S. history, in large part due to the man that graces the front. JFK was without a doubt one of the most beloved presidents in U.S. history. And that's because he was one of the few men to hold the office of the presidency who didn't just talk the talk, he walked the walk. He was a bona fide war hero. When in the Japanese theater in the Pacific, his boat was ran into by a Japanese destroyer and split in two, suffering during that accident an incredibly debilitating back injury that would follow him for the rest of his life and require constant care. But despite being gravely wounded, he then spent the next several hours grabbing his crewmates and swimming them one by one over to a nearby island where they could wait to be rescued by an Allied ship. For this, he earned not just a Purple Heart, but the Navy and Marine Corps Medal for gallantry and bravery. He is a man we have not seen in quite some time, so it makes sense that his half-dollar would become one of the most popular of all time. We have a limited number in this grade, so call in now before these coins too are lost to history.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
It is a fun time to be a collector of coin history, vintage U.S. coins, because we have silver passing 100, over 110 now, right? We have the U.S. Mint out there with its new repricing model, where the current 2025 Morgan and Peace dollars are now in the 173 to 178 price point. Well, with silver at 110, that's a logical progression. At $35 an ounce last year, they were at $95, right? So actually, they're being kind of nice to us on percentages. But then when you look at that, which is the modern market, we can go back in our time capsule 140 years, find rarer original Morgan dollars at a fraction of that cost. Well, that's the stuff we have to talk about. The 82S is up next. So the Morgan dollar was introduced in 1878, right? It was the child of the largest silver find ever in this country, known as the Comstock Lode, which was the child of what? The California Gold Rush. We're on the wagon trains, we're going west, and we hit those big giant mountains called the Rockies, and there's a few cities that pop up because we gotta wait till the snow clears, right? Gotta wait till the temperature is right. Virginia City, Nevada is one of those locations. So we're pausing here. Well, we're bored. We want to be miners, so we start looking. We find the largest silver vein in the history of the United States, right? And that changed everything. Because up to that point in history, the unique thing is we had a U.S. Mint, but we also had on the books Spanish and English coins are still legal tender. So you could walk in with a Spanish, an English, and an American coin to pay for something, and they would take all of it. It was just on the silver content, right? The Comstock basically changed everything. Now we have silver. We're bringing back the silver dollar. So for 28 years, we made this beautiful, classic Many people call it the big cartwheel of the Wild West. 1878 is when they started, so we're looking at year 5 here. This coin is 140 plus years old, and look at it. It looks better than the stuff the U.S. Mint made last year, the 2025s. Stunning. Well, San Francisco is known for their quality, right? Outright known for their quality, because they were not striking. I mean, Philadelphia struck everything. At this time in history, it was the Indian head cent, it was the nickel, right? We had the Liberty nickel, we had dimes, quarters, half dollars, we had the dollar, we had gold pieces. Philadelphia was doing it all. San Francisco struck the Morgan dollar and a few gold coins. So the time was in their favor, which means the quality is in our favor. Now the sidebar, right? 2021 comes, and the U.S. Mint tells us they're going to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan, which was 1921. So we're all going, yes, okay. The number one collectible coin in the world is our Morgan dollar, our vintage Wild West silver dollar, this coin. And they're bringing it back as a modern issue. Gotta love it, right? Gotta love it. Gotta have it, too. Shout out to Cold Stone, right? I stole their phrases there. With that, they made 175,000 coins. It sold out. This coin was part of the second sale on August 3rd. It lasted 5 minutes. 175,000 coins sold out just that fast. And today, the 2021 S, the San Francisco version, sells for over $200 today. I referenced a few minutes ago, early in this conversation, that the U.S. Mint just repriced all of the silver on the website right now, preparing for 2026. USA 250, 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, a big year for the U.S. Mint, which means a big year for us as collectors. Just is. But the brand new silver Morgan is $173 to $178. We're 140 years ago, and we're under both the modern issue sides. And it's not going to stay that way, because it can't. The pressure on these coins is intense right now, because everybody's looking at the brand new numbers, because a lot of people are becoming vintage coin collectors, because what's the phrase here in America? If it ain't big, go home, right? Big is it. This is the largest silver coin struck for circulation. It's the it. It is the most popular. It is the story. It is the look. And tonight, it's the rarity and the value. Think about this. In 64 or higher condition, and this is PCGS's own information, it's public. You can go there right now yourself and get the same number I'm going to read to you. 62,938 out of the original 9.2 million made are known this nice today. And that is 64, 65, and 66 added together. And we're $139.95. By competition, they have this coin with silver at 100. They raised their prices, but again, everybody has. It's just silver is high. I mean, think about this. Here's another side, which just, I'm all over the place, sorry. Math coin math, 0.77 is the net weight of a Morgan dollar. So if you melt it, you get 0.77 ounces. 0.77 with silver at $100 is $77 melt. We're talking about some of the finest known coins, and the relationship from melt now is like, it used to be a 4 or 5 up premium. Now it's not even a 1-to-1 relationship, i.e. a doubling effect. It's not even there. That's crazy value. Guys, give me a 30-second. Do I have other years? That one I hope I do, but we've had a hard time. I mean, every day we're putting 50 new items up and we're taking 100 items down. It's just the nature of the beast, and we thank you all from the bottom of our hearts for that opportunity. We got a big staff that's just dedicated to keeping it as active as we can. Every find we make, it's published, and then if we have enough, we talk about it a week or two later. But right now, 80, 81, maybe, but at $139.95 for a 64, right here, right now, this is the best price. Give us a call.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint stone bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
I know this year has been a fun, precious metal market, right? We've seen silver go over 100. We see it right now at the 75 to 85 range, and it's holding. It's been there for a while. We've seen gold rush to 5,000, and it's hanging up in that category as well. But the unsung hero, the piece we can't find anywhere, and we hunt, is copper. It's kind of like the piece, the affordable piece with our history tied to it. So for this year, we put together a very special project, a 5-piece set tied to our themes on the U.S. quarter program from this year. It is outright stunning. When we had our first minting done about 60 days ago, it sold out in a matter of a couple of weeks. Finally have restocked. And the best part is we're holding the value, we're holding the line. And tonight, join us for the dual dated coppers, 1 ounce, 5-piece set. And the price? Well, that's coming up. Only $39.95. Now, I know we've seen products like this advertised nationally at $8, $9, $10 a piece, and they're not the themes of this year. I mean, coppers at $10 is not unheard of. It's just hard to find. And that's because it's the affordable workhorse piece. So what we've done is put together the 5-piece quarter program. Now, let me explain what it is, because many of you might not know this exists. We have a dime and a $50 on the Liberty theme this year, 1 year only dual dates, right? The Jefferson nickel is just a dual dated Jefferson nickel, no design change. But all the quarters this year, there are 5 of them, tell our history. The first one dates back to our actual history, which is the Mayflower Compact. Remembering, the Mayflower was supposed to go to Jamestown. They got lost and settled somewhere else, and that opened the door for the Revolutionary War and our Declaration of Independence, which led to our Constitution, etc. The story plays itself out perfectly through our quarters. So there will be 5 quarters this year. 4 different presidents, as you're going to see here in a second. The first one's not even presidential. It's the Pilgrims, right? Second one's George Washington. Third one, Thomas Jefferson. Fourth one, James Madison. Fifth, Lincoln. When has that ever happened, right? Where we've had that many different presidents on the same denomination in 1 year. And the themes are tied to what they brought as part of our USA 250 celebration. So we have George Washington, the father of our country, the general that got us there, right? Then we have the concept of the Declaration, Thomas Jefferson. Then we have the we the people. We have these rights as a nation of individuals. And then the last but not least, Lincoln, who held the country together in his first real challenge of strife during the Civil War. So we've seen Jefferson, he's on the nickel. We've seen Lincoln, he was on the cent. Jefferson has been on the presidential dollar, he's been on a silver dollar, right? We've seen Madison on a special $50 and silver dollar in the past. But the program this year, kind of like the state quarter program, is 10 weeks and we change. 10 weeks and we change. And here is the basic look and feel of each of our quarters from this year, blown up into a beautiful 1-ounce copper proof. All of these are made here in the United States. That box you're seeing on top, you open it up and there's a cavity for all 5 of the quarters. A phenomenal presentation piece, a keepsake from 2026, our USA 250 celebration. The best of the best. As I referenced, we did see a similar set put together, not on the themes of the quarters, which is USA 250, but they chose 4 designs that they felt were significant to our history. And they made 1-ounce coppers, and they're gorgeous pieces. The difference, though, their 4-coin set is $62.50. Our 5-coin set, tied to our history through our quarter program this year, which was put out by the U.S. Mint, is only $39.95. More specific, and costing less. Well, it's our middle name, value, and we take it seriously. We want a lot of you to join us, and we want to make sure it's affordable so we all can. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So they're back in stock finally, and I mean finally. It's a process. The designs, well, they did a phenomenal job putting this program together off of the themes of this year's quarters. Mayflower Compact, the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, We the People, and then the Gettysburg Address, right? The Mayflower, which is the Pilgrims, Washington, Jefferson, Madison, Lincoln, all tied together in one beautiful program. And I got to ask the question, number 3 is going to be released soon, which is the Declaration of Independence. Has anybody seen any of these quarters in circulation yet? Well, me either. And I use coins all the time. But you don't have to worry about it. You can join us with this beautiful 1-ounce copper proof program. 5 pieces, $39.95. It's definitely a winner. What a great keepsake of our great 250th anniversary, our 250th celebration. And thanks.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
In a crazy silver market, and the one we're in right now is crazy, right? It's been holding at that 75 to 80 level, pushed 80 recently, but it's holding at that high value number, which means we love finding big silver at lower prices. Always a dream. Well, tonight we're going to make it a reality. We just brought in a deal, broke it down, and we're able with that to bring out again our beautiful peace dollar bonanza. But tonight, look at the cost per uncirculated coin. It's crazy. Outright crazy. That's not a misprint. There's not a digit missing. We are literally $69.95 for an actual vintage U.S. government Philadelphia struck peace dollar. Now, the peace dollar itself is the last of the big silvers. The Morgan dollar, when it came out in 1878, was the largest silver dollar put into circulation at the time. We kept the size and weight. And when they made the peace dollar in 1921, celebrating the end of the War of All Wars at that time, nicknamed the peace dollar, Lady Liberty on the front, the heraldic eagle on the back. And that lasted until 1935. You might remember they pulled gold in 34, they pulled silver dollars in 35, and our monetary system has never been the same. The big silver, the gold are all gone. Well, these are actual coins from the early 1920s. as you can see on your screen that's been rolling across the last minute or so, in this deal tonight, as the red banner says in the graphic, we have up to 4 different. So if you buy a coin tonight, you'll get one of the 4. If you buy 2, you get 2 different dates. 3 different dates. You buy 4, I can get you up to 4 different dates. If you buy multiples of 4, you're not going to get, making this up, you bought 8 coins because this price is crazy, you're not going to get 4 different and then the other 4 a duplicate of one of them. You'll get groups of 4 over 4. So if you buy 8, you're going to get 2, 2, 2, 2. We want everybody to be happy. The breakdown on these tonight is, well, in our favor. And what I mean by that is it's somewhat equally broken down. So that way we're not saying 3 different, and it'll be a mixture of 24s and 25s as the third coin. So tonight, again, a vintage, uncirculated, authentic 90% silver dollar made for circulation in 1922, 23, 24, and or 25. And with silver right now, in that high 70 level, it is an outright crazy steal. I mean, you can't buy a silver eagle today, the silver dollar of today. And we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the silver eagle this year. You can't buy one of those for under $90 today in the marketplace. Note the difference between the silver eagle and the peace dollar? 4 grams of silver. People just have trouble doing coin math. These are 90% silver. The silver eagle is pure silver. These are 90% silver because they had to have an alloy added to the silver so the coin could survive in circulation. These were meant to be in our pockets to buy the groceries we needed this week for our family, etc. But the net weight is 27 grams. A full troy ounce is 31.101 grams. Well, silver is 100, right? And it's 31 grams. You divide that, you're getting roughly $3 and change a gram, right? $3 and change a gram times 4 grams is 12 bucks. So you look at today's market and you have, well, silver eagles at 90, but the math tells us they should be at 80. This is a better deal. And it's vintage 100-year-old coins. And as I referenced, the storyline of being the last silver dollar struck for circulation in this country. A very, very special opportunity. Yes, $69.95. These are not remakes or medallions. These are the authentic, real coins struck by the Philadelphia Mint these 4 years. If you buy 1, again, you'll get a random coin of these 4. You buy 2, you'll get 2 different, 3 different, 4, you'll get all 4 we have in the deal. You can buy as many as it works for you. We have no cap on this, and as always here at America's Value Channel, we're not telling you to get the low price you have to buy all 4. And no, all of my competitors do that. We don't. Because if you just want to have 1, that's all today's budget has for it, I'm okay with that. Love to have you as a customer and join the family. Let's enjoy collecting coins. The Great American Coin Hunt is at its best when there's more of us doing it, right? Look at the quality. Outright special. The poignant design. Remember, the Morgan dollar had Lady Liberty. That was kind of like an older looking Lady Liberty. And the idea with the peace dollar was to change the design. Now, this is the first time you've seen this type of an imagery out there. Now, fast forward 100 years to this year. Have you seen our dime and have you seen our half dollars? It's the story of liberty on our 2026 coins, right? And the dime has a special look, a combination of the barber and the mercury, but the half dollar has the Statue of Liberty look. Look at it and look at this coin. Where do you think they got it from? Now, of course, it's going to be artistic interpretation of the same coin. Beautiful, modern-esque look of the Statue of Liberty. Again, America. Going into New York Harbor, that's what you see. You know where you are. So tonight, that beautiful obverse design. The reverse design is as much fun. And again, remember, end of World War I, you have the doughboys going over, and then the war ends shortly thereafter. It was a costly war. It was a war with how many different nations involved on all sides. The eagle on the mountaintop looking over the pond. You notice how he's looking right versus left, which is most of our other coins? He's looking right, looking over the pond. And the big argument with this coin when it first came out was, well, all of our eagles throughout the 1800s and early 1900s have arrows in the talons, right? That's just the picture of the eagle. Well, this is a peace coin. They finally settled on the olive branch in its talons. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Winding this down. A lot of people buying 4s. I understand why. With silver where it is today, every once in a while it's just fun to bring out the crazy deal. And we are crazy here. Crazy for collectors. It's just, we're all collectors here. So as a result, it just makes a lot of fun when we can bring out quality high-end product, these uncirculated vintage piece dollars, and we can be that far under everybody else in the market. We can be under a silver eagle price. My competition with silver up now, they're over $150 a coin. We're under 70 and up to 4 different. It's just a crazy deal. You got to pick up the phone. You got to join us. Don't miss out.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue, was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
One of the fun parts about collecting is looking for the rarer or unique stuff, right? And it's the Great American Coin Hunt, as we all know it. And we all have our own specialty areas we hunt for. Paper, one of the rarer categories because it's not supposed to last. Well, the paper we carry in our pockets today are known as small size currency. The older ones were known as saddle blankets, about double the size. That change from big to small was in 1928. And the first silver certificates made had a unique name or a nickname because it looked like, well, something else. You might have heard of them. They're called the funny backs. Tonight, we got a few uncirculated 28s. This is a special note. So we shrink the currency to our current size. George is the same George, but everything else is different, right? The blue seal is there. Blue seal is silver certificate. Gold seal, gold certificate. Green seal, Federal Reserve note. Red seal, legal tender note, right? So these are one of the two coins backed by currency. Coin relationship. Bring this to a bank, they'll give you $1 in silver. Well, the first note they made is this design. It changed in 1934, so a very short series. And currency is on the design changes for the most part. This is nicknamed the funny back because you might remember at this time in history there was a new board game, right? That was hitting the American households, known as Monopoly. And the reverse of the Monopoly money, go figure, ends up looking like our first $1 silver certificate of the small size. You know, it's kind of, to me, kind of like the same story as the 1992 Olympic silver dollar, right? It's just a baseball player, even though it does look like Nolan Ryan from his baseball card the year before. I didn't use that as a template, even though it's exactly to the detail. Well, the government also says that we did not use the monopoly money, even though we might be familiar with it, for the first design. So it's known as the funny back because it's just the big one. Great story, great flow. Currency's meant to last for how long? 9 months, and then replaced. Let's walk through history, right? And understand why we don't find these notes at all. We find them circulated, but most of those are 35 or 57s. These are 28s, the very first ever of the small size. The only ones with the funny back reverse. 1963, we discontinue silver certificates. The Treasury puts out a note to the American public. Turn in your blue seals for coin. Next year, they're going away. Which means in 1964, if you walk into a bank, it's just a $1 piece of paper to use in commerce, just like the Federal Reserve notes that are currently out at that time. But you can no longer get $1 in silver. Well, what do you think happens? The banks were flooded. Many of the older colleagues, as I was growing up in this industry, made a lot of money by just going with all the paper and turning it all in to get coin. And now regret it because the paper is actually today significantly rarer than the coin. Again, you make your best decision with what you got at the time, right? So you turn in all your paper. It didn't matter what it was, just turn it in. When's the last time you've seen a silver certificate of any kind? This is the very first ever small size silver certificate. If you asked me to bring you 100 1904 O Morgans, 1,000 1921s, 100 1878 S's, 100 1883 Carson City Morgan dollars, or come up with 20 of this note, I'd take the coin deal. Give me a week or two, I'll get it done for you. I would not take this deal. Because I know you can't just make a phone call and find 20 of them that look this gorgeous. They don't exist like that anymore. You find one here, one there. Every blue moon, somebody has 2 or 3 consecutive notes, right? And they want a fortune for them because of the consecutive nature. Most of us just buy because we want to get the note, the design type, the uniqueness, the rarity, the best of the best. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. In 1928, we brought back the peace dollar. 1921 to 1928, right? It was last year, and then we killed it 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. 5 years we stopped making it, brought it back in 34 and 35. So the end of the first era of peace dollars is 1928. And the 1928 Philadelphia is the lowest minted peace dollar in the entire series. I referenced finding you a coin versus finding you a note. I'll find you a 28 uncirculated before I find you an uncirculated piece of paper. That coin is worth $1,000. This note, my competition has between $250 and $279. Tonight, the small group we have are $129.95. Great coin, great currency piece, great story. That is how rare and how special they are. So everybody, this is where it started, 1928. The first ever small size silver certificate, nicknamed the funny back because it looks like Monopoly money on the reverse. Uncirculated, and yes, that is the price. Give us a call.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had 3 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those 3 coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
We're fortunate as collectors because over the last 250 years, the U.S. Mint has given us a lot of choices to look at. Coppers, silver, gold, special issues, sets, proof sets, galore, right? Our middle name is value. So we take the other part of this, and sometimes it's just about walking into phenomenal deals and recognizing the value. One of my favorites is the Franklin series. Tonight we have a very targeted Bonanza, Denver Mint coins, uncirculated condition, and the best part, well, it's that value. Look at our price. Yeah, and now look at the red column, which is the up to 8 different, right? That's the best part of the whole thing. Finding a 63D, the last year of issue at $39.95, is a phenomenal buy. It was the one coin they made the most of, a phenomenal buy. But finding up to 8 different that are all Denver minted and beautiful uncirculated coins like the ones you're seeing on your screen and only $39.95, whole different conversation. But let's take a step back and just talk about the Franklin series. It is one of my true loves of collecting. Part of it's tied to the fact that, as many of you heard before, I grew up in the 60s as a paper boy, right? And which means I was collecting from my customers, and that's where I started collecting with my grandfather. The Wheaties is the one album everybody jumps to, but I love the big silver, which many people do. And at this time in history, the big silver was the Franklin half dollar. So I collected the Franklin half dollar series. And then we have 1980 happen, which is the first time in world history that silver goes over $50 an ounce. Right now, where is it? Yeah, that's the reason why the market's in a frenzy. Because of that, the last large silver means a lot of these beautiful Franklins were destroyed. And that's why we see value today. Now, the Franklin series itself started in 1948. It ran through the year 1963, replaced by the Kennedy in 64, right? So it ran 16 years. Philadelphia struck all 16 years. Denver, on the other hand, only struck 14 years. There was no 55 and no 56 Denver. So tonight, with up to 8 different, we're giving you about 60% of the entire series from the Denver Mint, if you choose, at under $40 a coin, where nobody can touch us. Now, the last part of this is San Francisco did strike 5 years. So the total number of Franklins, the total number, years and PDS is 35 coins. Love it because it's attainable. It's affordable today, yet it's 3/4 of a century old. That's the best part. So when silver was $35, $40 an ounce last year into last fall, right? My competition had these coins at that $79, $89 level. Now, with silver, well, it's gone over 100. We saw it go to 120, and right now, where is it? Teeter-tottering between 85 and 90, and it's staying there, and it's been there for weeks now. Everybody changed their pricing structures. I understand. The silver content is now significantly higher as a bullion relationship. Well, that is true. Coin math is pretty simple, right? A half dollar is a 0.31. So if silver is $100, a 0.31 is $31 melt, right? That's pretty simple math. They raised their prices to over $100 a coin. They do not have one Denver Franklin uncirculated coin under $100. Well, we're looking at the best stuff, the uncirculated condition coins, the variety, which means the more you buy, the more different you get, and we're under $40. That's the V for value here that we take seriously, and why many of you tune in just to watch what we found in the last 7 or 8 days. It's a fun time. But Denver, this is a unique deal, a person we've been working with for quite a number of years. We see him 4 or 5 times when we are hitting the West Coast on our national coin runs. But he collects. He finds coins for us. And gentlemen, what a great man, but he has an eye for quality. He knows what we like. He knows what you like. And as a result, when he finds a deal, he just sets it aside, and eventually we talk and we bring it all in. He had a deal going into November, December of last year. But sometimes these deals take months to come to fruition, but everybody agreed at the pricing structure. It was more of just proving out the coins and matching up schedules. A lot of us are snowbirds sometimes, which means we're down south when it's warm, when it's cold up north, etc. They had to work out their schedules. With that, we are able to take care of the deal late February. So now we have an opportunity to break down a deal where silver is attractive. That's how we do this. And again, our mantra here is what? Buy the deal, get rid of the deal, i.e. flip it, sell it, make it affordable for everybody. And that way we keep this going. We don't want to sell 4 coins tonight. We want to sell 4,000 coins tonight. And that's the way we've always conducted business here, going over 20 years now at America's Value Channel. Right? Good. Thank you. 8 different. Let's just work backwards, right? As you can see on your screen right now, you're seeing coins from the early 50s as well as all the way up to 1960s, right? If you could just count backwards to get 8 coins, you got to be into the mid-1950s. There's no other way around it. If you go completely backwards, you're at what? 54? 3, 2, 1, 0, 9, 8, 7, 4. So if you get exactly backwards, you're at 54. I know that's not the case because we have many of the earliers, the 51s, 2s, and 3s in this deal as well. And because some of them are 20, some of them are 40, and many of you are buying, it moves around a lot. That's why we're guaranteeing 8. We'll hope to do more than that, but we know 8, a doable deal when we can stand on. Guys, phones are busy and I'm talking too much. So let's put a 30-second clock up. Value, period. Everybody else has raised their prices to over 100. We're holding the line at $39.95. And one better tonight, we're guaranteeing Denver only. That's what this deal came out to be. And just the variety. Again, there are only 14 Denvers that were made. And tonight we have up to 8 of them. So we're over half the way there at $39.95. That is an outright special opportunity. And the quality? Absolutely.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
The Morgan silver dollar is without a doubt one of the most popular coins in U.S. mint history. And if it wasn't for the introduction of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most collected silver dollar of all time. And not just in U.S. mint history, in world history as well. And in the Morgan silver dollar series, no coins have become more iconic than those from that first year of issue, aka the year of the tail feather. You see, when they first struck the Morgan silver dollar, the coins for the first several days, 11 to be exact, were struck with the eagle having 8 tail feathers. And the problem was, a bunch of people in the media decided to point out they believed that number was incorrect and the U.S. Mint had made a mistake. Because in their mind, of course the eagles had to have an odd number of feathers. Hearing this backlash, the U.S. Mint quickly transitioned from the 8 tail feather design to the quote-unquote corrected 7 tail feather design. So in typical U.S. Mint fashion, even their most popular silver dollar of all time still had that first-year blunder the U.S. Mint has become well known for. The only problem was we found out years later from wildlife experts that there was no set specific number. They could have 8, they could have 9, they could have 7. The vast majority of animals in the wild will lose their tail feathers at some point through hunting or just old age. So there really is no specific number. So the U.S. Mint got in trouble for not even being wrong. This is the corrected 7 tail feather Morgan dollar. still in beautiful, uncirculated condition at almost 150 years old. These coins were struck 148 years ago, but still look almost as good as the day they came out of the presses. This stunning 7 tail feather uncirculated silver dollar is item number 905-1755. That's 905-1755. And at just $139.95 tonight, less than $140 per coin, we are more than $257 less than our nearest competitor's price. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or, if you'd rather, you can head on over to our website. Just hop on your tablet, laptop, or computer and type in avccoins.com. Again, that website is avc, the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, click on the search bar you can see to the right-hand side. Type in that search bar 905-1755 to grab yourself a literal piece of United States Mint and silver dollar history. Again, in that search bar, just type in the item number 905-1755. Now, as I said, they only struck the 8 tail feather design for a short 11-day span. And when they finally shifted to the 7 tail feathers, they began striking these coins in earnest, because this coin was meant to be the workhorse of the American economy, and it would go on to be that way for well over a century. They would strike 9,759,300 total coins. Yet despite that massive mintage, almost 10 million coins, very few of these coins still exist today in any grade at all. You look at NGC's and PCGS's population reports and combine them, there is just a grand total of 53,837 coins. And that's every single grade they had. So from VGs all the way up to stunning MS64s and 5s. Just 53,837. When you compare that to the 9.7 plus million coins in mintage, it's just 1 in every 181 coins struck. And when you break that down to a percentage, it's just a hair over half of a single percent. 0.55% to be exact. These coins being that rare today are why our competition can get away with asking for almost $400 for these coins in true uncirculated condition. Our competition wants $397 for this same silver dollar. We are more than $257 less. So much less that you could buy 2 coins with us, and you're still going to save over $117. And to put into perspective how good of a value this coin is tonight at $139.95, let's compare it to the price of a circulated coin with our competition. For an 1878 7-tail feather circulated Morgan silver dollar, they're still asking for $255. $115 more than our significantly better condition uncirculated silver dollars. And another thing to take into account, these coins are more popular than ever today, thanks to the reintroduction of the Morgan silver dollar in 2021 for the 100th anniversary of the transition from the Morgan to the peace dollar in 1921. With the release of brand new Morgans, and they did release them for several of the past years and will likely be striking them continuously for the foreseeable future, that has made the originals hotter than ever, because collectors are clamoring to get their hands on all of the old dates they missed out on. And when it comes to collecting, first and last are always important keys to any series, especially a series as beloved as the iconic Morgan silver dollar, and even more so, whenever there's a first year of issue snafu or kerfuffle at the US Mint, that always makes those coins even more sought after. And then you have to take into account very few Morgan silver dollars survived the test of time. If they weren't worn down by circulation, they were melted down during the 1918 Pittman Act, when the U.S. Mint destroyed over 270 million silver dollars to gain bullion. We have a limited number of these first-year issue coins in stock, and at more than $257 less than our nearest competition, they are not going to last long. So please call in now and get yours while you still can.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint sewn bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
So I'm going to start with, after 62 years, the Kennedy half dollar comes to an end. And that was last year, and it was a big fever, and it was a lot of shock, because most of us grew up with that big half dollar being there. All right? So how do you make that go away and have a smile? Well, what you do is you bring out the Liberty half dollar, dual dated, Statue of Liberty themed, and make it a splash for a 1 year only. And that's what they did. And tonight, the good news. I finally have inventory to where I can break it down into individual rolls, roll pairs, and even combo pairs. And again, as I referenced, it's time. Let's get into it. The Bonanza on 2026. I wanted to say Kennedy half dollars. It was kind of like there for me, but I'm going to pause and go to what it really is, which is the Enduring Liberty. I mean, the dime and the half dollar this year are themes of liberty. Emerging liberty and enduring liberty. And the designs nailed it. The Statue of Liberty on a circulating coin, right, as the theme, obverse and reverse. Remember, the presidential dollar program had the Statue of Liberty on the back, but as the theme of liberty, walking in the New York Harbor, the Statue of Liberty. But the reverse to me is real poignant. What is it? Is it the torch being handed to the American public, or is it the American public grabbing or extending for liberty the torch itself? Either way of looking at it, it is outright special, and they did a great job. The challenge is finding the coins. And over the last 2 or 3 months, we bumped into a couple small deals where we were able to offer 10 Ps and 10 Ds in a roll, and I know many of you joined us, and you got a great deal. Tonight, because my inventories are finally in a better place, we are able to bring out solid rolls of Ps. So if it's an east-west, East Coast, West Coast scenario for you, and you found the Ps because you're on the East Coast, but you need the Ds, we got you covered here tonight. If you need a pair of both, or you want to get a few more because you're with me on the design is outstanding, and it's the largest coin in the mix of circulating coins this year for USA 250 dual dated. So it's kind of special that way. So we have a pair there, and you're saving $10 on the pair. But even more so if you buy 3 roll pairs. Because remember the dimes? We had the dimes, a special deal. You buy multiple dime rolls, and a lot of people wanted this to get multiples. We're going to shave it even more. We're at $199.95, and that's 3 roll pairs, which means 3 rolls of Philadelphia and 3 rolls of Denver. 20 coins a roll times 3 is 60. 60 times 2 is 120. That is the number in that bottom picture. So it's 20 coins, 40 coins, P and D, 20 and 20, and then the bottom is 120. Just taking it times 3. What a great opportunity. An outright opportunity. Now I've seen these advertised nationally. A lot of our competitors have them, and finally we're able to see these coins closer to the middle of the year. But it comes down to value as well, right? And I'm seeing people in Brinks rolls, which is one option. It's the coins go to the Brinks and or Wells Fargo type security companies that roll coins for the banks. And I look at those and I like them, but I'm a big fan of, I want my coins protected. I'm a coin person, so I want my big protective locking tube. And ours are included in the locking tube just because that way the coins are stored. There's no distortion on the oxidation with the air and the paper and the printing, which sometimes can be a wonderful thing, sometimes can be a horrible thing. It's just outright clean and simple. So as you saw on the screen a second ago, those locking tubes is how our coins come. It's just kind of how we do business. So let's talk about the program though. I mean, think about what they've done this year. And to do that, we have to go back 50 years. Now, I was a younger individual. I had hair back in the 1970s, and we had a quarter, a half dollar, and a dollar. And the U.S. Mint at that time in history chose to make it dual dated for the first time. Our bicentennial was something special. But the main theme on each coin, Washington, Kennedy, and Eisenhower, stayed the same. The reverse changed. We had the Minutemen, basically, the drummer boy. We had Independence Hall, and then we had the Liberty Bell and the moon on the Eisenhower. This time around, the U.S. Mint went in our favor. Total obverse, reverse, redo. The only thing that looks similar is the Jefferson nickel. That has a dual date on it for the first time ever. But the dimes, all 5 quarters, what a great program. And then this beautiful Liberty half dollar have obverse and reverse designs unique to USA 250, unique to our semi-quincentennial. That's the only time I'm going to say it because that's a mouthful. It just means 250 years, half of 500, right? But tonight, look at the value. I was getting to that before I went off on my own tangent. My competition, the closest we saw was $59.95 for a roll. Right? We're $20 less, and you get to pick the roll you'd like. If you want to get them both, you're under, well, $34.95 a roll. And then you get into the big deal, which is 3 roll pairs, and we're looking at the low 30s. It's just a very special opportunity to just put together value. And it's all about value. We want to have a keepsake of our memories. I remember bicentennial coins, and I still do this to this day, and I think it's just me, but maybe a few of you are like it, and that is what? When you see a bicentennial coin, do you spend it or do you save it? I don't care if it's circulated or uncirculated. You got it from a bank and it looks great, right? We still just hang on to the keepsakes, parts of our history, significant parts of our history. And as a young country, 250 years, look at what's been accomplished and look at how we're celebrating. And we're doing that with the U.S. Mint. The Treasury Department, paper money, nothing's changed for this year. What a bummer there. Right? They had the $2 bills back in 1976, and they brought that back, and it was really a cool thing with the independence signing the Declaration on the reverse. But this year, it's just our coins, and thank you, they did it right. Dime unique, 5 different quarters, a half dollar that's unique. And next year, it's back to something different. Rumor has it, next year we're going back to the Kennedy half dollar. He'll be facing the other way. And the reverse is going to be different, tied to the Special Olympics program. Basketball is the theme for 2027. So we have a 1-year only special keepsake. So if you have a grandson, a son, a daughter, a friend, let's get him into collecting. I know I got hooked big time. And this was the time frame when it was like all of a sudden, from being a paper boy to now I can do this on my own. It was a big difference maker. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. The phones have been jammed. I apologize for not referencing. You can always use avccoins.com. 24/7, 365. You've helped make us the #1 coin destination on the web. We thank you, and we're going to do our best to keep it. And part of that is giving you prices like this tonight. Full rolls of 20Ps, full rolls of 20Ds, pairs at a discount, 3 rolls at a bigger discount, destroying the competition on price points. And quality plus presentation all tied together in one. It is a special opportunity. Get yours. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal.
The first Indian head cent was issued in 1859, and it actually became known as an Indian head cent only because of the Indian headdress. It's actually Lady Liberty, but just because she's wearing an American Indian headdress, it became known as the Indian cent. This is a unique one-year-only design with a laurel wreath on the reverse. It was changed in year 2 to the oak wreath with a small shield. $29.95 for a beautiful collector, quality circulated piece. Competition over $75. First year of issue is always coveted by collectors, and this one here is that first year of issue for the Indian Head Cent series. Each one will be encapsulated as well, so join us, folks, while they last, just $29.95 each.
The last silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation was, and it wasn't the Eisenhower, that was a copper clad from 71 to 78, 50 years ago. The silver Eisenhowers were for collectors only. The last one issued for circulation, well, that was the series before that. That was the Peace Dollar series. It ended in 1935, and tonight, for a few minutes anyways, we have the last year of issue, the rarer coin, the Philadelphia, and the quality uncirculated. How about this value? Yeah. For an uncirculated 35p, if you're familiar with this coin, that $149.95 price point is a wow movement. With silver now pushing over 100, everybody has moved their prices to $240, $250 for all the premium coins. And tonight, this is the way we do our business. One, we'd be lower anyways, but two, this was brought in weeks ago, formatted for this show we're talking through. And as a result, we're able to market to where we're going to sell it out, and we're happy to do so. We're here to get new customers, and we're here to create and just make available values. And we love it. But let's talk about the Peace Dollar, because it is the last 90% silver dollar struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation. It was introduced in 1921. It was meant to be a tribute to peace after the war of all wars at that time, which was World War I. The Morgan dollar was struck for the majority of 1921, but they finally approved the Peace Dollar. Look at the reverse. You see the eagle? In the talons of the eagle is an olive branch. That's all it took. Every coin in U.S. history prior to this one, the eagle has arrows in its talons. So a subtle change, and all of a sudden the coin's now out there. See the olive branch? Very poignant design, however, right? The eagle, our symbol, the United States, is on the mountaintop looking over the pond, looking east. Where? To Europe, where World War I was. Olive branch in hand, as preferred. The front side has a great little gimmick on it as well. If you look at the word trust to the right of the neck of Liberty, TRVST, V for victory in World War I as well. So 1934 comes, and we pull gold. President Roosevelt pulls gold at that point. And then the next year, 1935, we pull silver dollars. We're getting all the precious metals, big precious metals, out of the gambit of production. We do continue the dime, the quarter, and the half dollar, but we get the big silver dollar out. So this is the end of a chapter, not just the end of the Peace Dollar series. It is the last 90% silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation. It's kind of like on steroids. The concept is good. They made two coins that year, a 35S and a 35P. If you follow mintage figures, the P is rarer than the S. If you rank all the Peace Dollars from the lowest mintage, which is the 1928 Philadelphia, all the way to the highest, the 1922P, you're going to find this one in the top 10 at number 9, which is never a bad thing. Top 10. Because we understand one thing. How many, how few is a conversation we have often here on our shows on America's Value Channel. And we're talking about the concept of how many, but we're all looking for the how few. We all want to be part of the few that are out there in categories that are special. And this is it. The other thing to remember inside of the conversation at hand, inside of the fact that we're $130 to $150 less than our competition right now, is the understanding of what the market was doing, right? The Pittman Act of 1918 destroyed a ton of the Morgan dollars, not the piece, because the piece is made after that. A lot of it from the silver melted, right? But the Manhattan Project of World War II, which was the making of the atomic bomb, they melted millions upon millions upon millions of peace dollars. What was the last peace dollar? The 35s. Oh, now I understand why I can't find them. Because again, the last one in is usually the first one out, right? But here's something else to look at. And I spend a lot of time on this. I know many of you do similar type things. If a regular peace dollar is $90, let's just say, an uncirculated 1922-23, which by the way would be a steal right now, and silver pushes up, right? It moves with it because of the relationship to silver, and it's one of the more common of peace dollars. And that's just more factual than anything else. Now the market takes off, which means those coins move first because they're more tied to the bullion content. So now we're seeing those coins at 119, 129. Now we're looking at the rare stuff, the good stuff, the stuff that before was double, triple the price of any of the other silver dollars in the peace dollar family, are now a $10 or a $20 premium. That doesn't happen. And it will correct itself very quickly. It's like the trickle down from silver eagles to 90% silver, of which the dollar is one of them. And then it trickles down into side of that, which is where is the line on rarity versus bullion? And in the peace dollar series, we have a thin line. And we've just crossed it in our favor. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Looks like many of you agree. Thank you all for the phone calls. We are very close to a sellout. If you are visiting us via avccoins.com, our dedicated website, push it through. Many, many items in our shows this week are going to be selling out because silver's crazy at 110. And our prices, well, are priced not at 110, which means everybody wins. We're happy, you're happy. That means the world should be happy. Tonight, the end of the era, the last 90% silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint for circulation. That's the 35 peace dollar. And tonight we have the beautiful Philadelphia or P Mint in uncirculated condition for under $150. Again, my competition raised their price to $264. Save over $100 while they last.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
2026 is here, and we're starting to see some of those special coins being released by the U.S. Mint, right? The dual-dated nickels, the dimes are out in circulation. Have you seen one? I haven't, but have you seen one? The special half dollars, the Liberty half dollars, the brand new quarter series. Now we got the Silver Eagle, the Gold Eagles, all the fun collector coins. They're all out. But there's a new series that will be out this year celebrating the 5 key coins in the history of the United States. Mercury dime, Walking Liberty half dollar, St. Gaudens gold coin, the 1804 dollar, and do you know what the 5th one is? The 5th one is the Standing Liberty quarter. So over the next few months, we're going to be celebrating the original coin before these beautiful new issues come out. Because we understand one thing, When you bring out the new one, a lot of excitement goes to the old one. We've seen that a million times over the last decade. So tonight, we're bringing back that bonanza, the Standing Liberty 90% silver quarter from the turn of the last century. And the price? Yeah, that's a shocker too, but here we go. Yes, in today's silver market, that number is accurate. We are at $17.95 tonight for a beautiful hand-selected, vintage, original Standing Liberty quarter. Now, as I referenced, there are 5 coin designs the U.S. Mint chose, and they're part of what they call the Best of the Mint series. The third release this year will be this coin. They are going to make this coin in gold, and they're going to make this as a 1-ounce medallion. And if we've seen anything so far this year, everything they've touched that's USA 250 is sold out instantly. Well, we do know that the Proof Silver Eagle selling out a month ago has put a lot of pressure on other Silver Eagles. It's a natural progression. But we know the Mercury Dime and Walking Liberty Half Dollar, like this Standing Liberty quarter, are going to put a lot of pressure on the original 90% series. It's just one of those crazy, unique designs. They were part of the original 1916 coin renaissance. We changed all of our silver coins from being the same design, the Barber series, to 3 unique independent designs. And all 3 of those designs are part of this year's 2026 celebration. Now, good question, thank you. Normally part of our bonanza, there's a little graphic that says across the bottom, up to X different. Tonight we're changing that because I wanted the price point. Went to the warehouse, said, hey guys, we got this deal that just came in. Time to sort them out. How many hours to sort this? Break it down for us. And the answer was more hours than we wanted, which means accounting said either raise the price or keep it unique. Now, I grabbed a couple of handfuls and I found 4 different dates. You're seeing those right now on the screen. So we are selling a beautiful 90% silver quarter, a Standing Liberty quarter, this like you're seeing on your screen. And we'll give you as many different dates as we possibly can. Just can't promise 7 different, 10 different, etc. Just because the price point is the reason. If I raise the price point by a couple of dollars, it's going to give us the opportunity to go in there and break them all down. But that's time is money, and that's what they're telling me. So tonight, I'm all about value. Because I understand one very simple thing. That this has always been a special coin. The uniqueness, the storylines, right? The eagle soaring on the reverse. One of the more popular eagle designs. But you remember 1916, 1917, when this coin came out? Look at the design, right? It was known as the bare breast or the naked lady coin, right? Because when it was originally designed, it was. They covered it up in the middle of 1917. They put chainmail over it, and it continued on. So the series is very popular just because of the uniqueness of design. They were going for a really artistic coin, and it was a topic that artists thought was important, but the American public said, nah. So they changed the design. Maybe you didn't know that. Well, tonight, the best part is my competition is between $45 and $55. If you want one coin, their lowest price coin is $45. If you want 4 different coins, the 4th coin is much more. We're going to give you as many different as we possibly can, but our price tonight is $17.95 while the bonanza lasts. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Sometimes it's all about the price. And can you believe it? This is a 90% silver coin. The coin series probably still out there right now. In 1932, for the anniversary of our first president, George Washington, we brought out a special issue. We stopped this series in 31, brought out the George Washington 1-year only quarter. It was so popular, we did not make any quarters in 1933, and they brought back, not this design, they brought back the Washington quarter in 1934. And by the way, today we still have the Washington quarter today, 3/4 of a century later. So this is that one beautiful coin that if it wasn't for the events of we need a coin to put our first president on, and we didn't want to take the cent because we put Lincoln on that, and we didn't want to take away the Mercury dime or the Walking Liberty. So I guess what? The stepsister gets picked, and we choose that denomination. Well, the design is not that. The design is beautiful. The value is wow. And tonight, $17.95 each, value written all over it.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
This year we're celebrating a dual celebration. Not only the USA 250 we talk about a million times a night, but also the 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle, introduced back in 1986. So the Silver Eagle of this year is a little bit extra special. And like we did for the 30th anniversary in 2016, a little extra edge lettering to make it special and never do it again, this year they did it one up. They had a dual date for the only time in the series history, and a special privy mark to kind of accent USA 250. Tonight, the good news is this. I have proofs back in stock, but the story behind them makes it even more attractive. But not to mention the crazy price. So you're going to see that in a second. Here we go. You might remember the A&A in Savannah. It was a great celebration. The U.S. Mint launched this year's dual-dated Proof Silver Eagle with the congratulations Philadelphia Mint piece. They sold out instantly online and then sold out shortly thereafter at the show. The lines were long. There was 500,000 Proof Silver Eagles. But take a step back and just say, really? Our most significant coin, our big, beautiful Proof Silver Eagle, the only dual date, the special privy for USA 250, and we're only making 500,000 of them? And the answer is yes, which is why it's sold out. But the rest of the story is the significant part. The reason why it's sold out so quickly is they didn't make all 500,000 immediately. They made 300,000, sold it out, and rumor has it, give or take the 4th of July, the last 200,000 are coming. But here is the clinch. As Paul Harvey used to say, the rest of the story. They also released that same day the congratulations. That was 60,000, right? And that sold out instantly as well. And then it was the same scenario, but they only made 40,000 of the 60,000. And then recently they released the other 20,000, which makes it a full 60,000 coin sellout. Can anybody find that coin? It sold out faster the second time than it did the first time. And now it's sold out for good. So we anticipate the final sellout to be swift. And it's because it is the dominant coin of this year. I mean, the dimes are beautiful, the half dollars are beautiful, the quarter series is phenomenal, great imagination and thought. But we live on the big, big, big Proof Silver Eagle. It's our number one coin every year. And this is the dual date, special design, privy, yada, 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 as Seinfeld would say, right? Now here's what this piece is. You might remember that there's this program the U.S. Mint has known as the Advanced Release Program. And they work with a number of larger companies across the country, of which we are one of, on sending the message, talking to collectors, getting the coins out there to the collecting public, and all of our unique ways of doing it. Well, obviously, we're here on television versus others are catalogs, etc., right? They reserve 10% for that group of people. The 90% goes to the American public directly. So the smallest addition every time a special issue comes out is the advanced release. Because the grading services, NGC in this case, signify where it came from. And they do that because over the years we've loved first day of issue, first release, day one, first strike, right? Now it's first allocation for Silver Eagles. All of that matters and sells for a premium in the marketplace. We want the first, not just one of the first. We want the first. Well, the ultimate first on these beautiful collector coins are the advanced release coins. But the numbers are based on the big number, not the small number. Big number meaning the entire mintage. And that's what makes this special to this point. When the year is over, there's going to be 500,000 proof Silver Eagles, and they will be sold out. There are only 13,542 of them that have been tagged by NGC, certified as advanced release. That's less than 3% of all the proof Silver Eagles from this year will be tagged as the rarest. Now, the other part is look at our price. I did lead with that, but then I got on a side tangent. I'm sorry. Look at that price. Can you find anybody with a regular OGP, original government packaging, proof Silver Eagle for under $300 right now? And we're not only giving you the proof Silver Eagle, we're giving it to you in the rarest format for $50 less. Every hour of every show, and we've been doing this now pretty much all of 2026, we have what we call a stunner. It's meant to make your eyes open up, kind of like you're smelling an onion, right? Doing, just wake you up. This price should wake everybody up. But now when you add all the extra little pieces with it, it's like you can have your cake and eat it too. And how often does that happen? So tonight, if you have a proof Silver Eagle, congratulations. You're one of a small group of people. I worked inside of the original 300,000 released. Those 200,000 coming out soon are going to go away fast. And those will be higher priced than this will. We all know that. The congratulations when they came out, right? 40,000, 20,000 to sell out to 60,000. When the second group came out, it didn't tube the market. It accelerated the excitement of the market because there's still not enough of the coins out there for the year. And the other thing they did this year, which is different than past, the congratulations coin is different than the proof Silver Eagle this year. Philadelphia struck, not dual dated, where this is dual dated with the USA Liberty Bell privy with the USA 250 on it. So tonight, putting aside one of the rarest would be here. The only thing rarer than this is a perfect 70 of this. And we've all seen those. And what are they, $800, $900 today in the marketplace? It's the only thing rarer than this in the proof Silver Eagle this year. So tonight, $249.95 while it lasts. Guys, give me a 30-second clock, please. Love it. And NGC has done some great holders for this year. They call this the Betsy Ross flag. Remember in the original colonial flag, which is the 13 stars? Beautiful look and feel. The other is that red, white, and blue Silver Eagle design. I mean, again, they've knocked it out of the park. Kudos when kudos are deserved, right? But tonight, not only getting the proof Silver Eagle for under $250, you're getting the rare format, which is the advanced release in this gorgeous holder, certified by NGC as being from the release. What do they say? If you can't beat it, you got to join it. So that means you got to give us a call. We're waiting for it. Let's go.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had three 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those three coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
At the last show in Pittsburgh recently, I bumped into a good friend in the industry that helped coordinate one of the great modern issue coins, in my opinion, of the last decade. And that is an American icon put on a legal tender coin for the first time. And we had it available earlier this year, and it sold out instantly because, well, the icon stands for itself. I talked to the individual and said, hey, do you have any of these things set aside? Because if you have anything left, I want them. I want them desperately. I'll make you a silly trade. And we did. So tonight, I have available the last known pieces of the beautiful John Wayne Perfect 70 reverse proof silvers. Here we go. So we're celebrating USA 250. And there's a lot of individuals over the years. If you're a baseball fan, we have a lot of great names, from Shoeless Joe Jackson, right, to Babe Ruth, Mickey Mantle, Joe DiMaggio, and Ted Williams. You keep on adding to the modern. We have our football, we have our baseball, we have the icons of the presidency, we have politicians, we have actors and actresses. But there's one person that kind of transcends all of that, right? That almost everybody knows. And on a one-name basis. When I say the word Jordan, everybody knows it's Michael Jordan, right? It's not George Jordan or anybody else. It's Michael Jordan, the basketball icon, right? Well, when it comes to entertainment, when you bring out the phrase, the Duke, if you're my age or even close in proximity, and even my kids, because when my kids were little, John Wayne was always one of our movies we watched, and there's many to go over. The Duke stands out. But for the first time, and they've been doing icons of industry, they've been doing icons of entertainment for decades now. And the governing licensing bureaus have been making available these topics for the American public and the world public. Well, in 2020, they celebrated the Duke, right? And they made only 15,000 coins. They made these in reverse proof, which is the rarest version of them all. These pieces we have are independently certified by NGC as being the finest known. Only a few hundred of 70s exist out of the 15,000, and that's what just takes it to the upper echelon of wow. So this is a legal tender coin from the year 2020. It was struck by the New Zealand Mint, which is now Argo. The governing country is Tuvalu, and Tuvalu, a protectorate of Great Britain, means Queen Elizabeth II's on the coin. And voila, there you have it. Now, we have seen these coins advertised just in the OGP for between $220 and $250, and they seem to disappear whenever we talk about the product. We have not seen a 70 this year other than the group we brought out earlier, of which we were at this price and we sold it out. So all of us have to have a favorite movie, right? What's yours? Fort Apache, Rio Grande, She Wore a Yellow Ribbon, or towards the end of his career, the man who shot Liberty Valance, excuse me. I should know better than that. Right? The other would be what? The Green Berets. A lot of his themes were Western. A lot of his themes were military. They were, if anything, rah-rah. the psyche of the USA. And we put it on the big and the bold and the beautiful, which is the big silver dollar, right? These are 1 ounce silver reverse proofs. And as I referenced earlier, these pieces come from an edition of 15,000. And in perfect 70, if you can go to NGC's website, you go there and you can look it up. You have to go to World Coins, you have to search for the government of Tuvalu. And then Tuvalu sponsors a lot of special collector coins. You just got to look for the year 2020. It'll say John Wayne, and then you're going to be surprised when you see only a couple 170. It's like, wow. Just kind of the best of all worlds. The best of all worlds. Here's a piece of trivia, and I had to look this one up because I did not remember it, I'm being honest. But how many of you remember John Wayne's actual name? Not his stage name. Marion Morrison. For some reason, I wanted to say Van Morrison, and I knew that was wrong, but I did not remember it was Marion Morrison who would become John Wayne, the ultimate icon of the Wild West, military stories from that multiple decade experience, right? How many of his movies over the years have been remade? Another reference to the testament of the storyline, but also the character he created inside of it. Rooster Cogburn, right? Katie Elder, right? All of the great movies of old brought to life by the character. And he's been partnered up over the years with some pretty strong supporting casts. And we all even have our favorites. So yes, let me break it down and go over the details again. Actually, I stand corrected. Thank you very much. I referenced earlier in the New Zealand Mint, right, on this one, and I stand corrected. This piece was actually struck by the Perth Mint in Australia for Tuvalu for this project. It's not meant to mislead anybody. Memory goes so far, and then when we know it, we correct it. The edition limit is, as I referenced, 15,000. It is a reverse proof, and these are the lucky few 70s that are known, and this is that last batch thereof. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Let's wind this down. So we're talking a lot about the special USA 250 vibe, all the unique coins that talk about our liberty, our happiness, the periods of our history, the quarter program, right? The 5 different stages of our development into the United States and who we are today. And then we have to take a step back and say, who are the icons that kind of put that mystique on there, right? And for the longest time, a lot of our European friends always called us a bunch of cowboys, right? Well, I mean, okay. Is that a badge of honor? I think so. Because we have a different look, a different feel. And did anybody portray that look or feel better than the Duke, John Wayne? Absolutely. So vote for your favorite movie. Can't go wrong. And oh, by the way, look at the design on this one, huh? Is there anything better? I mean, the Queen is the Queen, but the real story is John Wayne, right? Or Marion, maybe we should call it, right? If you're visiting us via the web, like a ding, ding, ding notice, we are almost sold out. Number of operators are more than coins. If it's in your shopping cart, please push it through. I don't think we're going to have this one coming back. It is that special. And finally, going to be sold out for good. What a great piece. And thanks.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful Mint State 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
I got to find them all. I got to find the value, and they got to be the right quality. Isn't that what we always look for, no matter what the series is? But the Kennedy half dollar was out there for 62 years, right? 64 to 2025. Same design obverse, same design reverse. We loved it. And they actually didn't even circulate it for the last 20 plus years. But early issues, it gets confusing, but it shouldn't, right? Everybody thinks we pulled silver in 1964, and we kinda did. In 1965, our dimes and our quarters were the copper-clad sandwich coins. The Kennedy half dollar, that started in 1971, which means we had some silver Kennedys being produced that nobody knew existed. And with silver going to the crazy prices of 1980, and these being the last of the big silvers, they all disappeared over 40 years ago. So tonight, not only do we have them, our bonanza, our best ever bonanza on the Kennedys is back. So there are a total of 7 different silver early issue Kennedys. Let me explain what they are. 1965, 1966, and 1967, Philadelphia made a coin. Only one coin each year. 1968 and 1969, Denver made one coin. 1970, Denver made it again, but this time they never released it in the circulation. It was only released in the United States uncirculated set. To this day, 62 plus years later, that 70D is still the holy grail in the Kennedy series, and it's silver. And then the rarest of the uncirculated bicentennial Kennedys, the Independence Hall design. P's and D's we saw in circulation. San Francisco made a beautiful collector edition silver, 7th coin. Tonight, the bonanza is back, which means if you buy one, you'll get one of the random 7 silver Kennedys we're talking about here, from 65 through 70, and then the 76. If you buy 5, you'll get 5 different. But if you buy 7, it means we have to give you the bicentennial. It means we have to give you the rarest Kennedy of all, the 70D. The 7th, the 6th, and the 7th of the big silvers. Now the other part of this is our price is just $19.95 each. My competition has them between $39.95 and $42.95. That's the price of 65 to 69. Right? They are over $50 by itself for the bicentennial silver Kennedy. The Independence Hall bottom right-hand corner. And then the 70D, the Holy Grail, the rarest, the most limited of all the Kennedys, they're over $80 by itself. Add them all up. If you get 7 over 7, they're hundreds of dollars. We're at $19.95 each for as many as you'd like to join us with. And we're in a pretty good shape numerically year by year, to where if you want to buy a couple of runs of 7, 14, 21 coins, we're going to be able to give you complete sets. My people in the warehouse know they see 7, it's one of the 7. They see 14, it's 2 each of the 7, etc. If you order 15, it's going to be 2 each to make 14, and then there'll be a 15th repeat of one of these 7, right? We want to make you happy. We want to give you as much different as we can, but it's all about value. It's our middle name. And with the news release in the last week or so, did you catch it? The U.S. Mint this year has a Liberty design. Beautiful coin. We've had it on the network. We can't keep it in stock. Gorgeous Statue of Liberty look for USA 250. 1776, 2026, right? Beautiful piece. Next year, 2027, there is going to be a special half dollar. And they've only released what the reverse is going to be. And it's 4 the Special Olympics, and the first design is going to be a wheelchair male and female athlete basketball. They did a great job in designing it. Rumor has it the Kennedy's coming back facing the other way. So we have 62 years of the same Kennedy, same look, facing left, presidential seal on the reverse. And now in 2027, he might be coming back looking the other way and having a different reverse added for all the different projects going forward. Fingers crossed, it's next year, not that far away. Until then, we're going to celebrate 2026, and we're going to look for that beautiful Liberty half dollar. But in the meantime, we're going to go back in history to the early years of the Kennedy and look at some of the silver issues. And again, many just didn't realize these early issues were silver. I remember having conversations with my grandfather. I was a paper boy in the 60s, and he got me into collecting because you're collecting the monies from your route people, and you get a lot of coins. Papers were affordable back then, right? And turn them sideways, and you say, the dimes and the quarters, turn them sideways. If you don't see a ring, the copper, they're silver, 64 back, another way of doing it, put them in a bin, don't give those up, right? And then the Kennedy half dollars, and he said, the Kennedys they're still silver. Don't worry about it. Save them all. And I did. And unfortunately, the idiot that I was when I was a youth, I took about half of those coins and melted them in 1980 and bought a car. I mean, nobody's perfect. But I put those coins aside for a half dollar, and I was getting close to 20 bucks a piece when I melted them. So I guess to only have them available right now. And there you go, right? Silver. There's no copper clad here. So tonight again, there are 7 what they call forgotten or secret Kennedys. They're not really forgotten, and they're really not secrets, but that's the nickname they have. And we have them available here tonight, all 7 of them. If you want to just get one, you're under 20 bucks, crazy deal, join us. I told you, it's a great opportunity to be buying silver where we are right now, and these coins are just special anyways. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. But the best part of the deal tonight is we have all 7 of them somewhat equal in inventory positions, which means if you buy 7 at the same price of $19.95, we'll get you all 7 guaranteed. Which means the bicentennial they're selling for 40-ish is $19.95 with us. The 70D that there's over $80 for. In this grouping of 7, you're going to get the 70D as well. So buy 7, get all 7. It's just a great opportunity. As I referenced walking into this conversation, it is our most popular Kennedy bonanza, as we call them, ever. For us, a bonanza is, here's a lot of coins. This is the cost per coin. This is how many different we can offer. Let's go. Let's have some fun. Well, tonight it's a little bit more narrowed because there's only 7 of these forgotten years. Everybody knows the 64s. Everybody forgets the other 7. We have all those 7. Including those 2 special issues never released in the circulation, the 70D, min sets only, and the bicentennial at S-mint uncirculated. P's, D's, S's, all here, $19.95 while they last.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint sewn bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
The Morgan silver dollar is without a doubt one of the most popular coins ever struck by the United States Mint. And if it wasn't for the introduction of the Silver Eagle in 1986, it could easily be argued as the most popular silver dollar of all time. And not just in America, but at the world at large. And when it came to Morgan silver dollars, no mint struck them better than the Old Granite Lady, aka the San Francisco Mint. And tonight we have two coins that I like to call silver dollar sleepers, because despite having some of the larger mintages struck at the San Francisco Mint, very few actually still exist today in any condition at all, let alone stunning MS62 condition. We have the 1880 and the 1881S, certified by PCGS to be in beautiful MS62 condition despite being at least 145 years old. We're talking about the 1881. The 1880 in PCGS MS62 condition is item number 905-12526. That's 905-12-5-26. And the 1881S is item number 905-12527. That's 905-12-5-27. And then less than $120 per coin, just $119.95 each. We're at least $135 less than the price of an ungraded, uncirculated coin with our competition. It's one of the best values you're going to see tonight because they're a lot rarer in MS62 condition than you would believe. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933, or you can head on over to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins.com. That's coins with an S, by the way. Then once you're on the webpage, click the search bar that you can see right there. And for the 1880S, just type into that search bar 905-12526. It's 905-12-5-26. Or if the 1881S is more up your alley, just type in 905-12527. It's 905-12-5-27. Whether you grab just one of these coins or both tonight, you cannot go wrong with these silver dollar sleepers. And the reason I call them that is because the 1880S had a mintage of 8.9 million. That's good enough to rank 23 out of all 28 San Francisco Mint Silver Eagles struck in terms of production. And in the series at large, out of all 97 coins struck across all mints, yes, I said 97, not 96, because I consider the 8 and 7 tail feather coins to be two separate coins, because to collectors, they very much are. Out of all 97 coins, it comes in at number 65. Yet despite having 8.9 million in mintage across both NGC and PCGS, only 402,003 coins exist in any grade at all. But when you look at PCGS reports for MS62 and higher, just 200,978. So only half of the coins that have been graded at all exist in this condition or better. When you compare that 200,978 to the 8.9 million, it's just 1 in every 44 coins struck. Just 2.26% of the entire mintage. When you can find this coin in uncirculated condition with our competition, you're going to look at over $280. That means we are $160 less than their price at just $119.95. And to put it into perspective, how good of a value that is, a circulated coin with our competition is going to run you $200, $80 more than our certified MS62 grade coins. Then the following year, in 1881, the United States Mint in San Francisco would strike the second highest mintage in the S Mint Morgans series. 12,760,000 total coins. That ranks number 27 out of 28 struck by the San Francisco Mint, and across all 97 coins in the series, it comes out near the top at number 84. Across NGC and PCGS combined, only 643,794 coins exist in any grade at all. But they're even rarer, just like the 1880, in MS62 or better with PCGS. Just 319,993. So just like the 1880S, only half of the mintage of certified coins today exist in this condition or better with PCGS. When you compare that to the 12.76 million coins struck, it breaks down to just 1 in every 40 coins struck by the San Francisco Mint in 1881. That's just 2.5% of the entire mintage. And the 1881S is also famous for another reason. It's considered the finest strike in not just San Francisco Mint history for the Morgan dollar, but out of every single mint that struck the coin. It is considered the finest Morgan dollar ever made. And since San Francisco Mint was known for striking the finest ones to begin with, this coin holds a special place. That's why with our competition, an uncirculated, ungraded coin is going to cost you over $255. We are more than $135 less in a significantly better certified MS62 condition. So with both of these coins, you're going to be saving $160 to $135 while getting it graded for free, basically. And because of these coins being over 145 years old, it's a lot harder to get these coins certified in this condition than you would think today. And just like the 1880S, a circulated coin with our competition is going to run you $200 or more. Again, $80 more than our better condition MS62 coins that we've also had certified. And to put into perspective how old these coins actually are, let's look about what was happening in the United States at the time. In 1880, that was the year the construction started on the Panama Canal. It was when the first cash register was ever made, and the United States Census was just 50,155,783 people, compared to the almost 350 million plus we have today. Then in 1881, even more iconic firsts happened. It was the year Edison and Bell formed the Oriental Telephone Company and produced the first telephones. It's when Barnum and Bailey's Greatest Show on Earth opened for the first time in Madison Square Garden. And it was the year Billy the Kid had his reign of terror finally come to an end. These coins are living, breathing pieces of U.S. Mint and United States history. And tonight's your chance to grab them in stunning MS62 condition while they last. So call in now and get yours before they're gone.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
The Visions of Liberty this year, 2026 USA 250. The special dime and the special half dollar are pretty much the dominant topics. The quarters are wonderful, don't get me wrong, but the two most requested products are our Visions of Liberty, the dime and the half. Only one of them was officially released at a coin show, a national coin show with the U.S. Mint's presence. Their presence at the show enables the show promoters and the grading services to now label these coins as being the official first day ever. It's the official release coins. And they've been doing this now for a number of years, dating back to the ANA in Phoenix about 5-7 years ago with the Silver Eagle. Smashing success. The key, though, is being there. And again, for many of us, a difficult task. We were there. We always attend the Dalton shows. And, well, the best news is because of that, we were part of the mix. This next item. Wow, when it comes to value and rarity. Here we go. So the dimes were the first of the two official releases. And this is what we're looking at. Now, dimes were released into circulation earlier this year, and I raised my hand. I have not got one yet. I'm not sure if you have. And then the U.S. Mint did tease a little bit at the Savannah A&A this year, where they brought out P-Mint only coins to show people what they were, and then the services would holder them, certify them as being the Savannah show. Well, this is the official release. The product was made available on noon that Thursday while the Dalton, Georgia show was going on, and it sold out instantly. It sold out online instantly, and it was sold out in about an hour at the show itself. Gone. And it's because of the popularity of the dual date, 1 year only special design. But NGC, collecting these coins from people and businesses that were attending, that were allowed certain quantities of coins, when they put all the paperwork together at the end and they released the information to all of us were stunned. There are only 1,200 sets, P&D, that are certified as being from the Dalton release. Now, I wish I had them all. I don't. I'm just one of many. And if you were there individually, you might have submitted your own coins for this special task. All I can tell you is that special Savannah dime by itself sold for these prices. We have the set, the P and the D, from the official release, and we're at these crazy prices. So the year is going to go by, and the dime is going to win the honors of being the most popular coin outright, because it's the smallest denomination, the beautiful change-out coin, dime, quarters, and $50, right? And we're going to have the silver proofs, we're going to have the clad proofs, and we're going to have the actual dime bags and rolls, the official government release. And the winner is going to be, well, right here, period. Because the stunning numbers of only 1,200 sets being submitted for official Dalton show release, official release, has got us all in a little bit of a tizzy. Now, we have seen a couple of these show up. The 66 pairs were at $199, and the 67 pairs were at $379. And that is one of our rival networks. You might have seen them over the weekend. And their conversation on this was right on. Lowest denomination, affordability issues, the most limited of all. And now the certified show release puts it on a pedestal as being number one. With by sheer numbers, the silver proof sets are going to be below this. The clad proof sets will be below this. And all the regular dimes that have been submitted over the last couple of months just from circulation are going to be below this. But the most limited release of the year, celebrating USA 250 for the Liberty Dime, Emerging Liberty as the theme, is going to be the show release you're seeing here. It's just outright stunning. So we have both available tonight. So we have very limited quantities. So if one does sell out while I'm chatting versus the other, and I don't catch it fast enough in my ear here, just grab the other. Just don't miss out. Because we do remember a couple of things. One, if you were with us, i.e. you're old like I am, for the bicentennial, you'll remember they've had a special silver uncirculated set and a special silver proof set. 11 million and 4 million respectively were made, and that was before the internet, before everything, right? You had to just know where to go to get it, or in newspaper, print ads, etc. Some local banks even carried them. It was a very special event. We're 200 years old. Well, now we're 250. And we have the most limited release of the year in our US 250 celebration. I mean, there's a couple of gold coins that have 5,000 or 6,000 mintage. That's pretty cool. But this is a dime, the affordable coin for the American public, the collecting public, and it's the rarest, period. $89.95 versus $199, $149.95 versus $379. Again, our mantra here is always bring on the good stuff, price it accordingly, it sells out, we move on to the next item, which is why we have 60, 70 items in every one of our coin shows on Tuesdays and Wednesdays, and give or take 50 on our shortened Thursday show. versus talking about this for 15 minutes because, well, guess what? You price it right, they're going to sell faster. Everybody's happy. I know we are. But tonight, we're talking about something beyond just special. Kind of like the focal point of coins so far released this year. And the U.S. Mint is bringing them out staggered, right? The dimes were released in Dalton. The half dollars were just released and sold out. They've released quarter number 1 and quarter number 2 already. Quarter number 3 is only a few weeks away. And the official releases of these items are like the go-to segment because they sell out so quickly. That sellout status gives it key status. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. We are getting very low on the 67 sets, the finest known sets. 66, nothing to shake a stick at. They are both very special. As I referenced, there are only 1,200 sets known, and 67 is the highest grade for a set. I believe there was one of the 2 mints that had a 68 coin, but it wasn't a P and a D, so the set didn't exist. Beautiful opportunity. But again, emerging liberty is the theme. It is that popular. Our number 1 seller are the P and D rolls, right? The uncirculated rolls. Every show. Has been for over a month now. People just love it. Well, how about owning the rarest of? And I'm being serious. These here, the official show releases, will be rarer than the silver proof sets, rarer than the clad proof sets in high grade. No questions asked. So join us, everybody, on a moment. USA 250, the Liberty theme, and the rarest coins. And those are the prices. You got to give us a call.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue, was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
The Liberty series in 2026, the special dime and the special half dollar, Lady Liberty, right, are on fire, and we can't keep them in stock, and we are just thrilled to be working with them. Beautiful looking coins, 1-year only designs. But then there's the next step, and we all love our certified coins, and it's been that way for decades, right? We all have the desire to own the finest known. And in proof coins, that's 69 and 70 grade for the most part. But in uncirculated coins, whole different game. It's about how many coins are being struck and how well they're struck, how you acquire them, etc. So right now we're seeing with our grading services, NGC, PCGS, ICG, ANAX, the big four, we're seeing small numbers of coins going through the system. But the grades aren't high just because they're striking so many to get them out in circulation. By the way, has anybody seen one yet this year? Another story, right? Well, tonight, not only do we have a half dollar, it is a very special half dollar. Finest known, 68, while it lasts. So we talked last week about the Liberty dime, and we were fortunate to receive a small quantity of them that hit the number. Just surprised us, and we're always happy when you see high grades, right? Nobody's going to say, no, don't send me those high grades. So we ended up getting a few Philadelphia struck dimes. And we made those available, and they sold out last week, and it was a lot of fun. Well, patience to those who wait, because it just, as they come in from the grading services is when we can actually have them. And we don't want to talk about it until it's physically in our hands, because we know the coin exists. It's not a report saying they're coming, and when they get here, they're different. This exists. The finest known is a 68 right now. I've seen a few sets of 68s sold, and we're looking at $500, $600, $700 for the set. Tonight, by just sometimes right place, right time, so the coins we sent in gave us a small group on the Philadelphia side only that hit 68 as well. But if you're looking at $600 divided by 2, you're at $300. $700, you're at $350, right? Except $500, you're at $250. That's not the way we operate. We find a great coin, put it on the table, and we just want it to move on and move on to the next item. Tonight, a 68 grade in the $50 for only $179.95. As I referenced, the outright finest known. Can't beat it. Why not join it? Now, we have seen a number of our competitors with 67 grade, which is, prior to these few 68s being known, are the finest sets. And as I referenced, there are a few sets of 68s from the reports that could be put together. Just has to have some coordination done. Who has the P's, who has the D's, what do they cost, put them together. I have the crazy set, right? With 67s at $139, $149, $159, which is not a horrible price for a very special coin, a very special one-year-only design. But to own the finest, and it's at this level, it just goes to show that it doesn't have to be super expensive to be super rare. This one's super rare and affordable for all. So let's talk about the design. This year, it's a one-year-only design. Last year was the last year of the official Kennedy $50 that was introduced in 1964. It was the same obverse and reverse design for 62 years. Ending last year, and we had a lot of fun with the end of the era. Rumor has it, it's coming back in a different format in 2027, tied to a special reverse design to the Special Olympics. I believe the first coin will be a basketball reverse. We'll wait to see it come out. Beautiful. I can only imagine. And the Kennedy's going to be facing the other way from what we've heard. And that's partly due to this coin right here. It's all about liberty this year, right? Liberty. And the dime is the liberty, and then the $50 is the liberty. The Statue of Liberty on a $50, the dual date, and then the reverse of the Torch of Freedom and the American public reaching for it, the Statue of Liberty handing off the torch to our freedom. They did, kudos to when they do a great job, right? Quick to criticize, you got to be quick to reward as well, and they did a great job with this design. But the challenge has been, and we're almost halfway into the year right now, and finding these coins. Again, as I referenced walking into this conversation, how many of you have seen one in circulation yet? A dime, a quarter, or a $50? The nickels are dual dated. Have you even seen one of those? So we're scrambling to find the Great American Coin Hunt at its best. And now it's about finding the best, because we want to own the finest. And tonight, well, it's just that special opportunity. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. I did not have many of them. If you're hearing the fast, busy, not uncommon here at America's Value Channel, join us at avccoins.com. If you got a smartphone, a tablet, a home computer, you'll get in on your own pace. Otherwise, we're about a 30-second delay on the phones. We have lots of operators for this week's specials. Don't forget to ask about the nightly special. Crazy prices there too. But this is the best of the best. The one-year-only Statue of Liberty $50. Philadelphia struck, finest known grade, a 68. And our price is $179.95. That should put a smile on everybody's face, especially with sets at $600, $700 for the few 68 sets that are known. Owning one of the best is nothing other than right place, right time. And I hope that means you're with us, because this one is that special. And thanks.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had three 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those three coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
One of my favorite coins, vintage U.S. coins, and the world's #1 coin today are the same design, just different series. I know you know where I'm going here, right? The 40th anniversary of our Silver Eagle is this year. Started in 1986. This year we're 2026. Dual dated proofs, special congratulations. The uncirculateds are gorgeous. But the design came from, well, Adolph Wyman and the Walking Liberty half dollar. That was introduced over 100 years ago. 1916, the silver coin renaissance. The changing of all of our silver coin designs. We introduced something called the Walking Liberty half dollar. So from 1916 to 1947, the coin of the realm was called nicknamed the Walker. Gorgeous, gorgeous rendition of Lady Liberty, to a point where they copied the design on the Silver Eagle. Every once in a while, they get to go back in our history and find, well, vintage, uncirculated specimens. That's the key. And tonight, well, we got two of them as a Your Choice opportunity. And the Your Choice is actually two early 1940s issues. And any of you that have looked and hunted for these walkers in the past know the 40s aren't the easy decade. People believe they are because the mintage figures say one thing, but we have to remember during the war years, we always forget the early part of the 1940s was World War II. World War II was what? Buying U.S. war bonds and not saving rolls and rolls of half dollars for future generations. We were concerned with getting out of that current generation, right? So whenever we find pockets, we break them down to the best we can. And this grouping had some gorgeous 41 and 42 dated Philadelphia coins. Now, we've all seen the uncirculated and circulated walkers. And those circulated walkers look like they got some wear to them. It's a coin that wears very fast because of the high points. But you can see the difference. The dirt shows up. But when you see a beautiful uncirculated walker, it's like a wow moment. You got to blink a few times and say, all right, got something special. Let's dig in. So first of all, you're going to see the design on the obverse. It's Lady Liberty walking from east to west. The sun setting in the west. Now, she is wrapped in the American flag, not a gown. She's wrapped in the American flag, and over her shoulder is actually the union of the flag with the stars. You can see them. You can see them on an uncirculated coin. On a circulated coin, it's just, it looks like she's wearing a dress. You can also see the lines on the red and the white on her dress going through her knee and into her ankles. The reverse is really where you see the difference. The eagle is walking off the coin. It looks like a high relief specimen, but it's not. And that's the reason why circ to uncirculated is significant. Circ to AU is significant, but it's the high points, which is the breast feathers of the eagle. Kind of like the Morgan, just a different design. They wear down fast. It's the high point. So as a result, you look at the coin and you see, flatter chest, but it's that's a super slider, as they would call it. Gorgeous everywhere else, but not there. Detail is in, the details, as we look at it in collectible coins. So we have 2 years tonight, both Philadelphia at $59.95, with silver now on the move again. And it's been in this range, though, for a while. So Nothing to jump at, in my opinion, just other than it's a good thing. My competition moved their prices from that $89, $99 range, so they were kind of close. We're snipers. Kind of close is not hand grenade close, right? We're snipers, and we look for the actual values. And when they move their prices over 100, well, we're holding the line here at $59.95 for tonight's special opportunity. That's saving not 20 or 30 bucks, which is wonderful. Nothing wrong with saving money on any front, right? But we're saving tonight $40, $50 a coin on the same exact coin, same exact condition from our competition in the marketplace. Then here's the second part of the conversation. And the reason why I'm all in on the Walker this year is because the U.S. Mint has a special program starting very soon, known as the top 5 designs in our 250-year history. Now, we all know this has to be one of them. How can it not? We use the design for the Silver Eagle, and the Silver Eagle is currently our #1 silver dollar in the world today. So we have 5 coin designs that are considered by experts, considered by the populace who voted on the coins to be in the program. #1 is going to be out soon. It's the Mercury Dime, also released in 1916. #2 is going to be the Standing Liberty Quarter, also released in 1916. And the third coin released this year will be the Walking Liberty half dollar. The third coin released in 1916. So President Theodore Roosevelt's coin renaissance hit it home. Grand Slam style. All 3 silver designs are 3 of the 5 that will be the winners of this year's competition and already declared by the U.S. Mint. Now the other 2, well, it's the $1804, that vintage flowing hair dollar look and feel. We love that old design. And then the St. Gaudens, the current American Eagle design. The $20 gold piece is the 5th design. So this year, a lot of fun with our designs, but this one of the top 5 designs ever. The minute people start seeing the new ones, we know where they're going, to the old ones. It happens every time. Remember the Morgan and Peace program in 2021? You couldn't find a vintage uncirculated Morgan. Why? Because people are looking at it saying, these older ones are more affordable than the new ones. I got to get in. Well, we are aware of that, and that's why we're talking about it tonight. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. We're down to single digits on both of them. Do I have any other years? I may. We go through these fast. Check us out, avccoins.com. It's in that red banner across the bottom of your screen. Also above the clock on the right. There's a tab across the top for half dollars. Click Walking Liberties and there'll be something in there. But tonight, for value, uncirculated vintage coins, it's all right here. Buy one, buy the other, your choice. Buy them both, your choice. The choice to not give us a call, well, I guess it is a choice. We know the value. Give us that call.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
Had some great conversations in Central States with a few of you, and one of the comments was, where should I go? I'm looking to fill out some more of my fractional currency, the first paper money ever from the United States, which all happened during the Civil War because of the shortage of copper, silver, and gold, and the fact that we were melting down coins, etc., on both sides of the war effort. And The rush is trying to find the 3 cent this, 15 cent that, etc. Well, on the other side of the fence, the Confederacy and Confederate currency that was out there, there was only one fractional note, which is why it's even harder to find. And tonight, for a few minutes anyways, it's back. The 50-cent Confederate, gorgeous uncirculated notes, and of course, the crazy price. Now, we're only showing you one side because these are known as uniface notes. There's nothing on the back. That's the way they were issued. So this shot, when they showed it to me, I said, forget this. We're not going to scroll it around and turn it around. We're going to just show this as to how gorgeous and beautiful it is. So we have the lowest denomination in the entire Confederate currency suite. 50 cents to $500. That beautiful big 500, which has the Confederate flag on it, as well as a number of other images. A gorgeous, gorgeous piece, right? Well, this is the smallest of them all. It's a 50-cent note. Jefferson Davis, the president of the Confederacy, is on the note. Simple, clean. Each one is individually numbered, as you can see. This one is 488 something something, right? Gorgeous, gorgeous note. But firsts and only are also part of collecting in general. The conversation when I walked into this conversation was the very first ever federal currency. Wasn't the $1 bills we carry in our pocket and that kind of stuff. It was fractional. 5 cent, 10 cent, 15, 25, 50 cent pieces of paper. Because even in the North, they couldn't find coin. Remember Civil War tokens? That was because we had no coin, even coppers, which is what the Civil War token was meant to replace. But it was the same thing on the other side of the country, the South, right? No coin. There they used paper, and the smallest paper they had was also a fractional, as a 50-cent note you're seeing right now. Many people call them the T67. Beautiful note. This one, as you can see, is a Richmond, February of 1864, which is when most of the 50-cent notes were made. But like other Confederate currency, following similar normal U.S. currency is what? Well, when something is over, they destroy it and go on to the new, right? Remember in 1923, we made the last large-size notes, the big saddle blanket Wild West notes. And in 1928, we shrunk the notes to the size we carry today. They also destroyed all the large notes they had left because they didn't want to have two different sizes sitting in the till. So when you get one, the bank destroys it. Or they give it to the feds, the Fed destroys it, right? Well, when the war is over, not only do you get rid of the currency of the war, but also the Confederacy lost. So as a result, we get rid of their paper. As a result, now creates that vacuum of just part of our U.S. history and a significant part of the rarity part of collecting anything from the middle of the 1800s. So tonight, for a few minutes anyways, we have the 50-cent Confederate back. We find them here, we find them there. Not a lot of them. Many of you might have seen them before. Most of them are heavily worn because those are what people used, but also then what they kept. Many of the notes we find today are groupings, a pack of 20, etc., where somebody had it, set it aside, put it into a trunk after the war was over, and it survived to where now 150 plus years later, it's still here, looking this gorgeous. The other part is look at the techniques. I mean, they were concerned with counterfeiting back then, just like we are today. Look at all the depth and detail. 2 different hand signatures on the note, as you can see on the bottom, like our other currency, the U.S. currency. Individually numbered inside of that. They're dated. Fun stuff. Guys, I got to put a 1-minute clock up. Phones are very busy right now, and thank you. Do I have other Confederate notes currently in stock? I actually do. I think I have 5s, 10s, and 20s, and I even might have a 500 up. We picked a few of those up last week, but we had a waiting list, so I don't know if it made it to the website. Check us out, avccoins.com. When you get to our landing page, you can type in currency or just find the tab, and then inside of that you'll find all these gorgeous vintage notes. where the Federals made 4 different series of fractional currency, notes under $1. The Confederacy only made 1, and this is it. So when you look at fractional currency, which is a hot topic and a great part of our history, no collection's complete without the other 50-cent piece. That would be the one you're looking at right here. Tonight, gorgeous uncirculated notes. By competition, $140, $150 for similar quality, and they're more money for lesser quality. Tonight, we're, well, a perfect price, perfect grade. Don't miss out.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint sewn bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
So how many of you knew that the United States Mint has a very special quarter program this year? 5 quarters made only 10 weeks each, different themes throughout our history, right? The Mayflower Compact, the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, the Gettysburg Address. It's going to be a fun year, but all of them are dual dated. First time ever done by the U.S. Mint. But again, USA 250, it makes a lot of sense. Well, we've talked about the Mayflower Compact now for 10 weeks. So it's time to start talking about coin number 2. Ours just arrived, and we're getting everything ready. So let's talk about the Revolutionary War quarter. It's a beauty. So tonight we have the roll program. A roll of quarters is 40 coins. So tonight it's 40 Philadelphias, it is 40 Denvers. That's 80 coins in all. And our price, locked in at $49.95. And if you missed out on the Mayflower quarters earlier this year, quarter number 1, that is the bottom graphic, and in this picture, the bottom photo as well. So this year, it's a very special year. We have 5 very unique designs, obverse and reverse changes. You might remember the state quarter program. George Washington was on all of them. The back was the special design. This year, it is a complete new design for each theme. Coin number 2 is the only George Washington quarter from 2026. And it's for the Revolutionary War. George on one side and one of our Revolutionary War soldiers on the reverse. Very simple, very clean. This is George, coin number 2. Then we're going to jump to what? Jefferson, Madison, and Lincoln for the latter coins of the year. Now, if you missed out earlier this year, or you were hoping to get them yourselves, but you found out that you didn't find them, or you couldn't get a roll at your local bank, isn't that a bummer, right? Here it is. The first quarter of this year goes back to our founding. The Revolutionary War was what? 1775, 1776. We're going back 150 years before that. And thank God the Pilgrims got lost, because otherwise they would have ended up in Jamestown and this wouldn't have happened. They got lost north. So since it wasn't an English colony, what did they do? They had a meeting aboard ship before they left, before they disembarked for land, and said, since this is not an English territory, it is going to be a free territory. It is going to be self-governance, and it will be a democracy, and we'll vote amongst it. 150 years later, we fight for that freedom over the English, and the rest is history. So coin number 2 is out. This is it right here. And our deal tonight is a full solid 40 coin roll of P's and D's. They're both mint marked for this year's program. All unique. The consistency is only 2 things. They're all dual dated 1776-2026, and they all have a mint mark. The P's have a mint mark and the D's have a mint mark. A very unique program, and this is exactly how your rolls will look when they get to you. These are the locking caps, not the screw tops that fall apart or break all the time. These are the locking tubes, which just keep it secure. This is the only tube we use, so if you worked with us before, you're in. But what a great opportunity. Now, we've seen our competition. I saw an ad yesterday from one of our competitors. The P&D Revolutionary War quarters are out. Join us. $6.95 for a 2-coin pair. I guess if you have no other resource available, not a bad deal. I saw one of my competitors selling your choice, a P or a D roll, for $39.95 each. So they were at $80 basically for the same we have available under 50. But that's our deal, and always has been. We are collectors. I'm a collector for collectors. It's just our reason why we go through 60 different items a night. We like to talk about lots of different things where a lot of the other networks, it has to be big dollars. It has to be, yeah, you know what I mean if you watched them. And that's okay. The nice thing about AVC is they give us the flexibility to be the collector's network. Talk about some of these affordable coins, but yet significant. So we saw state quarters and what it did, right? It revitalized collecting again in this country. The quarter boards, all that fun stuff, right? I mean, I know I had one for my kids. You probably had them for your kids or your grandkids as well. And now with my grandkids, this is my deal. We have some albums that are going to be out in about a week. We'll bring them here on the network for everybody to see. They're gorgeous, designed by Whitman. They're colorized for all of 2026's beautiful coins. But it's the same concept. Here's a punch album. Let's collect them as they become available. Or if you're like me, I just got to have a lot. I want to roll. I want to set it aside. I've had conversations with people over the last couple of years in preparation of USA 250. How many of you remember the bicentennial? Right? We had 3 designs that year: the quarter, the drummer boy, the $50 Independence Hall, and then the Eisenhower dollar, which was the Liberty Bell over the moon. And those are the 3 big coins in circulation. Well, this year it's the dime, 5 quarters, and the $50. It is outright special. But the fun part about this year is the quarter program, building on the excitement of state quarters, national parks, women making history. Building on that excitement with 5 unique designs, all dual dated, all mint marked. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So coin number 2 is finally here. It's the Revolution. It's that top shelf, the only George Washington quarter from this year. Each one of these is made about 10 weeks and then on to the next. It was officially released from the U.S. Mint in the last week. Coins are here. We're starting to roll them and assemble, which means they're going to be on their way to you very shortly. If you're in one of our automatic programs, those are already being calculated and taken care of. Tonight, this is all about on top of all of those prior commitments we've made. What a great opportunity. And again, if you missed out on number 1, you don't have to worry about it. We got you covered. The Mayflower, the first quarters of this year, $49.95. Or quarter number 2, the Revolutionary War, $49.95. And that's not per roll, that is for the roll pair. As I referenced, unlike my competition where they were $39.95 each roll, your choice of which one. Here, that's not the choice. You get the pair. You get all 80 uncirculated coins at that remarkable price. Fun one, told you. And it's only going to get stronger as the year goes on, so don't miss out. Thanks for listening.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
2026, we're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the American Silver Eagle series. So while we are busy celebrating year 40, how about for the next few minutes we talk about year 1. 1986 is when it started, and I have a perfect 70 available, folks, at a fantastic price. $599.95. Our competition's at $999.95, everybody. $999.95 is where competition's at. This is year 1. 1986 is when they started striking silver eagles. They struck proofs and they struck uncirculated. These are the proofs made for collectors. San Francisco made the proofs in 1986. In fact, San Francisco struck proofs until 1992. This is the first year of issue. So on the reverse of the coin, you'll find the San Francisco mint mark. There it is above the words 1 ounce fine silver. There's that S for San Francisco. Look how gorgeous this coin is. Deep mirror-like background, beautiful frosted foreground and highlights. Absolutely stunning. Perfect proof 70 condition. Now they made 1.4 million coins in 1986, just under 1.5 million. But in perfect 70, look at NJC's census report. You'll find that less than 10,000 are known to exist in 70 today. 40 years later, we're at a population of 8,607. You're looking at 0.59% of the mintage. 1 in every 168, if you like to look at it that way. Different ways of really just focusing on how rare these are in perfect 70. Only 8,600 out there known to exist in the world today. Just shy of 1.5 million coins made. You're looking at a flawless, perfect 70 coin. San Francisco proof, first year of issue, 1986. So President Reagan signed the Liberty Coin Act in 1985, and then along came the Silver Eagle, first made in 1986. The reverse design, designed by John Mercanti. We called it the Heraldic Eagle Reverse. Now we have a new reverse that we have seen since 2021, designed by Emily Damstra, and which now is called Type 2. So these are the Type 1s. And the obverse may be very familiar if a historic coin collector. The obverse is taken from the Walking Liberty $half series, made in 1916. Adolf Weinman designed a coin. This was in the middle of the coin renaissance, the beginning of the coin renaissance actually, where they wanted to redesign all coins to be more beautiful, like our country and the people in it. And Adolf Weinman designed the $half, the Walking Liberty $half, and it was so popular that they brought it back, the image and the design, for the obverse of the Silver Eagle. And that's this coin right here. Now the reverse didn't change for 35 years, except for a couple small little minute changes in 07, 08, the last V, the new U, you guys know. But we didn't see a new reverse design until 2021. This is the Heraldic Reverse, John Mercanti's reverse. So proof is a method of manufacture, folks. It's the finest strike, the finest quality, struck twice under highly polished dies, enormous amounts of pressure, and that is the difference between an uncirculated strike, a mint state strike, and a proof. This is the proof. So you get that, because of that striking process, you get that deep mirror-like background. You can almost see yourself in the coin. If you have a yellow shirt like I have on, in front of that coin, you'll see that yellow reflected in the reverse of this coin. and then a beautiful frosted foreground coming off the coin. That is what a proof is. 1986 is when it all started. Everybody always wants a first year of issue, and this is when it began. 1986 was the beginning of the Silver Eagle series, and we still have a Silver Eagle proof made every single year up until today, 2026. We're celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle series. But let's start with number 1. They didn't start grading Silver Eagles into the 90s. So keep in mind that this coin came out before NGC started grading Silver Eagles. Just something, a little bit of a fun fact for you there. So 1.4 million coins made, only 8,607 are known to exist as of today, less than 10,000. And that is something very spectacular, because if you look at other pops that are under 10,000, what do they demand? They demand high numbers in the marketplace. High numbers in the marketplace. Our competition wants $1,000 for this coin right here, the first year of issue proof Silver Eagle in certified 70. They want $1,000 for it. We're at $599.95, and we only have a handful available tonight. Give us a call, folks. Join us. Year 1 proof Silver Eagle, where it all began. You can join us online via the web as well. These are online. avccoins.com is the website. Enter 905-9690 into the search bar. It'll bring you right to this page. Add to cart, process checkout. Call us back when you want to add to your order. And boom, you have it. First year of issue, certified perfect. There are no coins of a finer quality than this. And we are the best price in the marketplace, guaranteed. Competition, once again, $1,000. Got to put a 1-minute clock up, though. You guys don't mind, put that 1-minute clock up for me, please. We are down to just a few left, so give us a ring. 0.59% of the mintage. 0.59% of the mintage are in certified 70 condition. You could check NGC's census report anytime. Go to their website, check out the census report, find the Silver Eagle. They've been updating their websites, much easier to use nowadays. Look for the proofs, make sure you check off the proof on that toggle button, and you don't have to go far because it's the first year of issue. 1986 shows up first. Scroll over to the side for NGC 70s, and there you go. You're looking at 8,607. $599.95 while they last. We are almost out of coin, folks. Perfect timing to count down the last few seconds while we are spending a little time on this first year of issue. 2026 is big, but you can never forget where it started, the first, 1986. 1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue, was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
Our middle name is Value, and every one of our shows has a few segments throughout the hours we chat about coins that are just outright wow values. Silver, gold, copper, they're just outright wow values. Bullion's at this, can you believe these coins are at that? With that in mind, take a look at this next offer. When it came across my desk, I looked at it and said, okay, who's going to reprice it? And the answer was, nope, tonight, this is going to be one of the specials. kind of one of our lost leaders, because we're not bashful. We want you as a customer, and we're going to put everything forward. The Kennedy Series, 62 years strong. Year number 1, 90% silver. Philadelphia and Denver, and no more. After that, they changed to 40%. Still very special and very rare. But those 40%ers are $35, $40 a piece right now, if you can find them. This is the original 90% silver half dollar. Let's just do the math in our heads, right? Silver's at what? $75, $80. Let's use 75 to make it simple, right? Half dollars are in silver, 0.900 fine, and then the coin math makes it a little bit complicated. Not meant to be, but it does, because it doesn't make it a clean divide the silver by 4, divide it by 2, etc. So a Kennedy is a 0.31. So it's about 3 silver half dollars to 1 ounce of silver. Anybody with me right now? You take 75 divided by 3, you're at what? 25 melt-ish? Probably more than that today based on where silver's been going. And we're talking about first year of issue, uncirculated, in a capsule for only $29.95. And not just random coins. We're giving you a choice of the P or the D. They only made 2 of them for circulation. You can get them both if you want as well. Now, I see a lot of orders for 10, and I see them like 10 Ps, etc. You're welcome to buy 5 Ps and 5 Ds and get pairs if you're putting things together. But again, it's all your call. The deal tonight is just outright silver value. And we have a couple of items every night that just stands out for wanting you as a customer, showing you we're putting our cards in the middle of the table. The best stuff, the best stories, the best quality, and the best price. There we have it. So last year, the U.S. Mint surprised us all. Or did they, right? The Kennedy half dollar, introduced in 1964. Again, these are first year of issue coins. And in 1971, we changed the copper clad, the sandwich coins. And they were in circulation through 2001. And then we stopped because we stopped using big coins. We had paper. Why carry a bunch of coins, right? The Kennedy was so popular, the government brought back the half dollar as a collector coin only. And they made it that way for over 2 decades. Last year, they announced it's the end of the era for this design, period. 62 years. I mean, this coin was out there my entire life. Obverse facing left, reverse, the eagle, the presidential seal. The coin for our fallen president. Now, how many? For the last 2+ decades, basically 25 years, a quarter century, they've been making this coin for collectors. Do you know they make 1.5 to 2 million Kennedy half dollars a year, Ps and Ds separately, to satisfy the collector desire for this coin and this coin series? Which is why I was surprised they stopped making it, as it is. Now, rumor has it they're bringing it back in 27 differently. He'll be facing the other way, facing right, and then the reverse having a whole new theme tied to the Special Olympics. So the first coin's supposed to be basketball as the theme. We'll wait and see how that coin plays out. That'll be 2027. But the coin that started everything, year 1 was the coin in front of you, the only 90% silver for circulation. These are the uncirculated versions, and they're priced to wow everyone. Period. Outright, period. The competition? Yes. North of 50, north of 60, just under 70. Each. You can buy a pair with us tonight, a P and a D, 2 pieces, and be less than they are for 1. And this isn't meant to be a BOGO, buy one, get one. This is just an outright special opportunity. And we do this every night, So those of you that are with us for the first time, thank you for spending a few minutes with us. Those of you that have been with us before know we just throw fun stuff like this in all of our shows. Every hour has something unique and special, and every couple of hours is one that's meant to make you, like, your jaw supposed to drop and hit the table and say, yep, pick up the phone and give us a call. We want to do some business, and we're not going to be shy about it. And how do you do that with the Kennedy series? You go back to number one, right? Number one, 90% silver. And what silver where it is today, 75, 80 bucks an ounce, the math is pretty simple. This is a crazy price. Buy it right, sell it right, let's all have fun, right? Isn't that the way it goes? Actually, yes, there is a 2026 half dollar, but it's not a Kennedy. It's the Liberty series, you might remember. We've talked about it a couple of times already this year, probably earlier this show. It's a one-year only design. Statue of Liberty on one side, the Torch of Freedom on the reverse. And I understand USA 250, that's a good theme. But I also understand that the Lincoln cent, the Jefferson nickel, the Roosevelt dime, the Washington quarter, and the Kennedy half dollar, and the Eisenhower for a little short period in the 70s were coins that we grew up with. Even the Susan B. Anthony for that short 3-year stint. But finding them today, again, hard to believe it's over a half a century ago. A half a century ago, this coin was out there. And with the silver runs, 1980, silver goes to $50 an ounce for the first time. I had these coins from being a paper out in the 1960s, and they were worth 20 bucks for melt at that time. How many of those do you think survived? We did it again in 2011. We did it again last year and earlier this year. Silver goes to 100. The last coin, the last big silver coin, you're looking at it. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. So let me sum it up again. Your choice. A Philadelphia or a Denver, the only two coins they made, year one, for circulation. These are uncirculated, which means somebody was a steward and kept these for collectors for decades. We are in 2026. This is 62 years ago. The year of remembrance of our fallen president. My competition, just under 70. We're at $29.95 while our supplies last. That's a special deal.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, very small mintage figure. They also had 3 90% silver coins in it, the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those 3 coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
We are getting closer and closer to that climax of the 4th of July and a lot of the U.S. Mint's special coins from this year. The nickel with a dual date, pretty cool. The redesign on the dime, the quarter series, the half dollar, all fun. But the one that everybody jumped on early was that proof silver eagle. The only time we've had a dual date proof silver eagle in our 40-year existence. And you might remember Savannah, late February, sold out instantly. So the challenge now is not only finding the coin, but finding the right price to go with it. And tonight, I think we nailed it on both fronts. Here we go. So I was working with a friend of mine who was with me down in Savannah. Allison and I were down there for that show and bought a position of proof silver eagles that were available from the Mint at the show. You had to be at the show to get the Savannah show release. We've talked about that, and it's very, very popular. It's like the ultimate first day of issue. And in this case, with 500,000 as the edition limit and the item selling out within like 3 or 4 minutes, it was a wow moment. And it was a long line at the show all day long. It was a fun event, well put together. And again, the apex of all the issues from the U.S. Mint this year. I mean, we're not only celebrating 250, we're also celebrating the 40th anniversary of the Silver Eagle, the #1 silver dollar in the world today. And they make 2 editions every year, and then they added a 3rd in 2006, which is the uncirculated bullion, and then the proof, which is a quality of production like the one you're seeing here for collectors every year as well. So this year, something different. This year, something special. You'll notice at the very bottom the subtle change of the dual date, which is 1776, 2026. With all the anniversaries of the Silver Eagle in the last 40 years, this is the only one that's dual dated. The second is they also added a special Liberty Bell privy with 250 on it. That's also on the obverse above the motto "In God We Trust." You're seeing it right here in the middle on the call-out graphic. Now, with that said, in the industry right now, $350 is the lowest price we've seen a proof Silver Eagle in the original government packaging. Not a bad deal, actually. Tonight, we're $100 less, and we have the best proof Silver Eagle of the year. Let me explain. So as we've discussed before, the government has a 3-layered approach to bringing out products to the American public. The first is called advanced release, and that is coordinating with the top 13, 14 dealers in this country, of which we're one of, and working on a 10% allocation of the global to be split amongst us so we can all be out celebrating, talking about the brand new release all across the country and our avenues of influence, like ours is here for TV. The second version is, well, the 90%, but then there's a small allocation they actually bring to the show. If there's a show, and all these big events usually have a show release. So they bring a number of coins to the show, and if you buy them at the show, the grading services will reference and highlight them as the official release, which is then before first day of issue. And then there's the regular issue itself. The numbers on this are staggering, outright staggering. The price aside. First of all, the edition sold out, as I referenced. Now, the global mintage is 500,000. The number of coins certified in 70, or I'm sorry, just certified in general, which are gem proofs, 69s and 70s, are 71,135 as of today. The advanced release is 14,932. The rarest of them all is the America 250 and the show release together. And the show release is all in this particular label, 1,188. So the rarest version is this version, the official first, the actual release at the show. You physically, if you were at the show in Savannah, I know a couple of you were, spent some time talking to you, which is always a lot of fun. You picked yours up there. Great thing. I hope you brought them to NGC to have them certified as the official release. Now, the second part of this is, look at this coin. It's at $249.95, and it is the ultimate. Everything in its favor. Every bullet point, it's the best bullet point. And then there's the other side of the equation, which is what? Price. A regular coin, whether it's an OGP or in 69 grade, non-70s. Again, 70s are north of 400, closer to 500 if you can find one. And that's the number I told you, 71,000. Can you find an OGP for this kind of price point? None of my competitors have them this low. As I referenced, they're $100 more. So you're not only getting the best coin, you're getting a price of $100 less. And that is outright significant. Actually, the Savannah dates, yes. Savannah was February 26th, earlier this year. And again, every major show or the government's announcing a release. And it happens 3 or 4 times a year. The U.S. Mint working with the show promoters to set up and then bring out today's wares, which is the best of the wares, right? This is that special piece. This is that ultimate. But taking the special year, 2026, taking the 40th anniversary, taking the dual date and privy, which is celebrated on this year's coin, and now it's the rarest format period, and it's the lowest price. This is that one product where you can have your cake and you get to eat it too. Guys, give me a 1 minute clock. Got to count this down. As I referenced walking into this, a good buddy of mine was at the show, bought a position of coins, certified them. He had a small quantity that he had available. He wanted a lot of the dimes and quarters that are certified that we have in stock. So we did a big swap. By doing the big swap, we're able to make this crazy attractive in price. Everybody won. He was happy, we're happy, and you should be thrilled because you can get a proof Silver Eagle from this year for under $250. And it's not just a proof Silver Eagle, it happens to be the best one. The official show release, certified by NGC. Big time winner. Do I have any 70s? You have to check us out online, avccoins.com. You see it in the red banner across the bottom of your screen. Check us out. Just type in 2026 Silver Eagle or type in Savannah Show. I'm pretty sure that one's sold out. This is the last Savannah we have. And by the way, it is priced perfectly for us all to enjoy. And thanks.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
We have special items in our show every night, every hour. And that's just part of what we have. It's part of wanting to keep you around as long as we possibly can for all the various items in a normal show, 60 plus items. But every once in a while, there's this product that you look at, the price is like, are you kidding me? Really? Is there a one missing? Is there a digit missing? It doesn't look right, especially in today's market. Well, that's what's coming up next. It is an opportunity for the last silver dollar, the last Morgan, at a price we haven't seen in a long time. A couple of rolls while they last. Here we go. Yes, that price is the real price tonight. Yes, I am fully aware of where the silver market is. Yes, I am fully aware of that accounting approved this, so we're letting it go. And that's okay. We have a loss leader every single hour. They just chose to have it be one of our most popular items ever, which is the Vintage Morgan Dollar Series. It is the largest silver dollar ever struck for circulation in this country. It was struck from 1878 to 1904, 27 consecutive years, and then they stopped production. They only brought it back in 1921 because they had silver left over from the Pittman Act, where we melted a bunch of old Morgans, and then we were making a new silver dollar known as the peace dollar. But they couldn't decide on the design. They had to get moving. They had to start striking coins. So they brought back the Morgan dollar one more year. The end of the era. The last Morgan. That's what this is. We recently came across a deal that included a lot of silver dollars. Most of them circulated coins. And they were priced accordingly. Beautiful coins. We have all of them pretty much on our website. Many of you already know that. So when you go there and you buy an 83.0 and you buy an 86S in Circ, they're going to be there. Well, we got to buy lots of coins to make that happen. In this large deal we bought, there was actually 9 rolls of 21Ps. in uncirculated condition. We went through it, found them in the deal, called the person we were dealing with, and he said, no, that was for this large deal, which is about 2,500 coins. Said, hey, that was the price for the 2,500. I knew there was some unks in there. I'm okay with that. Well, that just means that we bought a bunch of coins that were meant to be circulated where we can actually bring out circulated prices. It's just how it works. And we're happy to do so because if you're with us and have been with us before in a coin show, congratulations and join us again. This is a crazy price. If you're a brand new customer, we want to bring you in. Look at that crazy price. Now, yes, I know a year ago silver was 35. I know silver went over 100 recently, and I know it's going as high as 120. It's settled out lately in that $70 to $80 range, and it can't make up its mind, but it's staying strong. Well, a year ago, my competition was at $89 to $99 when silver was $35 an ounce. The collector value is about 2.5 times that of silver on the 21 Morgan historically. But tonight, we are blowing that away with the price. Now, if you call one of my operators in the concierge service tomorrow, this will not be available. It's selling out, and it's just going to be what it's going to be. If you're calling tonight, if you're visiting us via the web tonight, avccoins.com, these are meant to be the in-show crazy special. It's meant to be show up and you be at the right place at the right time, you get the crazy value. That's exactly what this is. I know we're $20, $30 under prices recently on the same coin. And it's because right now, this coin has the value for all of us. We want you as a customer, and you can get a crazy value for a 90% silver dollar. Now, the other unique part is I'm not sure if you caught earlier what I referenced. So we have this coin in 1921, right? The Morgan dollar. And we're doing it because we can't decide on the peace dollar design. But the silver is from the Pittman Act, the melting of all the Morgans. They melted about 60% of the original 27 years because we needed to use silver as a metal, not Morgan dollars as a coin, which has silver. Because if we used our silver dollars, the world would know we're the ones helping out the Allies. And we were neutral at the time. So we melt all these vintage Morgans. So you've seen over time where something is melted by a government and then they make a new one. This was done way before its time. We melted Morgans to make a new Morgan is what it really comes down to. Kind of a cool little side story. Now, you might have also seen a flash sale on one of my rival networks this past weekend. They had this beautiful coin available at $149, which was then $70, $80 less than our other competitor with the same coin. And they sold out instantly. Tonight, we're $80 less than that. You can buy two of our coins for less than they had theirs available, and you have $10 to go buy a coffee and breakfast tomorrow. That's just one of those deals. Is there a limited quantity? No. The number is $69.95, so if you want 3, you can have 3. You want 1, you can have 1. We have a limited number of rolls, and as they just dwindle down, that's the coins, they're going to dwindle down. It's just a great opportunity. The best of the best just got better. The number one collector coin, U.S. coin, is the Morgan dollar. Right? Again, the last one ever was 1921, this coin. Now, you might remember 5 years ago or so when we had the 100th anniversary of the last Morgan. The U.S. Mint surprised us. They brought out the 2021s. So the brand new Morgan dollar from the U.S. Mint in 2021, whether it was a Philadelphia, a Denver, a San Francisco, a New Orleans, or a Carson City, because they made 5, one for each of the mints that struck the original Morgan. They made 175,000 of each of them. Can you find any of those for under $200 today? And they were made in the last 5 years. We are 100 plus years ago when this coin was made. And look at our crazy price. That's just what it is. It's meant to be a crazy price. It's meant to be a shock and awe. But more so a shock and call. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. We're down to our last 4, 5 rolls from what I can see. Uncirculated, 1921 piece. Vintage original. You can't buy a medallion today, a 1-ounce medallion for $69.95. Can you? No. But you can go back in history 100 years ago and get the 21 Morgan that was struck that year with us tonight for less. That's the crazy deal.
1938 was the last year of issue for the Buffalo Nickel series. The U.S. Mint started making Jefferson nickels in that same year, 1938. 7 million coins were struck out of the Denver Mint, which is actually one of the lower mintages of the last decade. This one here is certified 65. Now, out of 7 million coins struck, only 1 in every 160 coins grade in mint state 65 or better condition. You're looking at less than 45,000 known to exist. 0.6% of the mintage. $69.95, one can be yours. Our competition, over $115. Notice that in addition to that, even rarer are these original bag fragment series. There's an actual mint sewn bag integrated as part of the label. Up there, you see that hole there? You could see the label through, you could see the bag through the label on this holder. Join us, folks. Not only are you saving, you're getting one of the rarer specimens.
I know this year has been a fun, precious metal market, right? We've seen silver go over 100. We see it right now at the 75 to 85 range, and it's holding. It's been there for a while. We've seen gold rush to 5,000, and it's hanging up in that category as well. But the unsung hero, the piece we can't find anywhere, and we hunt, is copper. It's kind of like the piece, the affordable piece with our history tied to it. So for this year, we put together a very special project, a 5-piece set tied to our themes on the U.S. quarter program from this year. It is outright stunning. When we had our first minting done about 60 days ago, it sold out in a matter of a couple of weeks. Finally have restocked. And the best part is we're holding the value, we're holding the line. And tonight, join us for the dual dated coppers, 1-ounce, 5-piece set. And the price? Well, that's coming up. Only $39.95. Now, I know we've seen products like this advertised nationally at $8, $9, $10 a piece, and they're not the themes of this year. I mean, coppers at $10 is not unheard of. It's just hard to find. And that's because it's the affordable workhorse piece. So what we've done is put together the 5-piece quarter program. Now, let me explain what it is, because many of you might not know this exists. We have a dime and a $50 on the Liberty theme this year, 1 year only dual dates, right? The Jefferson nickel is just a dual dated Jefferson nickel, no design change. But all the quarters this year, there are 5 of them, tell our history. The first one dates back to our actual history, which is the Mayflower Compact. Remembering, the Mayflower was supposed to go to Jamestown. They got lost and settled somewhere else, and that opened the door for the Revolutionary War and our Declaration of Independence, which led to our Constitution, etc. The story plays itself out perfectly through our quarters. So there will be 5 quarters this year. 4 different presidents, as you're going to see here in a second. The first one's not even presidential. It's the Pilgrims, right? Second one's George Washington. Third one, Thomas Jefferson. Fourth one, James Madison. Fifth, Lincoln. When has that ever happened, right? Where we've had that many different presidents on the same denomination in 1 year. And the themes are tied to what they brought as part of our USA 250 celebration. So we have George Washington, the father of our country, the general that got us there, right? Then we have the concept of the Declaration, Thomas Jefferson. Then we have the we the people. We have these rights as a nation of individuals. And then the last but not least, Lincoln, who held the country together in its first real challenge of strife during the Civil War. So we've seen Jefferson, he's on the nickel. We've seen Lincoln, he was on the cent. Jefferson has been on the presidential dollar, he's been on a silver dollar, right? We've seen Madison on a special half dollar and silver dollar in the past. But the program this year, kind of like the state quarter program, is 10 weeks and we change. 10 weeks and we change. And here is the basic look and feel of each of our quarters from this year, blown up into a beautiful 1-ounce copper proof. All of these are made here in the United States. That box you're seeing on top, you open it up and there's a cavity for all 5 of the quarters. A phenomenal presentation piece, a keepsake from 2026, our USA 250 celebration. The best of the best. As I referenced, we did see a similar set put together, not on the themes of the quarters, which is USA 250, but they chose 4 designs that they felt were significant to our history. And they made 1-ounce coppers, and they're gorgeous pieces. The difference, though, their 4-coin set is $62.50. Our 5-coin set, tied to our history through our quarter program this year, which was put out by the U.S. Mint, is only $39.95. More specific, and costing less. Well, it's our middle name, value, and we take it seriously. We want a lot of you to join us, and we want to make sure it's affordable so we all can. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So they're back in stock finally, and I mean finally. It's a process. The designs, well, they did a phenomenal job putting this program together off of the themes of this year's quarters. Mayflower Compact, the Revolutionary War, the Declaration of Independence, the Constitution, We the People, and then the Gettysburg Address, right? The Mayflower, which is the Pilgrims, Washington, Jefferson, Madison, Lincoln, all tied together in one beautiful program. And I got to ask the question, number 3 is going to be released soon, which is the Declaration of Independence. Has anybody seen any of these quarters in circulation yet? Well, me either. And I use coins all the time. But you don't have to worry about it. You can join us with this beautiful 1-ounce copper proof program. 5 pieces, $39.95. It's definitely a winner. What a great keepsake of our great 250th anniversary, our 250th celebration. And thanks.
There was a massive coin shortage during the Civil War because most people were hoarding all of their coinage. So what the United States Mint did was they started creating copper tokens, and they were used during commerce at this time. Individual merchants would actually issue these coins in lieu of providing change with the actual American coinage of the day. They made the Indian head cent token first because that was the first United States cent. $49.95, an original authentic Civil War token featuring the Indian head cent design can be yours. Competition over $110. So join us and save on this unique piece of Civil War history while they last.
The Morgan silver dollar is one of the most beloved and collected coins in the history of the United States Mint. It was struck from 1878 all the way until 1921 and was struck by all 4 United States mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, for 1 year only in Denver, and then our nation's only southern mint down in New Orleans. And it's those New Orleans mint coins that have become some of the hardest to find today for collectors. And that's in large part to a couple of different factors, the most major one being the New Orleans mint was known as the hand-me-down mint. That was a nickname that it earned due to the fact that all of the coin dies and presses they used, especially for the Morgan Silver Dollar series, actually came secondhand and pre-used by the Philadelphia, San Francisco, and even the Carson City Mint. And that's resulted in very few of them surviving the test of time. And then also on top of that, you had the Pittman Act of 1918. When the U.S. Mint would melt down more than 270 million Morgan dollars And when it came time to pick which ones to melt down, they obviously would pick the ones that had a lesser strike quality because the silver content was still the same. And this coin is from the final year of issue at the New Orleans Mint, 1904. And our coins are in certified PCGS MS62 condition. It's item number 905 12525. That's 905 12 5 25. And that less than $120 per coin at just $119.95 tonight, we are more than $160 less than the price of an ungraded, uncirculated coin with our competition. So not only are you getting a certified coin, you're going to be saving $160 for a coin that's 2 grades higher than our competitors' coins. You can give us a call at 1-866-518-5933. Or if you don't want to use the phone tonight, that's totally fine. You can just take your tablet, laptop, or head on over to your computer and head to our website, which is avccoins.com. That's AVC, then the word coins with an S.com. Then once you're there, you'll see a search bar off to the right-hand side of the webpage. Click on that, and then just type in 905 12525. One last time, that item number is 905 12 5 25. And grab yourself the final true blue New Orleans hand-me-down mint silver dollar in beautiful PCGS MS62 condition, despite being more than 122 years old. Now that year was the final year they would strike the coin at the New Orleans Mint, because there was no 1921 mintage for them. But they did strike one of the rarer New Orleans Mint Morgans. They would strike 26 total coins at the New Orleans Mint, but in 1904 they would make just 3,720,000 total coins. That's a low enough mintage to be ranked the 6th rarest by mintage out of all 26 coins struck in New Orleans. And then when you look at PCGS population reports in MS62 or higher condition, you'll see just a fraction of the mintage still exists today in this grade or better. Out of 3,720,000 total coins, just 156,286 exist in this grade or better with PCGS. That breaks down to just 1 in every 24 coins struck at the New Orleans Mint that year in 1904. When you compare that mintage with the population today, it breaks down to just 4.2% of the entire mintage. And I know 156,286 may sound like a lot, but you have to remember, in America alone, there are several million Morgan dollar collectors, easily. And there are several million more all over the world, because the Morgan silver dollar is one of the most collected silver dollars in world history. The only coin that could argue to be more collected is the Silver Eagle, which came out in 1986. When you can find these coins with our competition, an ungraded, uncirculated piece is going to cost you over $280. That's for an ungraded, uncirculated coin. Our coins are 2 grades higher and have been certified by PCGS to be true blue MS62 coins. So we are $160 less for a better condition coin, and you don't have to pay any grading fees either. We've done that hard work for you. You could buy 2 of our coins, and you're still going to save over $40 compared to just 1 ungraded, uncirculated piece with our competition. And to put how good of a value $119.95 for this coin is, let's compare it to our competitors' circulated coins. Those are going to run you at least $235. That's $115 more than the price of our certified MS62 grade coins. And you got to remember, When the Morgan dollar was re-released and brought back in 2021 to commemorate the transition from the Morgan silver dollar to the peace dollar, they would strike 5 total Morgan dollars that year. A Philadelphia mint, a Denver mint, a San Francisco mint, and then the New Orleans and Carson City mints. But because the New Orleans and Carson City mints closed their doors a long, long time ago, those coins weren't technically those mint silver dollars. They were struck at one of the other 3 mints and then given a special privy mark. So these 1904 O's are the last of their kind, and in collecting, first and last are always incredibly important. And this coin can be yours tonight in MS62 condition for more than $160 less than an ungraded, uncirculated piece. Now, the downside is we have a limited number of these coins in this certified condition in stock tonight. So please make sure you can call and get yours before they're gone.
1916 was the first year of issue for the Walking Liberty 90% silver half dollar. It was issued until 1947 and then replaced by the Franklin half dollar in 1948. This year, first year of issue was made at Philadelphia. Look at these numbers. Listen to these numbers. They only made 608,000. 608,000 coins were made in 1916 out of the Philadelphia Mint. Even more incredible is the population reports NGC and PCGS combined, less than 5,000. Talk about a minuscule percentage of coins known to exist out there in the world today. $89.95, this one is a gorgeous, beautiful, I mean, you can't deny that it is gorgeous and beautiful. Problem-free, circulated, collector quality coin. Our competition sells theirs for $159. How about this? Just $89.95 while they last. It is considered the most beautiful regular issue coin ever made. The obverse may look familiar. They brought it back on the Silver Eagle series in 1986, and they still use it today. It's all about vintage quality coins at the best price, and this one is a perfect example.
Is there gold in the show tonight? Well, I introduced that comment in our opening tonight earlier, right? And the answer is yes. And the good news is, well, that's coming up next. Vintage $1 gold pieces, finally back in stock. And what I mean by finally is just, it's the smallest gold coin made for circulation. Is a derivative of the California gold rush, right? At that time in history, we had 3 gold designs, gold sizes. We had a 2.5, a 5, and a 10. Well, after we found gold, Sutter's Mill, California, and the California gold rush began, the U.S. Mint introduced 2 brand new gold denominations. So this is tied directly to the gold rush, one of the more significant parts of our American expansion during the middle of the 1800s. So in 1849, the U.S. Mint introduces 2 new coins. A $1 gold piece for the consumer and a $20 gold piece, a 1-ouncer, for banks, institutions, etc. And today, finding them, well, that's another story. And finding them is another story is due to what happened in the 1860s. The Civil War created a havoc on vintage U.S. coins. Both the North and the South needed to melt whatever they could find for the ability to pay for war materials. And the obvious was the coin people had in their hands. People did hoard a little bit, which is why we find a few of them today, but the average consumer was supporting their effort, turning their coins in, and they got melted like everything else. Now, 175 years later, now we're celebrating USA 250, but this coin, 175 years ago, were struck and circulated in this country. The Philadelphia Mint struck this very simple design. They call it Liberty. On the front side, it's just Liberty. But on the back, it's United States, the number 1, and then the year itself. Tonight, we have 2 choices, 1851 and 1852. They're gorgeous, uncirculated specimens. But the best part about tonight is these are the best prices I've had on $1 gold pieces all year. I mean, gold has been as hot and crazy as silver has, pushing that 5,000 mark, still in the high 4s. And even though this is a collector coin, You don't find them because people are, well, looking at the value of gold. A 1 ounce gold piece is out of the realm of the average individual. That's backed up by the U.S. Mint, making the $50 or 1 ounce gold pieces for 2026 some of the smallest minted coins on the proof side. Because they understand the average individual can't afford $5,000, $6,000 for a gold coin, even though they love to have one. Well, the number one collector coin is the $1 gold piece. It's the rarity factor that kicks in, though, and makes it a must. So the Liberty design, this design, was made from 1849 to 1854. They have a Type 2 design from 54 to 56, and that was an Indian head design, very similar to the Indian head cent. But it was small, and they didn't like it, so they changed it to the third design that lasted until 1889. So the $1 gold piece introduced itself in 1849 and disappeared by 1889. These are what they call Generation 1, or the Liberty Type 1 design. 51, 52 specific. My competition, we've seen a couple of them advertising at $8.45 to $8.99, coins of their choice. And that's not a horrible price in today's marketplace. I mean, you can't find a 1/4 ounce gold coin for under $1,000 because, well, gold puts it over $1,000. But you can find collector rarities, not just collector coins, collector rarities like these $1 gold pieces. And they're affordable still, for the rarity index being as significant and strong as these are. Yes, it's a laurel wreath that's wrapped, very similar to a lot of our different coin designs at that time in history. But they made the coins just very simplistic, part because of the size. These are give or take the size of a dime for reference point. Good question. I should have referenced that. The Liberty design is consistent with the 2.5, the 5, and the 10, and now the 20. So we have 5 different gold denominations at this time in history. But the coin made for the American public, the gold coin for us, here you go. And because there was a silver shortage at this time, it was legal tender on the books in the United States until 1857 to use English and Spanish silver coins. That changed, well, with the California Gold Rush. Trying to get over the Rocky Mountains, we did what? We got across the Great Plains, we got stuck in Nevada, waiting for the mountain to clear, basically, the snow to melt, and then we cross over on that beautiful journey. Well, while we were in Virginia City, we're hanging out, got to do something. So people start mining there. What do they find? The largest silver vein in the history of the United States, known as the Comstock Lode. That is when silver became functional. Again, the Morgan dollar introduced 2 decades later in 1878. So at this time, the functional coin actually in circulation was not a silver dollar, it was a gold dollar, and that is the challenge there within. Gold's a softer metal, it melts, well, just like silver coins can melt, but it wears faster, just does. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. Do I have any other years? I honestly don't know. I didn't check, I was just excited to see we had 2 coins available tonight of your choice. Buy one, buy the other, buy both. We only had a handful of each. People say, well, how can you do that? It's like, well, we spend only 7 or 8 minutes talking about it. That's how we can bring out coins that you'll never see in any of the other shopping networks because they need the $100,000 price point for their 10, 15-minute segments. We break it down smaller so we can talk about more fun things and also bring out some crazy values. So not over $850, under $600. That's the value. Your choice, 51, 52, perfect coins, perfect price. Give us a call.
In between the U.S. Mint's packaging for proof sets of boxes and hard plastic lenses, we had a few years where they packaged them just like this in manila envelopes. In 1956, they only made 669,384, a very small mintage figure. They also had 3 90% silver coins in it. the dime, the quarter, and the Franklin half dollar. Our competition for just those 3 coins is over $230. How about all of the coins in original government packaging for just $99.95? And this set with our competition, apples to apples, is over $325. So join us and save.
This year, 2026, USA 250, we are seeing a lot of very special coins. Proof Silver Eagles, dual dated gold buffaloes, the gold proof eagles, lots of special stuff. But in circulation, they've done a lot of cool things. The nickel is dual dated, but they didn't change the design. But the dime and the half dollar are known as the Liberty series. And tonight we've put together what is known as the signature set. There are P's, there are D's, there are certified coins, and then there are, well, the coins in this set. These are the ones, the keepsakes, you want to have for generations to come. When you see them, you'll understand why we're saying it. It is known as the Liberty signature set. It involves 24-karat layered, beautiful, uncirculated coins, a P and a D on the left-hand side, and then the new metal we've been raving about all year. And if you watched any of the other networks, it's all over the place. It is a beautiful looking piece known as ruthenium. I'm not going to spend lots and lots of time going over the technical aspects of what that metal is. When you look at the coin in ruthenium, it is like, wow. 24-karat highlights with ruthenium on the background. That black look and feel just makes the coins pop. So here's how it's set up. They are 3-piece sets, and we separated them by shelf. The top shelf is the Liberty dime. The U.S. government's calling it the emerging Liberty set, as it says on the holder. And then the bottom shelf is the half dollar, which is called as the enduring Liberty set from the U.S. Mint. The reason why the quarters are not here tonight in this presentation is they are making 5 different quarters with 4 different presidents this year. 10 weeks and then a new design, kind of following the state quarter program dating back a quarter century ago. 2 coins have been out, and when they're done, we'll be working on a project just like this one, because we've seen nothing but positive vibes everywhere. When people see these, they want to know how much. They want to know when can I get one. And it compares to nothing else. And that, to me, being a coin guy, is always eye-opening. Because I do remember back in 1999, 2000, when the state quarters came out. We had our boards, right, our state quarter boards, or we had our albums, and we were buying the uncirculated coins. And they looked gorgeous. They were great designs. But then the 24-karat layered series came out, just adding a little extra oomph, right? And the gold is part of the coin, yes, but the real difference is it just makes the coins pop. You look at them and it's like, wow. The regular coin is cool. This is wow. And then this year, adding to the mix, just like the government's adding to its mix of denominations and storylines for USA 250, we're bringing out this great look and great feel with black ruthenium, highlighted in 24-karat gold as well, tying together the entire set. We've seen sets like this selling on the other networks for $20, $30, $40 a set more. We've had a lot of inquiries the last couple of weeks, which means I know a lot of you watch the other networks, and I applaud you should. Find the values they have, then call us for the best price. But tonight, working with everybody, we put together what we're calling the signature set. It's the highlight of our 2 Liberty coins this year. Again, only 2 of them, the dime and the half dollar. They're out, they're over with, they're done. Now, they'll be released throughout the year, but there are no new designs following it. So when you talk Liberty in 2026, it's 2 coins, the dime and the half dollar. Now, if that design right there looks familiar, look at the 1986 $5 gold piece, pretty similar. Then you look at the reverse design, and look at this one, though. That's kind of like tight. The hand reaching, right, for the torch of freedom. They did a great job tying it together, and it really pops with the ruthenium piece. So tonight, the 3-piece dime set, $39.95, and the beautiful Defender holders, as you see on your screen. And then backing that up with the Liberty $half series, the 3-coin set, 2 gold layered and ruthenium for $59.95. Your choice. One or the other or both. I see a lot of people buying both. Hey, that's why we separated the two, to give people the opportunity to look at it and basically put together what is the best option for them. All we know is this. We've had a gazillion phone calls on the 24-karat layered pieces, and we've talked about those before, and they've been very, very popular. And those that worked with us on it, thank you. But we've had a lot of inquiries on the ruthenium, and we've worked over the last month or so to put together the project, to ensure the coins can be available, have them reserved, have them brought in, and then it's all about putting together the presentation you're seeing tonight. Tied together with the phrase that is only appropriate, the Liberty signature set. 2 Liberty coins, the dime and the $half, and the set is the signature look of the year. The 24-karat gold layered P and D, which is all we had back in 1999. You might remember there were some colorized coins. They were cool too. But boy, does this piece just all of a sudden change things. It just stands out. Everybody you show it to, everybody's going to say, what is that? How can I get one of those? Where are they? And that's the challenge of it all. Something special is in demand, and when it's in demand, you can't find it. Tonight we have. Tonight we have. Guys, give me a minute clock, please. So we're always striving to make sure we put the best foot forward, finding the best products inside of some themes and or topics on the table today. And this year with USA 250, it's been given to us by the government, and they did a phenomenal job. Kudos for how they put it together. The dime, the $half, and then the 5 different quarters. Again, a different conversation for a different day. But the 2 Liberty coins of this year are the Emerging Liberty dime and the Enduring Liberty $half. Both Statue of Liberty thematics tied to the figure in New York Harbor, right? The popular P&D gold layered coins we've seen all over the country in the last 30 to 60 days, and nobody can keep them in stock because they look gorgeous. It's the highlight. It's the signature of this year's coins. But for us, we decided to take it to the next level. Add a spark that nobody else has. Or if they have, and we, as I referenced, a few other networks have brought out the ruthenium. And if you've seen them, look at ours, look at theirs, and the coins will look the same. The one thing that's different is the price point on the graphic and the packaging you're seeing here tonight. The best and the best at the lowest price. Beautiful sets, keepsakes for you and generations to come. The Liberty Series of 2026. Our signature sets. Join us.
So in the year 1887, we had our first Groundhog's Day, the Eiffel Tower construction began, Jim Thorpe and shoeless Joe Jackson were born, and we were also producing average about 20 million coins per year at the Philadelphia Mint for the Morgan silver dollar. So in 1887, you're looking at a mintage of 20.2 million coins made. But they were heavily melted when the Pittman Act came around, where most of 60% of Morgan's silver dollars were melted. So as of today, surviving in mint state 63 or better, you're looking at just 173,000 and change known to exist. That's 0.85% of all 1887 Philadelphia Morgans. $129.95, you get a beautiful mint state 63. Competition north of $150. While they last, folks, just $129.95.
The 2026 dual-dated Lincoln Cent, only released in proof sets and uncirculated sets, are going to be one of the hottest topics coming up in the very near future. And it's because, well, in 2025, we discontinued the longest tenured coin in U.S. history. The first coin we struck was a cent in 1793, consecutive all the way through to 2025. Well, within that, the longest design was the Lincoln, starting in 1909. Now we had a Wheatie, a Memorial, a special 100th anniversary, and then the last 16 years were Shield cents. Do you know through all those years, only one coin bears the Philadelphia Mint mark in circulation? It was done in 2017 for the U.S. Mint's official 225th anniversary. And tonight, we not only have a roll, we have the roll with ICG's bonus. And that is a great deal. Look at the price. It's time to go. Yeah, that's the price for everything. I know you've seen the certified 66s at $19.95, and I know you've seen the rolls at $19.95. But tonight, the combination is here. And you might have heard me mention earlier in the show where we have a special this week with ICG, where they surpassed the grading fees for certain coins for us in the show. And it's all about introducing their service to you, which means the prices are just outright crazy. That's why you're seeing the combination here this low. So let's talk about this. The U.S. Mint, the Philadelphia Mint, that made all of our copper until 1908, then San Francisco joined in, right? Never put the P or for Philadelphia Mint mark on a cent ever. Ever. 1793 to 2025, only one. This is it. And in 2017, we celebrated the 225th anniversary of the U.S. Mint, and the first coin being the cent, so they put the P Mint mark on the coin in circulation for the first time only. And they've never done it again. And now the cent's discontinued, so it goes down as that placeholder as an only. The P has a mint mark. So what this deal is two pieces. A solid 50 coin uncirculated roll, as you see here. And then the bottom is the bonus. These are certified 66 coins from ICG, added as a bonus. So you get a roll and a certified coin, so you don't have to break the roll up and send it in to get your own high grade. It's coming automatically. My competition is between $1 and $1.30 a coin. If you buy 5, you get it down to $1.25, $1.20. But we're over $1 no matter what quantity you buy. There's 50 coins in that roll. And they're certified coins. The lowest they have priced is a 66 at $34.95. Tonight we have them both combined into this one special highlight offer. $19.95 is the price. Now I've seen a number of you buying 3s and 5s going through the system. Thank you very much. We have a limited number of rolls available. ICG is going to match that with this certified coin, and then we're done. But talk about significance. And again, we're celebrating this year USA 250, right? We have some very special coins. The dime, new design. The quarters, 5 different quarters. 4 different presidents will be on the quarters this year. What a wonderful deal. The $50, the Kennedy's no longer. We have the Liberty $50. It's a great looking piece. The Statue of Liberty, oh my, right? And the storyline is just one you can't make up. It's just strong, significant, important. But part of the fun of being a collector is the hunt for some of those special items that sometimes pass us by. We know about them, but we don't act on them. Well, our job is to find them and make the price enough to where we all want to join in because we don't want to miss out. This is one of those deals tonight. The only Philadelphia Mint marked cent in the history of the U.S. Mint, 2017. A solid 50 coin roll. Beautiful cherry red coins like you see on the top shelf. And then the special bonus tonight is ICG has waived our grading fees for this offer. So we can basically make it available to you without a cost. They win, we win, you win, everybody wins. And at $19.95, what a crazy deal. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock, please. Had a very limited number of these available. I wish we had more. Yes, it is a solid 50 coin roll like you see on that top shelf. That is the original offer we've had for over a couple of years now. Tonight we're adding the bonus. And it's not your choice at $19.95. It is this certified 66. A very special coin, a very high grade, is a bonus inside of the $19.95. Now, when I was talking about prices earlier, not to confuse, the lowest price we saw was you buy a lot of them, they'll give you $1 a coin. There's 50 in that roll, right? But the same graded coin in the same holder you're seeing, they were at $34.95 by itself. We have them both combined and we're under 20. We want to do some business. We'd love to have you as a customer. ICG wants to introduce themselves to you. It's the best of the best. And just one of many crazy specials in tonight's show. Thanks for listening. Time to be moving on. The last jumbo dollar, big dollar issued by the U.S. Mint for circulation was the Eisenhower series. It was made from 71 to 78, replaced by the Susan B. Anthony's, and that's the size we still have today with the Innovations Dollar program. However, that copper-clad coin that was put into circulation that we discovered was way too big to carry when you had paper as an alternative wasn't the only Eisenhowers they made. San Francisco made a silver uncirculated. And we introduced this project about a year and a half ago, and every time we talk about it, it sells out. Build inventory, sell it out. It's because, well, it's the last of the jumbo dollars. And tonight we have the full bonanza available. Once you see it, I'll explain it, and then it's going to be pick up the phone and give us a call because this is the crazy deal. So in 1971, we introduce the Eisenhower series. It's the same size as the old Morgan and Peace dollar, and we were all for it, right? Celebrating our 5-star general, our 34th president, and the moon landing all tied into one, right? So in 1971, these big coins come out, and I remember it. It was the last year I had my paper out, and it was like, wow. And it wasn't the reason why I quit. It was just because I had to hand it off to my brother and give him his opportunity, right? What families do. But we had silver that nobody knew about. And it was because, well, there was no internet. We didn't have smartphones. We didn't have beepers. We didn't have anything at that time. We had newspaper advertisements and or people that were in San Francisco and noticed it. It was a time in history, even though it's only 50 years ago, that you had to know somebody to understand something to get all the info. And then you had to put it together over time. So they made P's and D's for circulation, and they made silver uncirculateds only. So when you turn these coins sideways, it's not a sandwich, that copper clad, it's silver. They made it for 4 years, 71, 2, 3, and 4. Now many of you might have seen a presentation with us here before, which is known as the blue packs. Because they packaged these in a blue envelope, and inside of it was a poly pack with a blue medallion from the U.S. Mint and the silver dollar shrunk wrap in it. Over time, many of those packages have been destroyed. However, the coins are still beautiful uncirculated condition. So now come forward with this holder. The packaging the last 4 or 5 years has been all geared towards certified coins. NGPC, ANAX, ICG, CAC, they dominate, right? And that's because we love perfection quality, a third-party input, all there. So we've worked on putting together a package, a way to present product that would fit that style of flow. And that's this holder called the Defender holder, which is the last line you're seeing in the graphic. Now, you can buy these yourself. They're available to the American public. They're about $3 a holder. And you can write in on that piece of paper what it is. And that's your thing. Our graphics department here has put together some beautiful labels. All of our Eisenhowers match. So you can put a series together and it's going to be, well, as you see, perfect. How come there's 5 coins and you said there's only 4? Well, I was getting there. We're celebrating this year USA 250. And we're going to have a lot of fun stuff down the pike, right? Lots of fun stuff. Our original bicentennial, 75-76, period, the U.S. Mint made 3 special coins. They made a quarter, that little drummer boy, right? Then we had the we have Independence Hall on the $half, the Kennedy. And then the Eisenhower had the Liberty Bell imposed over the moon. 3 special designs only for the bicentennial. They also made a silver version. That's the 5th. Only 5. So here's our deal tonight. And it's why it hasn't been out and we haven't talked about it for a while. It takes time to accumulate all 5. If I have no 73s, the Bonanza deal was not the full Bonanza deal. It's a partial. Partial meaning up to 4 different, up to 3 different, versus all 5. So tonight if you buy 5, here's the math. You'll get all 5. A 71, a 72, a 73, a 74, and the bicentennial, the 75, 76. You'll get them all. The only 5 they ever made. Now, the other part of this conversation is, have you looked at the price we have on this holder? Now, we've talked about silver going crazy, right? $50 for the 3rd time in U.S. history. Will it go to 60? It did. Will it go to 70? It did. Will it go to 80? It did. Will it go to 90? It did. It's at 95 right now. Do the math. Us buying this over the last 6 months of last year enabled us to come out today at a scratch price. And we're okay with that, because part of what we do here is every hour there's something you look at and say, how can they do that? Why do they do that? Well, the answer is twofold, but really centric. And that is, we want to show you what we can do. We want you to be a collector. We want you to be part of our family. So we're going to put stuff out there, kind of like the blue light specials at Kmart, right? You got to be there to get it. And if you're there, sometimes it's a crazy deal. You go back the next day, ain't the same. These are our blue light specials. We want to bring in a new customer. We want to say thank you to an existing customer and move on. And we do that every hour, and they change up the pricing mechanisms to where these usually are $49.59 with silver at $95. And tonight they've made the grouping available for under $40. That's just remarkable at silver at $95. My competition, where are they? They used to be about $50, $60 a coin. Now it's silver over 90. And that's when they repriced. I understand why they did. I get it. 81, 78, 78, 78, 88. 71 through 76. As I referenced, tonight you buy 1, you'll get 1 of the random coins you're seeing on your screen. You buy 2, you'll get 2 different, etc. You buy 5, you'll get all 5 they made. If you buy more than 5, you'll get an extra. If you buy in groups of 5, I see a couple of orders for 10. You're not going to get a set and then 5 of one of them. You're going to get 2 sets. Guys, give me a 1-minute clock. So that's where the EA, the each, comes in. It's a your choice opportunity. You choose what works for you. And in a crazy market, the days when certain things come out might not be the days that work the best for you. I understand that. We all understand that. We all have that moment where it's like, shit, payday's on Friday, right? That kind of thing. So you get 1. Put it aside because that makes sense today. If you have the ability to get all 5, what a great collection. The only 5 silver uncirculated Eisenhowers they ever made. These are them. If you buy 5 tonight, we guarantee those 5. Phones are very busy right now. If you are hearing the fast busy, don't let it deter you. It's about a 25, 30 second delay right now. So I'm going to be done talking about it and the phone's still going to be busy. Just hold. Hit the redial. It'll bring you back in. One of our operators would love to talk with you. And always remember, 24/7, 365, we have avccoins.com. You made it the #1 site in the industry. From the bottom of our hearts, we always say thank you. But this one, in today's crazy market, is one of those wows. Thanks. Time to be moving on. So I'm going to start with, after 62 years, the Kennedy $half comes to an end. And that was last year, and it was a big fever, and it was a lot of shock, because most of us grew up with that big $half being there. All right? So how do you make that go away and have a smile? Well, what you do is you bring out the Liberty $half, dual-dated, Statue of Liberty themed, and make it a splash for a 1 year only. And that's what they did. And tonight, the good news. I finally have inventory to where I can break it down into individual rolls, roll pairs, and even combo pairs. And again, as I referenced, it's time. Let's get into it. The bonanza on 2026. I wanted to say Kennedy half dollars. It was kind of like there for me, but I'm going to pause and go to what it really is, which is the enduring liberty. I mean, the dime and the half dollar this year are themes of liberty. Emerging liberty and enduring liberty. And the designs nailed it. The Statue of Liberty on a circulating coin, right, as the theme, obverse and reverse. Remember, the presidential dollar program had the Statue of Liberty on the back, but as the theme of liberty, walking in the New York Harbor, the Statue of Liberty. But the reverse to me is real poignant. What is it? Is it the torch being handed to the American public, or is it the American public grabbing or extending for liberty the torch itself? Either way of looking at it, it is outright special, and they did a great job. The challenge is finding the coins. And over the last 2 or 3 months, we bumped into a couple small deals where we were able to offer 10 Ps and 10 Ds in a roll, and I know many of you joined us, and you got a great deal. Tonight, because my inventories are finally in a better place, we are able to bring out solid rolls of Ps. So if it's an east-west, East Coast, West Coast scenario for you, and you found the Ps because you're on the East Coast, but you need the Ds, we got you covered here tonight. If you need a pair of both, or you want to get a few more because you're with me on the design is outstanding, and it's the largest coin in the mix of circulating coins this year for USA 250 dual dated. So it's kind of special that way. So we have a pair there, and you're saving $10 on the pair. But even more so if you buy 3 roll pairs. Because remember the dimes? We had the dimes, a special deal. You buy multiple dime rolls, and a lot of people wanted just to get multiples. We're going to shave it even more. We're at $199.95, and that's 3 roll pairs, which means 3 rolls of Philadelphia and 3 rolls of Denver. 20 coins a roll times 3 is 60. 60 times 2 is 120. That is the number in that bottom picture. So it's 20 coins, 40 coins, P and D, 20 and 20, and then the bottom is 120. Just taking it times 3. What a great opportunity. An outright opportunity. Now I've seen these advertised nationally. A lot of our competitors have them, and finally we're able to see these coins closer to the middle of the year. But it comes down to value as well, right? And I'm seeing people in Brinks rolls, which is one option. It's the coins go to the Brinks and or Wells Fargo type security companies that roll coins for the banks. And I look at those and I like them, but I'm a big fan of, I want my coins protected. I'm a coin person, so I want my big protective locking tube. And ours are included in the locking tube just because that way the coins are stored. There's no distortion on the oxidation with the air and the paper and the printing, which sometimes can be a wonderful thing, sometimes can be a horrible thing. It's just outright clean and simple. So as you saw on the screen a second ago, those locking tubes is how our coins come. It's just kind of how we do business. So let's talk about the program though. I mean, think about what they've done this year. And to do that, we have to go back 50 years. Now, I was a younger individual. I had hair back in the 1970s, and we had a quarter, a half dollar, and a dollar. And the U.S. Mint at that time in history chose to make it dual dated for the first time. Our bicentennial was something special. But the main theme on each coin, Washington, Kennedy, and Eisenhower, stayed the same. The reverse changed. We had the Minutemen, basically, the drummer boy. We had Independence Hall, and then we had the Liberty Bell and the moon on the Eisenhower. This time around, the U.S. Mint went in our favor. Total obverse, reverse, redo. The only thing that looks similar is the Jefferson nickel. That has a dual date on it for the first time ever. But the dimes, all 5 quarters, what a great program. And then this beautiful Liberty half dollar have obverse and reverse designs unique to USA 250, unique to our semi-quincentennial. That's the only time I'm going to say it because that's a mouthful. It just means 250 years. Half of 500, right? But tonight, look at the value. I was getting to that before I went off on my own tangent. My competition, the closest we saw was $59.95 for a roll. Right? We're $20 less, and you get to pick the roll you'd like. If you want to get them both, you're under, well, $34.95 a roll. And then you get into the big deal, which is 3 roll pairs, and we're looking at the low 30s. It's just a very special opportunity to just put together value. And it's all about value. We want to have a keepsake of our memories. I remember bicentennial coins, and I still do this to this day, and I think it's just me, but maybe a few of you are like it, and that is what? When you see a bicentennial coin, do you spend it or do you save it? I don't care if it's circulated or uncirculated. You got it from a bank and it looks great, right? We still just hang on to the keepsakes, parts of our history, significant parts of our history. And as a young country, 250 years, look at what's been accomplished and look at how we're celebrating. And we're doing that with the U.S. Mint. The Treasury Department, paper money, nothing's changed for this year. What a bummer there. Right? They had the $2 bills back in 1976, and they brought that back, and it was really a cool thing with the independents signing the Declaration on the reverse. But this year, it's just our coins, and thank you, they did it right. Dime unique, 5 different quarters, a $50 that's unique. And next year, it's back to something different. Rumor has it, next year we're going back to the Kennedy $50. He'll be facing the other way, and the reverse is going to be different, tied to the Special Olympics program. Basketball is the theme for 2027. So we have a 1-year only special keepsake. So if you have a grandson, a son, a daughter, a friend, let's get him into collecting. I know I got hooked big time, and this was the time frame when it was like all of a sudden, from being a paper boy to now I can do this on my own, it was a big difference maker. Guys, give me a 30-second clock. The phones have been jammed. I apologize for not referencing. You can always use avccoins.com. 24/7, 365. You've helped make us the #1 coin destination on the web. We thank you, and we're going to do our best to keep it. And part of that is giving you prices like this tonight. Full rolls of 20Ps, full rolls of 20Ds, pairs at a discount, 3 rolls at a bigger discount, destroying the competition on price points. And quality plus presentation, all tied together in one. It is a special opportunity. Get yours. And that's why we call this segment the Daily Deal. Well, I've been told the show is complete. Another Tuesday in the books. That is another 6 hours of collectible coins, 60 plus products, about 25 sellouts. I thank you all for joining us. It was a wonderful evening. The good news is Wednesday and Thursday, we're back. So join us. Don't miss out. I can guarantee it's going to be a lot of fun. Good night.
Collectible Coins is now on YouTube. Watch Steve and Allison streaming live, and then after the show, check out videos of all of your favorite products. Whether you watch YouTube on your TV, phone, or computer, be sure to subscribe and click the bell icon to be notified when we go live so you never miss a show, no matter where you are. Just go to youtube.com/AVC Coins to see individual videos of all of our best products, including Morgan Dollars, World Silver, proof sets, and more. You can even click the link conveniently located in the description of every video to purchase any coin directly on avccoins.com. Be sure to hit the like button on your favorites so that we can keep bringing you more of the coins that you love. The coin show you know and love is now just a click away on youtube.com/AVC Coins. Our dedicated coin website, avccoins.com, is the #1 online destination for collectors, offering 24/7 access to one of the deepest coin inventories in the industry. There are tens of thousands of items on our site, with new listings weekly and specials posted every Monday. You've heard it said before, the United States Silver Eagles are the most in-demand, most anticipated, and most wanted silver issues in the entire world. We've got them by the year, uncirculated, in proof, special issues, and in sets. Many of them in original mint packaging, and also certified. Are you missing a specific mint set in your collection? We have them listed individually at avccoins.com, so you're able to grow your collection even quicker. If you're looking for proof sets, we have them. The Philadelphia Silvers, the San Francisco issues, the new silver issues, plus the special premieres, the legacies, the prestige sets, dating back to the 1950s. We have them all online at the best prices. Now let's have some fun with dollars, a very special category. Morgan dollars from all 5 mints: Philadelphia, San Francisco, New Orleans, Denver, and yes, Carson City. We've got all the peace dollars: Eisenhower, Susan B. Anthony's, even the Sacagawea and Presidential Golden Dollars, plus the new Innovation Series. Literally hundreds to choose from. Don't forget, we've got all the collector's packaging too, whether it's coin capsules, tubes, boxes, chests, trays, everything you need to help take care of your collection. You've asked, we've delivered. Now you have the opportunity to go to avccoins.com and acquire exclusive items not seen regularly on our shows. From the collector's experience, you'll find nothing else like it on the entire internet. avccoins.com. Best selection, best prices, guaranteed.